With the groundwork laid, ambitions boosted or changed across the course of the season, the 2024 Championship enters the run-in as we come to Kimbolton for Event 7 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. With several drivers fresh off last weekend's Kart Masters British Grand Prix, it's time for the Rotax classes and KZ2 to continue their campaigns around another of the UK's oldest kart circuits. Ready to take on this near 1 kilometre circuit, situated halfway between Cambridge and Northampton, are the likes of Sebastian Behrman in Micromax, the new GP plate holder from less than 7 days ago. Max Gilman will be looking to build upon a best result of the season in Minimax last time out at Warden Law. Joshua Turnbull going again in Junior Rotax, another driver who had a strong Kart Masters weekend. Can he elevate back up into the top 10 in the championship standings? Archie Walker was impressive through the heats and the pre-final at Warden Law. Can he go one race further in Senior Rotax this weekend? And of course KZ2, their season in full flow now, with Lee Ward, based not too far from Kim, looking to continue to fly the flag for the privateers. All the action, every lap of every race can be followed across the Motorsport UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. It's time to go racing here in Cambridgeshire for Event 7 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
And a very warm welcome indeed back to Kimbolton for repechage, pre-final and finals day for Event 7 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Big day in the story of the 2024 season. We'll come on to why shortly. My name is Andrew Mather. I'll be joined in the box once again this weekend by Nicole Sutherland. Henry Baudet sends his apologies. He's in the Bahamas this weekend, helping out with their team selection for the FIA Motorsport Games later on in the year. Let's talk about the circuit that we're racing on today. Just short of a kilometre in length, 12 turns, on an old RAF base, so similar to some other circuits we've been to this season. It's quite flat, but is technical in places. It's one of the oldest circuits in the country. We've been racing here since the late 1950s, when the sport first came over to these shores from North America. Here's your weather forecast. It is warm out there. It's warmer than it was yesterday. We could see temperatures up into the mid-20s. Little bit of cloud over the circuit at the moment, but no threat of rain, which is very good for the drivers to hear and for the mechanics as well. Should be a fairly straightforward day for them on the old tyre selection front. So we've got our first set of races coming up shortly. The order of the day will be the repechages, then the pre-finals and the finals. For now, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Thanks, Andrew. So I'm over here on the Parc Fermé Gantry. Yesterday, absolutely fantastic day of racing, but you can feel around the paddock the pressure that these drivers are under, especially within those top fives. You can hear the conversations that those championship leaders are having with their competitors of 2, 3 and 4 within the championship. And it's those conversations of, what are you doing? Where are you points-wise? How are we going to work out a way of potentially working together to chase those championship leaders? It's a penultimate round, so it's what you expect, but to be honest, I don't envy the pressure that these drivers are under whatsoever. It's full on, the racing has been full on, and I'm really excited to see how that plays out for the rest of today. Repechagers will be up next. Or let's hear from William Antrobus, who I caught up with on Friday to talk through a quick lap in a Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax lap record holder and competitor William Antrobus is going to talk us through a quick lap of Kimbolton. William, you take over.
Thank you, Nicole. As we come down into turn 1, we want to hold the brake into the right, so we use the rumble strip as fast as we can, and then through the right and then left, and then over this curb here just to get the momentum going, and then through this we want to get a hard braking zone over this left curb, but then we want to perfectly go over that right curb, and as we go flat through the double left and then the right and then into the double right, we want a little bit on the brake and then back on the power as fast as we can, getting close to that apex, and we want to get our head down the straight, through the left, little dab on the brake and hold the brake into here, and then flat out and down the straight we go.
Thank you, William. Looking forward to seeing more of the same tomorrow.
Thank you.
Absolutely, William Antrobus, one of the key runners today for, us, say, what would be a really, really big day for the Rotax classes. This is their penultimate round of the season, so we could see some big positions in the championship decided today. And that's not all. More racing to come throughout the course of the year in the Rotax classes here in the UK, bringing some absolutely fantastic events to these shores. Let's have a little listen about them and what we can expect later on in the year.
Full weekend hospitality at Wilton Mill. Experience the final round of the Rotax British Kart Championship with VIP hospitality. Following feedback from competitors, teams and parents, Motorsport UK in conjunction with Wilton Mill are delighted to offer full weekend hospitality, including tea and coffee, soft drinks, breakfast and lunch, high-speed Wi-Fi and access to the live stream action. Limited availability, so get your tickets now.
All to come later on in 2024, particularly looking forward to the Rotax Grand Festival, heading back to Warden Law later on in the summer. I say later on, we're only about 6 weeks away from that one. Entries are open and already flowing in. Should be an absolutely fantastic event. Let's switch attentions back to today, though, the penultimate round of the championship for the Rotax classes. We shouldn't forget, of course, that KZ2 are here this weekend as well for their fourth round of 6. They're more in the middle part of their season, but still very important for those drivers that they get points on the board. If you're just joining us, don't worry, you're not missing anything. We're getting ready for the first race of the day, which will be the first of the repechagers. Before we get to that, though, let's hear from some of our partners. Welcome back to Kimbolton, shortly before 11 o'clock local time here in the UK. Get your comments coming in. Let us know who you are supporting and where you're supporting them from as well. I know it's particularly busy time of the year for holidays, so no, we get some very far-flung places that people are watching the competition from. Nicole Sutherland joins me in the box. Nicole, we saw a lot of dramatic racing yesterday. No reason to think differently for today's repechagers, pre-finals and finals, but as you were saying earlier, the stakes have gone up, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. And I think the repechagers are always those races as well where the drivers are desperate to get out of. So I think they're a lot of the time a bit more full on than other heats or pre-finals.
Absolutely. Let's get into it then. First race of the day, the repechage for Senior Rotax is next. Six places available to go through to the pre-final. Let's see how they line up. Ethan Martin and Sam Baker on row 1. Neo Clark and Zach Heslop on row number 2. John Brown and Benjamin Southgate hold the last of the positions at this moment. They'll look to stay there in that top 6. On the outside looking in on row 4, we start with Luca Osmond-Price and Jack Gillingham.
Row number 5 is Alex Adamakton and
Adish
Mehta. 6 is Jonathan Railton and Ollie Goodyear, and rounding off is Zav Chapman-Lewis.
Very good indeed. 13 drivers in this one. For just under half of them, the opportunity to carry on through into the rest of today's races. For 7 of these drivers, this will be the end. It's going to be high stakes to see who continues their day forward. We're not quite ready to go yet, though. That is a false start. So we'll go round again for another formation lap. That beautifully gives us a little bit of time to check in with the comments. They're just loading up in a few moments' time on our screens here in the box. It's warmer than yesterday, Nicole. How will that affect things for the drivers?
Yeah, so it will affect your tyres because the track temperature will be different. Also, then the engines will be running hotter. So I think things might start to get even closer than they have been previously because everything bunches up a little bit more when those conditions come into play.
Hello to Rachel Baker cheering on Zach Heslop in this race. First time we've seen Zach Heslop in Wera Tools British Kart Championships action in 2024. Hello to Josh Phillips as well in the live chats. Let your family and friends know across social media on your platforms of choice that we're racing. What should be a fantastic day here at Kimbolton. So Ethan Martin on the left-hand side of your screens. Kart number 75 will take us for pole position. Lights are not going out. That's another false start. We'll go round for another.
So, Andrew, in this repechage, we're seeing Neo Clark again.
Yeah.
Neo, one of the quicker drivers, it just doesn't seem to be catching a break at the minute. Had a DNF last week at Kart Masters after making up about 15 positions within, I think, 5 or 6 minutes. Yeah, just some rubbish luck so far for him this season.
Yeah, but confidence can be taken from the fact that his race pace is there. A nice, calm repechage, and I know that's easier said than done. Should see him through here. Getting that start right will be important, of course. You can go round the outside here. If you were with us yesterday, you'll have seen a couple of brilliant starts from those. Guy Cunnington in particular in one of the senior Rotax heats going from P2 on the grid. That'll be in the minds of Sam Baker on the opposite side. In fact, I don't think we've got Sam Baker running in this one because I can't see him at the very front of the order. Indeed, Sam Baker does not take the start in this one, so Neo Clark is there on the opposite side. Indeed, in the number 28 for Thule Motorsport, Ollie Goodyear also doesn't go in this one. So 11 drivers competing for 6 spots. Lights are out and we go racing for the first time here today at Kimbolton. Into turn 1. Crucial to get this right if you're Ethan Martin, and Ethan has got that run right through turn 1, through the willows, through the chicane there, and straight to Derek's corner. We're going to see a lot of overtaking through this part of the circuit here today. Good steady start from all of our senior Rotax runners in this one. I think they're knowing as well, with it being 11 drivers and 6 spots, that the chances of a return and getting through to the pre-final is quite high in this one, Nicole. So, down the inside goes Clark, gets past Ethan Martin for the lead of the race. Drivers, I feel, are going to play this one a little bit longer. It's not that case of you needing to drive through.
Ethan having a look again on Neo Clark into the first corner.
Yeah.
You would have thought that he'd think about maybe, and Neo going defensive there into the willows from the drivers behind him, but you would have thought that maybe they'd just try and push away together, but you know, it's a repechage, it's not worth that DNF at all. But these drivers have been scrapping a little bit so far. We'll carry on seeing if Ethan and Neo maybe use their heads a little bit more, work together and push away, but I'm not necessarily expecting that from that previous lap then.
No, I say they don't want to get themselves caught up in anything and off the back of the pack. It's not one of those races as down the inside there goes to number 34, Zach Heslop, where you've got 25 karts in, and you know, if you're starting at the back, you've got to get really aggressive in the early stages. It's about keeping yourself in the game as long as possible. There's been a warning to Ethan Martin in the number 75, Benjamin Southgate there in the Pro Train, the red and white.
Neo back in there on Ethan Martin.
Yep.
They're really fighting against each other. I don't know what that warning for Ethan was. Potentially, was it a contact warning or blocking maybe, but I don't know. But yeah, I wasn't expecting that for the first 2 laps.
No, Neo Clark's had one now as well, so nothing more than that. They'll just keep things nice and calm for the rest of this race. At least that's what you'd hope for. There is a quick sight of the number 74, Jonathan Railton. Quite a few drivers in this race are having their first run in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships this weekend. Other drivers out there in that same boat, the number 70 of Zav Chapman-Lewis and the 58 of Adish Mehta. Neo Clark, new fastest lap of the race. Whoa, bit of a wild moment there for the Jax Motorsport number 57 of Luca Osman-Price. Gets off of the racing line. Now that is going to be a feature here today, I feel, Nicole. We've had a lot of fast running, no rain this weekend. Very rubbered in racing line that's great to push upon if you're one of these drivers, but if you get off it, particularly through turns 3 and 4, you can get in the spot of bother like we saw there with Luca Osman-Price.
Yeah, when you're going through these corners and you get the rubber wrong, you definitely know about it. Lots of sliding and hopping around. Maybe if you've got too much grip on that kart, like you said, no rain, so everything that's been put down off of these tyres so far in these 3 days of racing so far is still on the track.
So 7 minutes gone. 7 minutes to go in this one. This is 10 minutes plus one lap. John Brown has had a warning flag. So it's Clark, Martin, Heslop, Brown, Adams, Acton and Southgate going through at the moment. So Benjamin Southgate there in that blue and yellow helmet is the driver under pressure because he's got the rest of the field, the drivers who at the moment are all ending their weekend at this point, breathing down his neck. Be interested to see how Luca Osman-Price plays the next couple of laps because these two are breaking away. If they can continue working together, they could put the likes of John Brown, Alexander Adams-Acton under a bit of pressure later on in this race, Nicole.
Yeah, I think something maybe to note is that Neo had a DNS in one of those heats, so did Ethan Martin, so their tyres could be slightly fresher than the drivers behind who are fighting for maybe 4th, 5th, 6th, who did actually do all of the heats. They just weren't quite fast enough to find themselves, straight into those pre-finals. Slightly different situation for Neo and Ethan, but if they do find that they can get through this repechage and into the finals, the tyre advantage that they have here will disappear later on.
It will do, but I think now that they've got themselves in a comfortable position, they'll try to run this for the rest of this race fairly calmly. They don't need to win by 5-10 seconds because they've still got more races to come. 5.5 minutes to go. Luca Osman-Price continues to just sit on the rear bumper of Benjamin Southgate at the moment, and I would say that tactic is working. Yeah, they're holding that gap to John Brown, playing this into the second half of the race. Well, actually, John Brown's responded with a really good fastest lap of the heat, fastest lap of the repechage so far, 40.59 there. How difficult is it at this stage of the year? It's warm out there, physical for the drivers, Nicole. How difficult is it to keep your mental focus when there's so many other distractions out there on circuit?
In my experience, when you're actually out there driving, those things like the heat aren't necessarily a big thing. I always found that hits you when you pull into Parc Ferme and you get out the car, you're suddenly like, whoa, it's hot. There's a move there from the number 18 of Alex Adams-Acton, tongue twister for 3rd place. Zach Heslop then drops into 4th. But yeah, those environmental factors, maybe you don't feel as much when you're driving around. I used to find, they hit you just after you finish. But I think the pressure thing of trying to get into those finals is what impacts your mentality the most within a repechage.
Absolutely. So 4 minutes of this one to go. Clark and Martin clear by nearly 1.5 seconds. I say that the gap's coming down now. This a good lap so far from Adams Acton. Now that he's got a bit of clear space ahead of Zach Heslop. The gap back to Benjamin Southgate and Luca Osman-Price is remaining again around 9/10 of a second. They are pulling away though from Jack Gillingham and the rest. So for Gillingham and anyone else 8th downwards, it's starting to look a bit of a long shot that they're going to be going on to the pre-final later on this afternoon. Remember, we have got another one of these repechages coming up after this. The juniors will be having their turn of trying to race through and claim one of those 6 remaining spots in the final level races later on today. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Luca Osman-Price, just by the body language of his kart now, Nicole, looking to get through perhaps on Benjamin Southgate. He's starting to take slightly different lines, trying to get in the peripheral vision of Benjamin Southgate there. How can Southgate deal with that as a driver? It must be quite distracting to have this Jack's machine darting left, right, here and there, looking for a way through.
Yeah, I think as well, something that these drivers will be thinking about when they're that close to the competitor in front is the nose cone.
Yes.
You do not want to get it wrong and end up in the back of somebody. Also, I would have thought he'd be looking at the clock thinking, you know, these are short laps, they're 40-second laps, so I've got quite a few laps left, even though there's not much time on the board. So planning it around that, when can I go in on him where he's not going to get me back a couple of corners or a couple of laps later.
Indeed. So, another lap ticks on by, 11 of them completed. Clark and Martin running in the mid 40-point-somethings right now. John Brown's just put in a purple sector 1, has got through past Zach Heslop as well. So Heslop now down to 5th place. This is going to be a key lap now for Zach Heslop if he can keep the pace up. You can just see him there in the number 34, the blue and white suit for Evolution Racing. Really, really important for Heslop now that he doesn't fall back into the clutches of Benjamin Southgate and Luca Osmond-Price. Coming around to complete lap number 12. What is the pace like, Nicole, between Heslop, Southgate and Osmond-Price? Do we see a change coming here?
I'm not so sure at the minute, but your two, Neo Clark and Ethan Martin, the past couple of laps, they've pretty much been putting in the exact same lap times. Neo doing a really good job to be able to achieve that when he's driving around by himself.
Yeah.
He's not got anybody to benchmark against. Am I going in too slow, too fast here? But he's doing a good job to keep that gap between Ethan and himself really steady.
Little gesture there from Luca Osmond-Price to Benjamin Southgate. If he saw it, it's like, keep going, don't start fighting. But we know sometimes that could be a bit of a psychological game to lull the driver ahead into a false sense of security. Under 60 seconds remaining in this one now. This has been a pretty quick repechage by normal standards.
It's quite funny as well because you see drivers signalling, but lots of drivers have different preferences. Some will choose to do a signal, you know, push and go ahead. A lot of the time you see that, I think, is a bit of a dummy. Like you said, giving the driver in front a bit of false sense of security. But then other drivers choose not to signal and head down and go.
Indeed. So, 2 more laps to go then. Neo Clark, Ethan Martin, Alex Adams, Acton and John Brown all look pretty comfortable right now. Zach Heslop, with some good pace, is also looking comfortable. So it's going to be about this battle here between Southgate and Osmond-Price. That's going to be the one that we'll watch now for the remaining lap and a half to see if Luca Osmond-Price can find a way through and snatch that 34th and final spot in the races later on this afternoon away from Benjamin Southgate. Down the backstretch towards the last couple of corners, and there's the move from Osmond-Price down the inside. He's done it on the penultimate lap. Now, what has Benjamin Southgate got in response? This is the final lap. Whose weekend is ending here? Southgate's looking to the outside. Can he do a switchback? That's well covered off by Luca Osmond-Price through the willows for the final time in this repechage. And Luca Osmond-Price looking to break away now into Derrick's. Then they'll be on towards the towards the double right-hander of Dan Weldon corner, and I'm just looking at that front bumper. Is that front bumper okay, Nicole? We'll see in the results at the end. There's always going to be a bit of a question mark when the field is this close. Checkered flag is out. Neo Clark takes the race victory. Ethan Martin P2, Alex Adams Acton P3 ahead of John Brown, Zach Heslop and Luca Osmond-Price. Those are your 6 qualifiers at this moment through to the final, but the good news for Benjamin Southgate is he's within 5 seconds of everyone but Neo Clark. So all it's going to take is one driver to have a front fairing dislodged, receive a 5-second penalty, and Southgate will be back in. But that's going to be a nervous wait for those drivers, as it always is at the end of a repechage. Jack Gillingham P8, Adish Mehta P9, John Railton 10th, and then Sav Chapman Lewis completes the 11 runners in that one. 2 non-starters were Sam Baker and Ollie Goodyear. A relatively calm repechage, that one, Nicole, but a great drive from Neo Clark and Ethan Martin at the front to control the pace. They had a bit of a battle early on, but then they settled down and took their places in the finals.
Yeah, fair play to Luca Osman-Price then for that penultimate lap move. Nicely timed. I did say I wouldn't be surprised if he was maybe looking at the clock and trying to work it out in his head. Like we said, you know, you don't know if these drivers are definitely going to be into the final, but it was a nicely timed move.
It was indeed. Well, that's one repechage done. Let's get on to the other. Junior Rotax is next. Let's go through the grid then for the Junior Rotax repechage, and some big names in it. Isaac Barker on pole position, Harrison Whitcomb carrying the Alpha Live onboard camera is P2. Ryan Gandor and Sebastian Lusch start on the second row of the grid. Kai Clark and John Richardson go from row 3. Henry Cameron and Scott Marsh. Yes, that is a surprise. Scott Marsh in the repechage. Row 5, Joel Dixon Cohen and Zach McDonald. Row 6, Kai Veach and Adam Wooden. Row 7, Jacob Woods, Stanley Clark. Row 8, Jamie Ambrose, and the last of the 16 runners in this one, Samir Paul. Big names in this one, only 6 places to go on. On board straight away with Harrison Whitcomb. Is Whitcomb going to try and do what Guy Cullington did yesterday? Oh, big lock-up! Huge lock-up for Isaac Barker, and he's off! What happened there to Isaac Barker? Just completely locked up. Was that a mechanical problem, or was it simply hadn't got the heat in the tyres? Either way, Isaac Barker has got it all to do now, and Harrison Whitcomb is clear and gone at the front of the field. Zach McDonald having a fight there with John Richardson. Well, I was expecting things in this race, you know, seeing if could Harrison Whitcomb go around the outside. I wasn't expecting the pole sitter to throw it off at the first corner.
Harrison Whitcomb then came into this weekend, you know, 3rd in the championship standings, and to find himself in a repechage, you know, we would never see Harrison typically here. We'll see how he laps. You know, we've got the onboard camera on him, so it would be great to see how he's approaching this lap. But like you said, that first corner commotion, look at his gap that he's pulled already, you know, 1.2 within the first 2 laps. So, you know, I think he'll be sitting quite comfortably now for the rest of this.
As another driver who had a DNF yesterday, so we'll have a little bit of a tyre advantage over the rest of the order. I should just note as well, no Scott Marshall, Jamie Ambrose in this race. So if you're wondering where they are after we mentioned them going through the grid, they have not taken the start in this one. That is a bitter blow for Scott Marsh in terms of championship aspirations, not the weekend that he would have expected. Here we are on board with Harrison Whitcomb, looking nice and calm at the wheel, not needing to push too hard. He's got a 1.3 second advantage over Ryan Gandor, so he can just settle into a rhythm now for the remaining 8 minutes and 15 seconds. So who else at the moment is in? Ryan Gandor. There is Ryan in the number 71 for KR Sports, looking good at the moment, clear of Zach McDonald. Zach McDonald had a strong qualifying yesterday, didn't have the look though in the heats. That's why Zach McDonald is in this repechage. It's looking good right now, looking calm. P3 pulling away from Adam Wooden there in 4th.
Zach as well, caught up with him a couple of days ago. He said he's just put a new kart down, was feeling more confident, you know, in the kart and in the performance that he could try and find out of a new chassis. I think if he can get through into the final, then, you know, he's rookie driver in this championship. It would be good to see him in that pre-final later on. It would
indeed, to see whether Zach could get a best result of the season so far. That's always a good thing when you get through a repechage. It just can sometimes settle a driver down, give him that confidence to proceed into the pre-final and then the final later on this afternoon. I'd say the biggest battle right now is behind Adam Wooden to see if he can hold on to this 4th place. He's comfortable right now in terms of the cut-off, because Sebastian Lusch and John Richardson are going through as well. But Henry Cameron has had a decent race so far, is looking good. Jacob Woods as well we need to keep an eye on for Sam Pollitt Racing, and a driver change, a team change this weekend for Jacob Woods. He's up 4 places so far in this race. New fastest lap of the race from Sebastian Lusch, and you can just see again from how Sebastian Lusch is positioning his kart on the road. He looks keen to get through past Adam Wooden here, and with good reason, because again the psychological side of these repechages, Nicole, fifth place could be a bit of a danger spot, isn't it? Because you're only one mistake from being right on the bubble, or one big move from the driver in sixth place puts you in that danger zone. So I could fully understand this from Sebastian Luch, that he wants to get through ahead of Adam Wooden just to give him a bit more safety.
Yeah, overtake and get out of being in that danger zone. Give that pressure to somebody else.
Adam Wooden defending then into Derek's. Quite happy to hold things there at the moment in fourth place, knowing that he can afford to lose one spot. Meanwhile, the concertina effect, everybody fighting over the same piece of tarmac, is going to delay some of those outside of the top six right now. Adam Wooden has had a warning though, needs to be careful. It's caught the attention of the race officials there. 5 minutes and 40 seconds of this one to go. Intriguing, there's a bit of a scrap going on for seventh place. Henry Cameron wanted to keep himself in the best position possible in case something does happen with fourth, fifth and sixth. He wants to keep that track position ahead for Joel Dixon-Cohen. We had a chat with Joel yesterday during the paddock show, which you'll be able to see during the lunch break. New team, GW Racing. First time we've seen them in terms of the numbers that they've got here at Kimbolton this weekend in 2024's British Kart Championships. And there was some good pace yesterday from that pink and white machine, kart number 97. Good drives through the field. Did pick up a couple of bumper penalties though. That's why he's in this repechage. As John Richardson down the inside. Lovely stuff there from John Richardson, and brilliant stuff from Joel Dixon-Cohen. So Joel Dixon-Cohen got the move done on Henry Cameron, and then immediately sweeps through past another two drivers and into fifth place. Adam Wooden is now staring elimination in the face, is there in seventh place. That's not good enough for getting through to the pre-final later on before the lunch break. But what a move there from Joel Dixon-Cohen.
Joel, of course, we spoke to yesterday on the paddock show. Andrew, you had a quick chat with him, and yeah, I don't think he was happy with some of the things that went on with in the heats yesterday. So
yeah, it's taking the frustrations of yesterday and putting them into good form here. So Whittingham, Gandor, McDonald, Lush, and I have to argue now Dixon-Cohen are all looking fine, looking set to go through. It's a question of whether the pack led by Adam Wooden right now have got the pace to close in on John Richardson. John Richardson flying the flag for Azerbaijan. You see the flag of Azerbaijan featured on his race lid. As Jacob Woods having a little look down the inside there. Woodsy not feeling like was far enough alongside to go for that move. Adam Wooden needing to find a bit of pace here. He's looking vulnerable at this stage of the race with 3.5 minutes remaining. Jacob, it's a half spin there for Wooden. Very close with Jacob Woods. Woods takes to the grass. That was from a long way back, and again just shows it tightens on the entrance to Derek's corner. Not the first time we've seen action through that part of the circuit. 3 minutes to go now. Has that opened the door for Henry Cameron now to get through? The Ultimate R driver in the number 11. Yes, I think has got through into seventh place. This is the fight for fourth on your screens. Just going through the willows now. You're here at the circuit. This is between Sebastian Luch and Joel Dixon-Cohen. And Joel having an absolute fly here. Is going on the attack down the inside. Lovely stuff. Up to fourth place.
On the hunt there, Joel Dixon-Cohen. Don't know if he'll have quite enough time to catch up to Zach McDonald. Zach's got a nice little gap there, sitting comfortably, driving around, you know. Got that breathing room to not feel the pressure of making any mistakes.
Need to keep an eye on the battle for sixth place, as Jacob Woods has received a 5-second penalty. I'd imagine that's for what happened with Adam Wooden down at Derek's corner, because this battle here, going through turn one, going through Stoke Corner now, between John Richardson and Henry Cameron, similar to what we saw in the senior repechage. One place, two drivers competing for a spot through into the pre-final. Richardson defensive, nicely defensive into Derek's. Controlled the pace off the corner as well. Henry Cameron has got to be patient here. There's still a good amount of racing to go in this repechage. Stanley Clark having a good run as well there in 8th place. Not spoken too much about Stanley so far this weekend, but he's potentially finishing with a bit of a flourish here for Hunter Motorsport. Maybe not. If he can get through past these two drivers, he'll march on into the pre-final. Clark looking to the outside, looking for a switchback now, but it's not quite able to get on the power to draw alongside Henry Cameron. John Richardson doing a decent job here of keeping these drivers at bay, not too defensive into Derek's that time. Didn't need to be. Carrying the speed through on that MLC Motorsport prepared number 68. Another one of the drivers running an OTK chassis with P1 power. Has received a warning now, and imagine that is for maybe being a little bit too defensive and blocking, but it's just a warning at this stage. 45 seconds to go. Stanley Clark looking for the run round the outside again. He might get Henry Cameron here. He will. What a move from Stanley Clark. Beautifully done. Round the outside. Once again showing you can go round the outside here at Kimbolton. Look at this. Isaac Barker, your pole sitter, who span out at turn 1, all of a sudden is back on the scene, is back into 8th place. As is that a second warning possibly for John Richardson? It's a second showing on our screen. I think it's just still the one on our information from race control. But Isaac Barker, well, this would be a bit of a story. Pole position, span out, went to the back, has now got an opportunity of getting through into the pre-final. Finds Stanley Clark in the way there, not able to get through into 7th place. This is the penultimate lap. The final lap board is not out yet. This is a proper scrap for the final and 34th spot on the pre-final grid later on this afternoon. What do you think will be going through the mind of Isaac Barker at this point, Nicole?
Panic, I would have thought, especially, being your pole sitter, and that spin at the first corner that, to me, looked like a driver mistake. We've got, is that
Clark
Stanley
off.
Clark getting it wrong out of the 90 left? Completely off the track, and Isaac Barker there, just as he was having a better run, gets it wrong as well.
Final lap then, and now that's going to change things. Plus 5 second penalty for John Richardson, I'd imagine, here in the box, that is going to be for blocking, because yes, he's had 2 warnings, and if there's another incident, which looks like there has been, that's a plus 5 second penalty. Either way, that's opened things up now in this battle for 7th place on the road. This is potentially going to be for the last repechage spot. Harrison Whitcomb is comfortable. He's going to take his spot on the grid. Harrison Whitcomb wins in the repechage, does the job, business done for Whitcomb. He marches on. Ryan Gandour's second, McDonald, Dixon Cohen and Lucia all through. Who's going to take the spot? I think it's going to be Henry Cameron. I think Henry Cameron, once the 5 second penalty is applied to John Richardson, is going to be the last qualifier through the repechage. Well, a dramatic one there, but it's Wales's Harrison Whitcomb with the win. 1.3 seconds ahead of Ryan Gandour. Zach McDonald makes the pre-final as well there in 3rd. Good drive from Joel Dixon Cohen in 4th. Sebastian Lusch 5th. John Richardson 6th on the road, but that plus 5 second in race time penalty will drop him all the way to the bottom of the order. So Henry Cameron drops steps up to 6th place. Jacob Woods would be 7th, but remember he has a plus 5 second penalty as well from earlier in the race, so drop his name down the order. Adam Wooden 9th, Kai Veach 10th. Again, I mean, it's slim, because even if there were some front-fairing penalties, that top 5 are well inside. But good race there. Good win for Harrison Whitcomb. He'll march on to the pre-finals. We move on to the pre-finals next. The first of the Minimax 950 is up after this. Pre-final time here at Kimbolton. We start with Minimax 950. Albert Friend and Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the front row. Joshua Griffin and Oliver Spencer on row 2. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Harry Taylor go from row 3. On row 4, it's Finley Lines and Riley Morrow.
Row number 6 will be Josh Cormack and Edward Haynes. 7 is Leo Livings and Tom Reed. 8 is Max Wheatley and Jensen Chalk. 9, we have Sebastian Clark and Benjamin Lawn.
Devon Taylor and Alfie Ward complete the top 20 there. Alex Goodson and Fraser Anderson up next. Theo Bradshaw is alongside Archie Rogers-Tyler, Jacob Jack and Annika Hurd form up the last of the rows. Row 13, 26 runners in this one. Who's going to take the first pre-final of the weekend? We're not quite going to start to find out because that's a false start. We'll go round again. So Friend and McAndrew-Uren row 1. Griffin and Spencer row 2. Holmes-Ballack and Taylor row 3. Lines and Morrow row 4, Gilman and Radcliffe completing the top 10. It's Minimax. Any one of those 10 drivers could take the race victory here, Nicole. But I'm particularly interested to see how Finley Lines gets on. A little bit further back in the order than perhaps pace would warrant him to be, but that technical problem that he had at the very start of race 1 yesterday is why he's a little bit further back. Championship scenario we should run you through very, very quickly before the start of today, because points were awarded in championship after yesterday's heats. Friend 621, Lines 593, Griffin 569. That's your top runners. Could Albert Friend take a big step towards the title in this one? We're racing 12 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Good start for Albie Friend. Good start as well for Joshua Griffin on the inside. Looks to have got second place away from Emerson McAndrew-Uren in the early stages. Emerson McAndrew-Uren has also lost out to Luca Holmes-Ballack. So it's down to 4th place now. Oh, one driver going a little bit deep and off at the back of the field. We'll catch up with who that was in a few moments' time. As look at this for a scrap. Beautiful driving there from Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Oliver Spencer as well. It was Spencer down the inside and up to 4th place as Luca Holmes-Ballack now on the attack. This is what a pre-final's about, Nicole. All drivers out there looking very keen to get on with this.
Harry Taylor then as well has got the move done on his teammate Emerson McAndrew-Uren and having a look to go in on Oliver Spencer. Warning flag then to the Thule Motorsport driver Max Gilman, the 169. But look at Albert Friend. I just think he drives it in such a nice way, so calm, so relaxed. I think he's somebody who's going to go pretty far within motorsport. Then there was Luca Holmes-Ballack having a look at Joshua Griffin. Josh did a good job to put that cart on the right bit of track and keep Luca away from him. Luca, you saw previously having to flip the curb. Oh, that's Joshua Griffin, the number 5. He's off.
Joshua Griffin has fallen to the back of the field. You can see the frustration there for Joshua Griffin. I don't know if we could get a little look at that again at what happened there, but either way, Griffin has got it all to do now. It's looking a little bit tight in there as Louis Radcliffe down the inside.
Ollie Spencer then got the move done on Radcliffe. We've also got Harry Taylor has done a good job so far in this start. He's sitting in 3rd, started off 6th. On the hunt then for Luca Holmes-Ballack. Warning flag there to the 111 of Tom Reed.
So 1 second lead for Albert Friend on this brilliant run. He's had 4 scores of 65 championship points at the last 4 opportunities, including yesterday. Can he make it 5 here? We can have a look at a replay of what happened perhaps to Joshua Griffin 1 lap ago. So this is going into Kestrel. Oh, to get it on the grass. I think he just got it on the grass there, under braking with his rear right. And that was maybe what pitched Joshua Griffin into a spin. Plus 5 second penalty for Louis Radcliffe has just come in. There is Finley Lines. First sight of Finley Lines properly in this race. Just got past Riley Morrow for 8th place. Good stuff there.
Louis Radcliffe then with that 5 second penalty, he's sitting in there at the minute at 7th. That 5 seconds, Andrew, would drop him to almost last.
Yeah, it's a costly moment for Louis Radcliffe there. Finley Lines sat 2nd in the championship. Remember, drop scores are yet to come into play. This is a new fastest lap of the race, 43.64 for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. 8 minutes and 45 seconds
I think
in
that's
this one to go.
Sorry, Andrew, I think that's a second warning flag there from Max Gilman. We said previously he had one a couple of laps ago. There's the fight there for second of Harry Taylor and Luca Holmes-Balak. Harry doing a great job there in second place. He's very quick round this track, I've noticed, Harry is.
Yeah, he's getting back into the kind of form that we saw earlier in the season from Harry Taylor. Sits 7th in the points overnight. Had a tough time last time out at Warden Law, but this seems to be Harry Taylor back to what we saw at PF International at the start of the season. Thing is, though, has he got the pace to close down the race leader? Albert Friend is now 1.42 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Fastest driver out there is his closest championship rival, Finlay Lines, but Lines is down in 8th place right now. Emerson McAndrew-Wren is closing in, or has closed in, back to this battle for second place. The Micromax champion from last year. A lot of drivers from that Micromax class of 2023 have stepped up, of course, and another great move from Emerson McAndrew-Wren there. Down the inside, takes 3rd place away from Luca Holmes-Balak.
Warning flag there for the 112 Max Wheatley. This battle then, Andrew, for 3rd, 4th, 5th. Ollie Spencer, I think, will pretty quickly be coming into contention into that battle. He's on the chase. I think watch these drivers in 2, 3 and 4. So Taylor, McAndrew and Luca Holmes-Balak. I think they're going to start scrapping amongst themselves very quickly, because Albert Friend, he's gone in my eyes.
Yeah, I think it's still in the balance over this next lap or so. If it's down the inside, looks Emerson McAndrew-Wren on his teammate, gets the move done, through into second place. Well, you're absolutely right, Nicole. They were going to fight for this one. That's good news for Albert Friend. His lead is now 1.5 seconds, but we've seen the pace so far this weekend from the driver in the 133. It has been very, very good indeed. Harry Taylor and Luca Holmes-Balak. Well, Luca Holmes-Balak's going to look down the inside and take 3rd place away from Harry Taylor. Sweet, sweet move there into Derricks. Emerson McAndrew-Wren was quicker in that first sector than Albert Friend, so maybe there's an opportunity here for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Emerson McAndrew-Wren, Holmes-Balak and Taylor to close in. The other thing right now, though, for Albie Friend, he can go into race management mode now. He doesn't need to push all the way out. It's over to the others to see if they can close him down. That could be to the advantage of Albert Friend if he then hits the afterburners in the last couple of minutes.
I think it's quite being able to lead, have nobody in front of you and not make a single mistake for a driver is one of the toughest things you can do. I said previously, you've got no benchmarking, so it's hard to gauge, whether you're going in too slow and too fast into things. But what we see from Albie Friend weekend after weekend is he can lead absolutely no problem.
Oh, absolutely. So we'll see how those gaps change a little bit further down the order. Just to update you on other stories in this pre-final, Josh Cormack has got through past Max Gilman into 9th place. Theo Bradshaw is having a better race here as well. He's up 10 places to 13th and is in an equal share of the biggest mover award, unofficial award here in the commentary box, because Jensen Chalk has also gained 10 places, and here is Jensen Chalk all over the back of Finlay Lines. Finlay Lines chipping away here. It's back up into the top 5. The trouble for Finlay Lines, though, in terms of championship, Nicole, he's had some difficulties earlier on in the season. He needs to be scoring top 3s, top 2 race victories to start to claw back against your race leader, Albie Friend. It's still an opportunity. There's still a chance that the O-Plate winner from Wilton Mill earlier in the year could head back to Wilton Mill for the last round of the championship with a chance. But every time a race, particularly a pre-final or a final, ticks on by and Friend is finishing ahead of Lines, that opportunity is reducing.
Andrew, on the screen there, I can see there's a 5-second penalty for Jensen Chalk. Jensen was having a good run so far, but you were talking about him just a minute ago. Let's see where that would drop Jensen down to.
Drop him around to about where Alex Goods and Benjamin Lorne are, 19th, 20th places. Again, it's so competitive here in Minimax 950. Any kind of time amendment, whether that be an in-race one or any kind of... Oh, it's changed for second place. sorry, for third place. Taylor's got back through ahead of Luca Holmes-Ballack. So Harry Taylor has responded to the challenge, and well, straight down the inside again. Luca Holmes-Ballack says, no, I'm going to hold on to this third place. I think they've decided to fight here at this stage, Nicole, because the pace of Emerson Makanji-Uren at the front of that chase group has been fantastic. He is continuing to close in on Albie Friend. The lead is down to 1.2 seconds. They can't quite live with the pace of the 133 at the moment. The thing they need to be careful of, though, all of this squabbling, great news for Finlay Lyons, is it not? Because Finlay Lyons is now able to close in further, and that fifth place he's got at the moment could be improving with some classic Finlay Lyons moves between now and the end of this race.
Yeah, of course, Finlay will be thinking about trying to take a win in those finals later on, but every position he can pick off is going to benefit him in his championship fight against Albie Friend.
Absolutely. So Josh Cormack currently the fastest driver on the grid with a 43.40. Fraser Anderson has just gained a couple of spots further down the order past Jacob Jack and Benjamin Lawn, so he's back up into the top 20. Meanwhile, Tom Reed has got past Riley Morrow for 11th place. Benjamin Lawn is the latest driver to receive a 5-second penalty, so that's not good news for Benjamin Lawn, who is already having a bit of a tough race. That's going to move him down to the bottom of the runners. 25 of them. We should mention Alfie Ward is not running in this race. Hope we'll see Alfie again later on in the season. 2 minutes to go. Here is your fight for third place, and it's going to be quite the fight between Harry Taylor, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Finlay Lyons, and possibly others between now and the end of this one. As Lyons looks down the inside on his teammate, and given the championship permutations, you can understand that Luca Holmes-Ballack didn't fight that one too much. They work together very well, do these two, and that means that Finlay Lyons had to make the move stick, of course. It's a brave one down the inside. Very short braking zones here at Kimbolton, Nicole, can make overtaking, although we see it a lot here, can make overtaking a little bit tricky. Yeah,
definitely, because everybody's carrying so much momentum around those corners. We saw that move then from Finlay Lyons through Kimbolton corner. Throughout that corner, it's really late on the brakes, a late apex, and it's really about getting that drive down the straight. I said previously, some drivers opt to use that curve. We see Finlay Lyons going over again then, but yeah, it's all about that momentum, and like you said, it makes it a little bit difficult then to get those moves done.
Absolutely. So not long in this one to go. Round the outside, Jensen Chalk trying to find a way past Luca Holmes-Ballack for 5th place on the road. Not able to do so. Oliver Spencer, an interested watching party in all of this right now. Luca Holmes-Ballack defensive to the inside into Derricks. So this is, I think, again, it's all about trying to hold his 5th place. He's not quite had the race pace in the second half of this one, has Luca Holmes-Ballack. Finlay Lyons, his teammate, meanwhile, has got his eyes set on 3rd place in this race. That would be another useful haul of points for Finlay Lyons. Remember, it's 65 championship points for a race win in one of these pre-finals. 62 for 2nd, 60 points for 3rd, and then a point less for each position down through the order. So yes, it would only be a point gained for Finlay Lyons if he can find a way past Harry Taylor, but at this stage of the season you never know how important a single point could be. Time is up. Another new personal best last time around from Emerson Makanji-Uren is down to 0.6 of a second, but again, Albie Friend's race management here has been impeccable. Has it been the most dramatic race, overtakes everywhere for Albie Friend? No. I'd still say this has been one of the most impressive ones he's had of the year, as Lyons down the inside has got his 3rd place. Harry Taylor drops to 4th. Because for Albie Friend, all eyes are on him. Championship leader, had pole position yesterday, took the heat wins. Had pole position in this pre-final. Everybody's looking for where the chink in the armour is for Albie Friend. And every time the question is asked, he responds with another race victory. Yeah, definitely, and it's not even just this weekend, is it, Andrew? No. It's been the past couple of years from Albie Friend, and every weekend he just gets better and better and better. You never see like a fluctuation in performance from him. He's always there. Saying that, though, credit where it's due. Emerson Makanji-Uren has been doing a great job to catch Albie Friend up then. Great win then for Albie Friend, another 65 championship points. He extends his championship lead. Emerson McAndrew-Uren in second place. Had to fight for that one, back through the order, having fallen to fourth in the early stages, but does so. More good points for the driver for DHR there. Third for Finlay Lines. I think he'll quite like that, you know. Okay, he's lost a bit more ground in terms of the championship, but he's back at the front of the order for the final later on today, and he's on the inside of row 2. That's a useful place to be, and good points in the championship secured as well. Harry Taylor 4th, Luca Holmes-Ballack in 5th, Jensen Chalk 6th, but he is one of a number of drivers in that race who have time penalties, so drop Jensen Chalk down to around 9.5 seconds off the race leaders. Louis Radcliffe continues his good weekend there, 7th on the road. Oliver Spencer, Tom Reed and Max Gilman all in the top 10 on the road. Good drive there from Reed up 5 spots. Josh Cormack in 11th place on the road. Theo Bradshaw was 12th. Joshua Griffin, Riley Murrow and Edward Haynes completes the top 15. That's all done for now for Minimax. We'll see their final later on this afternoon. Next up for their pre-final is Micromax UK. Back here at Kimbolton, getting ready for race 16 on our schedules for this weekend. It is the Micromax UK pre-final, their 4th of the year. Very, very tight category. This one has been competitive from the very start. So let's check in with some of your hellos and welcomes. Hello to Jana Slater, cheering on Emerson in that last race. Roger Young as well. Roast Beef. I don't know if that's a name change by Deed Poll, but...
It is a Sunday.
It is a Sunday. That is a good point. It's cheering on Ella Stevens. We'll see Ella Stevens and the rest of the KZ2s shortly. So yes, keep your comments coming in. We had a poll as well of which class are you most looking forward to today. Resounding victory for Senior Rotax, 53% for Senior Rotax, 30% for Junior Rotax, 10% for Minimax, 5% for Micromax. I'm going to break from all of that voting stuff and say I'm looking forward to them all equally in their own different rights. And KZ2. Thou shalt not forget KZ2. There's Max Jolly in the number 14. We had a quick chat with him yesterday during the paddock show, which you'll be able to see at the lunch break. Chloe McGill there as well. In the number 18, moved forward yesterday. Kuryo Kiyotake there as well, flying the flag for Japan, is looking ready and up for this. And Harris Barber, look for another one of the strawberries potentially coming through the field here. Good mix of 28 drivers in this one. I know, Ian, you couldn't vote for KZ2, but again, you can't forget KZ2. And we could pass it to YouTube. YouTube, give us more than 4 voting options, please. For the polls, James Roots there in the number 21 has work to do from the back of the field. Oliver Dawson in the number 95. Good to see Ansel Murray improving as well there for RCE. Flying the flag for India, starts this one on the 11th row of the grid. But yes, let's run you through your championship points. We should do that before we get going, whilst we've got a little bit of time. Austin Oman leads, 586 points. The lead is only 10 points ahead of Luke Millward. Sebastian Behrman, though, is very much the driver in form. He's pulled himself up to equal second in the championship. But let's get ready for it. Next race out on circuit, it's Micromax UK and their pre-final. Let's take you through the order then of 28 runners in this pre-final. Sebastian Behrman and Maximilian Eberhardt on row number 1. Lucian Smith and Josh Ushka on row 2. Joshua Cook and Austin Oman on row 3. Arthur Farrow and Alfie Garrett there on row 4.
Alfie Mayer and Ian Pahal on row number 5. George Swire and George Climo on row number 6. 7 is Luke Millwood and Albert Farrow. And 8 is Charlie Page and Benedictus Masiokas.
Ava Lawrence and Harry Radcliffe go from row 9. Buddy Hugo and Logan Rolfe complete the top 10 rows. Max Jolly and Ansel Murray on row 11. Chloe McGill and Oliver Dawson on row 12. Kuyo Kiyotake and James Roots on row 13. Harris Barber and James Devereaux complete the 28 runners. We are not going yet. That is a false start. There are problems in the pits in the pre-grid for Benedictus Masiokas. So Masiokas, no bueno at the moment for the Lithuanian. Has not been able to get running and out onto the track. Hopefully, the mechanic in there can get things fixed and a bit of motive power for Benedictus there. Otherwise, it's going to be Benedictus Masiokas out of this race. The good news, though, is if you've qualified for a pre-final, you are all automatically through to the final, to the bigger race later on this afternoon. But that is a disappointing moment for Benedictus Masiokas. Just trying to see if there's any sign of that number 16 Kart coming out of the pre-grid. I don't think there is. Are we ready for a race start here? Eyes on the lights. They go out. We're racing in Micromax for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Behrman leads into turn 1. It's looking very congested in the mid-pack, and I thought that was going to be the result. That was 4 or 5 wide into a tight turn 1, and unfortunately for a number of drivers, they're going to be off the back of the main pack there. Little bit of an exuberant start, as out is the number 95. That's Oliver Dawson in the Pro Train entry. But Behrman leads. Abrahart second in the early stages of this race. And Sebastian Behrman, this form that really kicked into gear. You'd say the final wasn't even the pre-final of the heats last time out at Warden Law. It was the final when we were at Karting Northeast. From there, he has just gone on, strength to strength, won the British Grand Prix last weekend at Kart Masters. This is going to be a different challenge, though, because this so far, to me, Nicole, is looking like your classic Micromax UK race. Very close, very compact, plenty of competition. Very difficult for a race leader to break away. Yeah,
definitely. As we talk about race leaders, then Lucian Smith has made the move on Sebastian Behrman. But like we said, this Micromax class, it shows how close they are in pace and competitiveness, because the lead of the championship from Austin Oman is only 10 points from third place Sebastian Behrman. All really close, shows the parity within the engine, all bunches up and gives us some great racing then.
Other drivers who we should note were involved in that meeting down at turn 1. Logan Rolfe, Harris Barber, Harry Radcliffe, Ava Lawrence, James Roots, Ansel Murray and Buddy Hugo are all off the back of the main pack right now. Change for 4th place there. Austin Oman flew past Maximilian Abrahart. Austin Oman, the winner earlier on in the season in the final at Lark Hall, your championship leader. It's had very good consistency throughout the course of the season. Still got some scores as well that you'd say, you'd hope to be drop scores at the end of the year. He's making a nice run, I'd say, consistent run through these races. He's always there or thereabouts in that top 5.
Yeah, and we're seeing something similar in this pre-final to what we saw in one of the heats yesterday, is that your 1, 2, 3 are the 3 rookie drivers that have been really quick. So Lucian Smith, Sebastian Behrman and Josh Hushka, so new to the championship but doing a great job. At the minute then, they're still leading, no changes on that previous lap. A fastest lap there by George Swire, a 47.15. That will get quicker as we head down through and the clock ticks down a little bit. Austin Oman there in 4th. He's your current championship leader, leading the championship for Sam Pollitt Racing, who haven't had a win in this championship yet, as in whole championship wise. So I think, especially at Kart Masters, you can see how passionate the team are at the minute for, they want those wins in there. I think, not to say more than the other teams, but I think they really could deserve to take a championship home this year.
Well, it's that thing, isn't it? At the start of the season, we were talking about how SPR hadn't had a round win, then they got 2 in the space of 1 meeting up at Lark Hall. And it's like that thing of like, right, we've got a race win now, we've got a final win. What's next? Championship. That is what they're trying to achieve this year. Just looking a bit further down the order, Luke Millward's having a tough weekend, but it has got past Alfie Mayer and up to 14th place. Harry Radcliffe has got through into 20th place ahead of Logan Roll from that pack of drivers who were affected at the start. In fact, I think we can have another look at that start and what happened there. And it's on the inside. That is a very busy line. It's that point there when everyone's tightening up. You know there's going to be some form of issue.
Whoa.
Oh, my goodness me. Ansel Murray. Well, there wasn't a space launch set for this part of Cambridgeshire today, but yeah, he definitely did take some wings there. As Austin Oman trying to get down the inside of Sebastian Behrman. Here we go, championship rivals fighting toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel. Didn't quite work out on that occasion. George Swire has got through. Dian Pahal is in there as well in the number 23. Well, this is all kicked off all of a sudden. The number 24 of Arthur Farrow wants a piece of the action as well. Sebastian Behrman doesn't quite seem to have the pace in this pre-final at the moment. He's down to fourth place now. Dian Pahal down the inside of Joshua Cook there.
Joshua Cook, I think, maybe getting that move back. We'll watch him into the first corner, see if we can make it, if he can get it back on Dian Pahal, which I believe he has. Dian still trying to have a look round the outside. Fair play to Dian. He's one of those drivers where he'll give any kind of move a go.
Will indeed. Behrman fighting back. He's got back into third place, but as soon as we say that, Abrahart's back down the inside and retakes the position. So Abrahart's back into third, but as soon as we head saying that, Behrman's having another go. Keep an eye out for George Swire. George Swire and the overtaking masterclass that we saw at Larkhall, and we saw at a bit of Wardenlaw as well, seems to be in full flow here at Kimbolton. There he is, down the inside, takes fourth place. Austin Oman has got ahead again. Nice little move there. Takes fifth place, but crucially gets ahead of his closest rival in the championship as a change for the lead. It is all going on in this race. Josh Huschke has come to the front. What a weekend Huschke has been having. Lucian Smith responds, back down the inside. It's happening again, Nicole. Micromax UK in 2024. Guaranteed fantastic racing.
Yeah, I think on that first corner in this lap then, the KR Sport driver, Joshua Cook, he lost 3 positions on that entrance to the first corner. So, such a busy race.
Max Jolly coming into this one as well. He's up 12 places. Here's the driver from the northeast of England. He's into the top 10 as here goes Austin Oman on the attack down the inside of Maximilian Abrahart. Takes third place. Big stuff there. Particularly when you consider the 2 drivers ahead aren't big factors in terms of the championship stakes at the moment. Huschke running nicely in the top 10, but is around 70 points behind Austin Oman. For Lucian Smith. Lucian Smith is a little bit further back in the order than that. He's outside, well, he's just inside the top 15. So for Austin Oman, he starts to think about bigger picture. He's quite happy if he's going to be beaten by 2 drivers out there. He'd much rather it be ones who are not too close to him in terms of those championship standings. He'd still be extending his lead at the end of this race if, and it's a big if at this stage, nothing changes between now and the end of the 4 minutes and 40 seconds and the +1 lap remaining on the clock.
Austin Oman there with the fastest lap, your championship leader, on the hunt throughout this race and throughout this weekend. I think he would be, you know, every driver would prefer to be right up at the front, but our 2 rookie drivers who aren't, like you said, in championship contention are actually making this battle, you know, they're backing everybody else up into each other.
Yeah, they are indeed. 4 minutes and 15 remaining on the clock. Seems to have gone into a bit of a calmer phase of this race. Behrman defending from Arthur Farrow there.
Arthur had a good run at PFI, didn't he? You know,
yeah, he had that great win from the back, yeah. Took a surprise victory. We've got to remember as well, that was from a position where at this stage in the pre-final he was having technical troubles and nearly missed the start of that race, did Arthur Farrow. So now with what we've seen from driving the number 24, He never, ever, ever gives in. He's got some good machinery underneath him in the form of that DHR team. DHR, who, well, they dominated these classes last year. It's been one of the really exciting things to watch, of them trying to defend their titles and the other teams bringing their performance levels up another notch as well.
I would say this year, you know, the 2024 championship, we've maybe seen the level of things has kind of evened out a little bit.
Yeah.
You see a lot of other teams getting on that podium, whereas last year was kind of the same faces. It's nice to see that mix-up. You've got Pollitt in there, of course. You've had Jack's Motorsport in there. It's good to see. I like it when it's, you know, it's not just always the same teams.
Absolutely. I say it's not a case that last year's teams champions have you know, reduced their performance or dropped their game. It's the others that have stepped it up and taken the battle to them, which for us neutrals in the box is fantastic to see. Meanwhile, fight for third place. George Swire down the inside a little bit further back. Swire back up into 6th place with that move then on Arthur Farrow. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. A bit further down the order, Luke Millward has got through past Albert Farrow. It's not at the very front of things today is Luke Millward, unfortunately, but has a good record at Wilton Mill in previous races, and he knows that if this is the kind of weekend for Luke Millward where the term damage limitation comes out, and he knows that every single position he can gain is a championship point. They all count. It could be key points at the end of the season if you can recapture the form that we kind of saw at PF International and Lark Hall earlier in the season. Behrman down the inside. Lovely move from Sebastian Behrman. Gets through past Maximilian Eberhardt. So that's Behrman back up to 4th. I tell you what, the race victory battle isn't done yet, because Austin Oman at the front of this group has been working really, really hard. 46.91 last time around for Oman, a new personal best in this final. Took 2/10 out of Lucian Smith last time around and was quicker than Josh Hushka. This could be a championship-defining drive from Austin Oman for a long part of this race. He didn't look like he was going to realistically be part of the race victory equation. It was going to be beating the other close rivals in the championship for that third place. Take that script and throw it out of the window. We've got a race on here with 60 seconds to go to see who wins this pre-final and starts on pole position for the main final later on today. George Swire's back down the inside of Maximilian Eberhardt through Stoke Corner. They're still side by side as they run through the Willows. Joshua Cook and Arthur Farrow trying to get in there as well. As off the road there goes Joshua Cook for a slight moment. Gets back on the circuit, keeps his position. A little bit of rallycross there for Joshua Cook, but there's the problem. You get to the next corner. Oh, it's wide goes Arthur Farrow. Was about to mention rallycross. That's very much a wider Joker lap line for Arthur Farrow. He'll have dirt on his tyres now. Very, very close once again. Drivers about to head on to their penultimate lap.
Arthur Farrow then, when he caught the grass, did a good job just to keep his foot in. I think in a lot of situations that is the best thing you can do. Don't back off, because then you lose your pace, you catch the wrong bit of grass. Kept his foot in, flat out over the grass, and managed to regain the track then. I just did see a 5-second penalty on the board. Didn't quite catch who that was for. Charlie Page then. There will drop Charlie down to around about 24th.
Yeah. So time is up. Austin Oman. Now this is a test. This is a real test for Austin Oman, because we've been talking in this race, Nicole, how championship-wise this is a pretty good race for Austin Oman. But the racing driver temptation of, there's another 2 points there in front of me. There's another 5 points if I can get to the front. It's that risk versus reward thing now. How do you think Austin Oman will be playing this final lap?
There's 2 sides to it.
Well, I thought he was going to have a little go there into turn 1, but again, thinks better of it. I think Austin Oman's playing this quite wise.
Yeah, I think the risk to maybe go in on Lucian Smith and cause an incident is a bit too much. Lucian there sitting defensively. Josh Hushka, though, doing a really good job to keep his lead nice and calm. Was having a few looks over the shoulder to work out how far behind Lucian Smith and his teammate Austin Oman is sitting then. Still, Lucian Smith going defensive. Austin Oman was having a look Still defensive into the last corner. I think Austin's just going to sit there, Andrew.
He is indeed, but Josh Hushka is going to take a first win of the season in a pre-final. What a drive from Josh Hushka, his best result of the season so far. Lucian Smith is second. Austin Oman, a very, very useful third in the championship stakes. He'll extend his championship lead at this point of the day, and will go into the final with a lot of confidence. Sebastian Behrman fourth, fifth for George Swire, sixth for Maximilian Aberhart, Joshua Cook, and is in that top 10 completed by Arthur Farrow, Max Jolly and Dean Pal. George Climo in 11th, Alfie Garrett and Alfie Mayer 12th and 13th. Albert Farrow finishes P14. The top 15 was completed by Luke Millwood. Good drive there as well from Chloe McGill. Chloe was up 7 places in that race to 16th, was the second biggest mover in that race, the biggest of them being Max Jolly. Harry Radcliffe 17th, Ava Lawrence, Charlie Page and Harris Barber complete the top 20. Drivers who had troubles in that race, unfortunately: Logan Rolfe, James Devereaux, Kuyo Kiyotake, James Roots, Buddy Hugo and Ansel Murray, the last of the 26 finishers. 1 retirement from that race was Oliver Dawson. 1 did not start for Benedictas Masiokas. Well, there we go. Micromax, we will see them back out for their final later on this afternoon. They will be the second final later on. It'll go off from 2:15 on our schedule. We're going to put Rotax to one side for a little bit because we've got KZ2 coming out shortly for their pre-final. Nicole, and been a good morning of racing from all of the Rotax classes so far. Yeah,
quite tame as well, I think, from what we've seen. Nice and calm. We'll see if it maybe gets a little bit spicier as we go into the rest of the pre-finals. But yeah, quite a bit mellow to start.
Mellow
this morning.
But close and competitive.
Yes.
That's what we like to see. As I say, KZ2 is up next after this. Back with us here at Kimbolton, getting ready for race 17 on our schedules here this weekend for event 7 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships 2024. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for, get ready for it, KZ2. Say it proud, say it loud, because the karts are going to be loud out there on circuit. There's a quick sight of the number 7 of Derek Morgan. We spoke to Derek Morgan during the paddock show. A couple of problems for him yesterday. Who knows what's going to happen across the course of the next 12 minutes. It's going to be competitive. KZ2 pre-final is next. Let's take you through the grid then of 15 runners for the KZ2 pre-final. Jake Weston on form this weekend, has pole position. Charlie Turner alongside on the front row. Miles Murphy and Josh Price are on row 2. Ella Stevens and James Glenister. Glenister won last time out on row 3. Sam Ward and Ashley Lewis on row number 4.
Row number 5 is Derek Morgan and Lee Ward. 6 will be Ryan Green and George Barker. 7 we have Daniel Sabula and Bryn Kinch. And in 15th and on the 8th row is Brian Kittle.
Championship. How does it look after yesterday's races? Well, Josh Price has still got the lead of the championship, 495 points. Charlie Turner is next up on 478. Lee Ward holding third place on 458, but only by a single point ahead of Ashley Lewis. Jake Weston took his first big haul of points, maximum haul of points in the championship yesterday. Another 2 points back on 455. He's 2 points ahead of Ella Stevens. Miles Murphy a further 4 back. It is very tight and congested in that run from 3rd down to 7th in the championship. Less than 10 points covering them, and still a lot of racing to go. Remember, this is round 4 of 6. This is the second time this year that KZ2 will have a pre-final because it's not a double header. When we get to the double header later on in the season to do rounds 5 and 6, that'll be back to the format we saw at Shennington a couple of weekends ago of heats and then straight into finals. Hello to Motorsport Magpie, busy as ever in the comments. Calm, relaxing drive on a Sunday. Well, yeah, to an extent in what we saw with the Rotax classes. That is not going to be the case in this one, everybody. This is going to be another heart-pounding race for KZ2. And the big question, Nicole, can Jake Weston continue the form that we saw yesterday?
Yeah, that is the question. I also have a question for you then, Andrew, is 2 years in a row then, James Glenister has been on the podium here at the British Kart Championships. 2022, a number 1, and then 23 was a 3rd. Do you reckon he could make it 3 out of 3? I
reckon he could, but he needs a good result in this one. Looks a bit out of sorts yesterday in the heats, but we saw from from the finals at Shennington, the 2 of them there, that you never count out James Glenister, the most successful driver in this category. We're ready to go racing though in KZ2 for the pre-final. Lights are coming on, 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them, ready for them to go out, and away we go. Very good start for Charlie Turner. Brilliant start from 2nd on the grid, and Turner has the lead going through Stowe into the Willows for the first time. Everybody's got away. George Barker and Byron Kittle have not taken the start in this one, but 13 karts running towards the Dan Weldon corner now, aimed in honour of one of this place's greatest sons. What has the start been like for those who had good ones yesterday? Well, I can see Miles Murphy is there in 4th place. I think Ella Stevens has fallen down a little bit again. It's the first lap that seems to be the Achilles heel for Ella Stevens so far this season, but it's the end of lap 1. Turner leads from Price, is down the inside. Sam Ward going for a move there. I think that was on Ashley Lewis. Yes, it was, but it didn't work out for either of them. Breakaway of 4 at the front. It's Turner for Rush Performance, and then a plethora of more racing runners. Price, Weston and Murphy all in the top 4 at the moment.
On that first lap then through the Willows, I thought James Glenister kind of got out of sorts. He does look like he's pulled it back slightly, got a bit more momentum going, but he just kind of caught the apex of the corner wrong, lost 2 or 3 positions. We've got then Josh Price has gone up 2 positions. Your biggest mover is Lee Ward. Coming through then George Barker and Byron Kittle are out.
Yeah, did not take the start of this race. Derek Morgan was defensive there ahead of Ella Stevens. Ella Stevens has got it all to do. Once again, the driver who won the E-plate at the Shennington Super Prix some 3 weeks ago. Has been a busy summer of racing for Ella Stevens, but she's got it, as I say, all to do at this stage. Ashley Lewis just behind there as well. Daniel Sabula bringing up the rear of the field at the moment, but the whole field covered by less than 5 seconds at this stage, making that 5.5 seconds. New fastest lap of the race from James Glenister. Okay, so is this the point where we start to see James Glenister upping the ante? We didn't see him at Warden Law. He didn't take part in the first round, so in effect this is the first pre-final of the year for James Glenister, but we saw 2 weeks ago at Shennington just his ability to crank it up, crescendo that performance as we get into the latter stages. He took 2 wins last time out across those 2 rounds in Oxfordshire. What can he do here?
Yeah, he was saying at Shennington as well, he's been out of the kart pretty much completely all season until that weekend. Pretty impressive that you can jump back in, you know, at Shennington and at this weekend and still be, you know, at that high level.
Oh,
We've got
very
teammates
close.
there.
Very, very close between the teammates, and still very close between Josh Price and Jake Weston over second place. And hello, here's another one of the more racing gang getting involved. Miles Murphy down the inside for third place.
Glenister as well.
Glenister will be loving this. He'll be like, have at it, boys, because I can pick you off one by one. He's already got past Weston. It's back up into 4th.
James Glenister there, he was saying, you guys crack on, I'll pick you off, I'll pick you off.
Yeah, 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go. This is good news for Charlie Turner, though, because all of a sudden he's got a 1.4 second lead. How does the dynamic change now as we enter the middle phase of this race? Josh Price, remember, is your championship leader. The driver second in the standings is the one they're trying to chase down. But all of these drivers so competitive. Is out of the race there is Lee Ward. Well, Lee Ward, who had a tremendous run, has changed for third place. Glenister has got through past Murphy. Here he comes. He was a bit down yesterday. He wasn't quite at full pace, it would seem. But James Glenister is back now and charging through this order. Just to go back to what we saw there, Lee Ward is out of this race in the number 10. It has not been a good weekend so far for Lee Ward. Looks like he may be losing his third place in the championship with this result, depending on how the likes of Ashley Lewis, Ella Stevens and Jake Weston can do it. Here goes Glenister down the inside of Price for second place, and he's got it done. What a move from James Glenister.
He has certainly lit things up on this Sunday.
But he's still got time to find. 1.75 seconds now, the gap between Turner and Glenister. What can Glenister do now through the early parts of this next lap? What can Turner do in terms of response? Well, at the moment, Turner is a bit quicker through the second sector. 7 minutes remaining in this one. Glenister confirmed over the line on the lap chart. That's going to be a P2 move. 1.83 seconds the gap, and Turner has just done his fastest lap of the race so far. Towards Dan Weldon once again. Can Miles Murphy find a way through past his teammate? How much discussion will there have been as well in the Moore Racing camp in terms of trying to protect the championship lead for Josh Price? We'll see in due course. Ella Stevens, unfortunately, still behind Derek Morgan. Derek Morgan's done a great job to defend it. Just takes a slight defensive line there. Not a big one, not going all the way to driver's right and sticking it on the white lines for the track limits, but just putting that down in the mind for Ella Stevens. Then it's going to need a mega move to get through there. Derek Morgan using all of his experience right now, holding nicely in 6th place.
Charlie Turner, though, doing a great job out there in the front. Lapping at a 35.49 now, so James Glenister in second is slightly faster, only by just over half a tenth. James Glenister there put a purple sector 3 in with an 11.18. Fastest lap, though, held by Ella Stevens.
Yeah, it's been the story of the season so far. When the races get going and you get into, you know, as we are now on lap 11, I've no doubt that the Jade Racing Team E-plated kart is probably the quickest piloted machine in this field, but it's the starts that, for whatever reason, I know there was clutch issues last time at Shennington, that they just don't seem to be falling into place, and it leaves Ella Stevens with a lot of work to do against a very experienced and high quality field.
Yeah, you said earlier it was kind of a good way to sum it up. Just those starts are the Achilles heel at the minute for her.
5 minutes to go in this one then. Turner's lead is coming down bit by bit. It's 1.4 seconds now ahead of James Glenister. There has been a change for 4th. Jake Weston has got through past Miles Murphy, so a swap of the teammates there. as now Ella Stevens has the opportunity down the inside that she's been looking for and got it done very nicely indeed. So Ella Stevens back up to 6th place. Good defence from Derek Morgan. Good pace as well. Can concentrate now on holding 7th place, and should do really, because it's got a 1.2 second gap back to the likes of Ashley Lewis and Sam Ward.
James Glenister snatched that fastest lap then back off of Ella Stevens with a 35.34. He is now lapping 0.2 of a lap faster than Charlie Turner. As it stands, not sure if it would be enough to try and catch him up.
Miles Murphy was having a look down the inside of Josh Price there and has got through. So there has been a change between the Moore Racing runners. Jake Weston has come up to 3rd place, and the highest ranked driver amongst these 3 in the championship at the moment is going to have to be content with 5th place. The concern is driver closest to him in those standings overnight. He's looking at a 65 championship score here. It would only be the 2nd time that Charlie Turner has achieved that this season. That was the final victory that he took at Warden Law about a month and a half ago. 3.5 minutes remaining. Wouldn't lose the lead in the championship for Josh Price, but it was 17 points at the start of the day. It would at the moment go down to 10.
I think what's really helped Josh so far in his championship lead as well is just that consistency.
That's true, yeah.
He is just consistently within that top 4, whereas we've seen other drivers like Charlie Turner. Charlie at Warden and at Shennington had some clutch issues on that KZ, which has caught him out throughout. Ella Stevens there going down into Stowe. She did have a look on the number 2, didn't quite get it done, backed out quite late from that. See if she has a look again then going down the straight. Still just sat behind Josh Price. Definitely having a look though.
Into Dan Weldon corner once again, 2.5 minutes to go. Charlie Turner 1 second clear of James Glenister now. That lead is coming down, but I don't think at a kind of rate that would worry Charlie Turner too much at the moment. Similar to what we saw with Albie Friend and Minimax earlier. I think he's just controlling this one. Trying to do the old adage of winning a race as slowly as possible, saving the materials for later on when we get to the final later on in the afternoon. Charlie Turner knows he needs every single point he can get at the moment to put that pressure on the number 2 here, Josh Price, who is under threat here of losing more points in terms of his championship lead if Ella Stevens can find a way through. No opportunity there through Kimbolton corner. James Glenister, another new fastest lap of the race. Nicole, here comes Ella Stevens down the inside, and she's got the move done. Same as what we saw from Ella against Derek Morgan. Rinse and repeat. That's 5th place past Josh Price. Nice
and clean and confident as well, that was from Ella. In there, down the straight, got it done. And we'll see now if she drives off from Josh.
So it's a very curious race this for Josh Price, because
started off really well.
Started off fantastically well. As out of the race looks to be Bryn Kinch. Bryn Kinch, another driver developing all the time. I just wonder whether that might be a fitness thing. I couldn't see anything obvious on the 42 that was wrong. We do know that Bryn had to retire a couple of races at Shennington.
Yeah. He was very honest about that as well, which I think I would have never been if that was me. I would have just said, Kart issue, but fair play to him. He was just like, I'm too tired.
I mean, I'm so warm I'm barely keeping it together in the comms box. Never mind what it's like out there for these KZ2 drivers in very warm conditions here at Kimbolton. 40 seconds to go. Ooh, it's going to be close as to whether this is 2 more laps to go. I think it'll be 3. I think we'll cross the line next time around with a couple of seconds on the clock. That is not good news for Charlie Turner, because his teammate, James Glenister, is charging along here and is now only 0.4 of a second behind. Charlie Turner wants to see that checkered flag as soon as possible in this one. Now, these two are teammates.
As well, James is not in a title fight, is he? And they are teammates. Charlie is in contention for that championship win, so keep an eye. I personally wouldn't be surprised if James does just sit there and gives it to Charlie for this one.
Possibly so. They did indeed cross the line with 2 seconds to go, so 2 more laps in this KZ2 pre-final. No other changes to report. Still Weston, Murphy, Stevens, Price taking us down to 6th place. Morgan Ward, Lewis, Cebula and Green, the remaining runners in this one. 2 retirements, Brinkinch and Lee Ward. George Barker and Byron Kittle did not take the start. James Glenister, I think this has been another one of those races from James Glenister where he's just looked to prove a point. You know, he's closed up to Charlie Turner here. He'll be sitting there going, yeah, I could go for this, I could go for the move, but given the title picture and this being a very good return for Charlie Turner, she's going to sit there and take second place. This has been a very composed run from these drivers. They've only got one more big braking zone to go. Ella Stevens has got through past Miles Murphy, by the way, for 4th place. This is a big race for Charlie Turner. Second time this season, he gets the full complement of points. He wins the pre-final here at Kimbolton, takes it by half a second ahead of James Glenister. Very useful race for the O-Plate holder because his title rival, Josh Price, the driver who's trying to close down here, 7th in that race. There it is, Turner from Glenister, Weston, Stevens, Murphy, Morgan, your top 6. Josh Price only 7th in that one, ahead of Sam Ward. Ashley Lewis, Daniel Cebula in 10th place. Brian Green, the last of the 11 finishers. Bryn Kinch retired 4 laps from the end. Lee Ward in the early stages in that one. George Barker and Byron Kittle did not take the start. How will that change things in terms of the championship points? The gap was 17. I think it's now down to 8 points. So, you know, if that form continues for Charlie Turner through the final, we could see a new leader in the championship at the end of today. Definitely
so. And Andrew, something to mention, I think the racing's gonna... it's got very hot all of a sudden. I don't know what you think. It was a bit cooler this morning, but I feel like in the past kind of 10 minutes, yeah. Well,
we are getting to the heat of the day, of course. Still more racing to come before the lunch break. We switch back to the Rotax classes. Seniors coming up after this. Welcome back to Kimbolton, getting ready for the pre-final. What are we seeing down there, Nicole, in Senior Rotax?
They're all looking a bit too relaxed for me. They just stood there having a laugh. Question for you then, Andrew.
Yes.
This is going to be exciting, but if you could sum up your expectations of this Senior Rotax pre-final in one word, what would it be?
Sizzling. It's sizzling out there on the track, and I think the temperatures in the race suits are going to be high as well. We will keep you up to date with the maths and the points and all the rest of it, because we could see a title decided today in Senior Rotax. It's not say definite, I would say. You know, it's all on Macaulay Bishop continuing some very good results, and maybe his championship rivals having a bit of bad luck along the way. But this is going to be a really, really key race, I feel. Onboard camera is back out as well, and our recipient of it for this one is Joshua Graham. Joshua, who has had a good season, has taken wins so far this year, and starts on the inside of row 3. Let's take you through that grid in a moment. Next up, it's the Senior Rotax pre-final. Here we go then. Pre-final for Senior Rotax. Kai Hunter on pole position, joined by Macaulay Bishop, your championship leader. Guy Cunnington, second in the championship, is on row 2 and is alongside Caden McQueen. Joshua Graham and Cian Garrity start on row 3. Then on row 4, it's a returning Mark Kimber and Ewan Charman.
Row number 5 is Jack Lilly and Teddy Pritchard-Williams. 6 is Pearson Bullock Carter and potential championship contender Callum Bradshaw. 7 is Harry Hannum, attending this event as a wild card, and Angus Scrivener. And 8 is Louis Weaver and Archie Walker.
Brandon Klein, Nagelvort and Jack Collins start on row 9. Good day for Collins yesterday. Row 10, Tristan Rennie and Deacon Russell. Row 11, Gustav Uzakovs and Tyler Harris. Row 12, David Alsletner and Rachel Robertson.
Row 14 is Archie Bottle and Luke Bates. 14 is Ralph Jungling and Alex Duncan. 15 will be Neo Clark, who pushed through the repechage alongside Ethan Martin. 16 is Alex Adams-Acton and Zach Heslop. And 17 is John Brown and Jack Gillingham.
34 drivers, big field, and as I say, a lot at stake in this one. Remember, this race sets the grid for the final as well, and because it's a big field, you do not want to be tumbling down from the front. Are we good? No, we're going to go around for another formation lap. I think there was a little bit of a break there on the anti-pole side of the grid. Here on board with Joshua Graham. Starts this race on the 3rd row of the grid. Driver who took the win at Lark Hall earlier in the year with a very impressive run.
Impressive, definitely, and I do believe Joshua is the youngest one within this grid. So to be, up there in the fight against the likes of Mark Kimber, Callum Bradshaw, who are European and world champions, impressive.
Well, I think it's been one of the stories of senior racing in the British Kart Championship so far this season. We were seeing it a bit 2 weeks ago at Shennington as well. Youth coming through,
yes.
Drivers we've known for a very long time, of course, racing through the cadet classes, racing through the inter classes and the juniors. And it's what's making, in the case of Senior Rotax, for a very, very interesting championship. And of course, with events later on in the year, talk about the Rotax Grand Festival and the E-Plate meeting. So for the seniors, that is their E-Plate meeting. How many of them will be in this field will we see there? I know there's some of these drivers with thoughts on other things later on in September as well. No, we're going to go around again for another false start.
Let's have a chat then, Andrew, about Callum Bradshaw.
Yes.
Callum starting a little bit further back than probably should be. He had a 10-second penalty yesterday in that second heat.
Problems for Deacon. Sorry, Nicole. Problems for Deacon Russell. Deacon Russell and Jack's Motorsports number 21 looks to be out of this race.
It was 2 false starts, so I don't know if maybe that's an oiling up issue there for Deacon. Wouldn't be surprised if that is what the issue is. But yeah, we were talking about Callum previously.
We were, yeah. It's P18, the classified results for Callum Bradshaw yesterday after that 10-second penalty. We dropped all the way down from 3rd place, but has got an opportunity here to get the weekend back on track. You can see as well, everybody, of course, on used tyres. They've all done 2 heats, and the times qualifying yesterday as well.
Has he got 2 different coloured boots on?
The Alex Wirtz strats. That's one for back in the day. Yes, he is wearing different coloured boots like
Dressed
Alex
in the
Wirtz
dark.
used to in 90s Formula 1. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Away for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Good aggressive start from Kai Hunter. Holds on to the lead. Macaulay Bishop electing not to try and sling it round the outside. Just take 2nd place for now. And Kai Hunter immediately knows he's going to have to get his elbows out and defend a little bit. That's got to be careful, of course. We have seen some reprimands for blocking. Caden McQueen's had a good start as well. And he's up to 3rd place. It's off
Ralph
there towards
Jungling,
the back. Yeah, Ralph Jungling going off in the number 25.
Is that Rachel Robertson with him?
I think it might well have been. It did look like the white, green and orange of a Guy Cunnington driver, and those two did start pretty close to each other on the grid. Through into 2nd place. Caden McQueen has got ahead of Macaulay Bishop. Good stuff there from Caden McQueen. Caden McQueen, who is a big factor at Kart Masters less than a week, well, it is 1 week ago, 7 days ago in those Grand Prix finals, back in Wera British Kart Championships action this weekend, though, and looking for his best results of the season so far, looking as well to improve on 5th place in the championship, which is where he sits at the moment. So, into Kimbolton corner to complete lap number 2. You can see the number 42 of Ewan Charman. Eagle-eyed amongst you will note he has changed. There's Bishop down the inside of McQueen. Has he got the move
back
done?
Up the inside.
McQueen going in once again. Brilliant stuff from Kane and McQueen. Fighting back through there on Macaulay Bishop.
Cunnington.
Cunnington down the inside of Macaulay Bishop takes 3rd place. Are they all ganging up on him here? Are they having a discussion earlier about how to tackle the tour de force that is Macaulay Bishop in 2024? He's down in 4th place now, on board with Joshua Graham. That's Cian Geraghty ahead of us. Bishop says, nope, not having any of that. Back down the inside. Gets Guy Cunnington's 3rd place back for himself. More moves further down the order. Back on board with Joshua Graham. It's happening again, Nicole. Senior Rotax, you don't know where to look in one of these races. Overtakes galore.
Definitely, and having been the senior, only a year ago, we don't know where to look. I don't think some of these drivers know where to look.
Bit of a battle there between Geraghty and Graham over 5th place. Ewan Charman just behind, just to finish the point. Yes, the eagle-eyed amongst you will note that the red and white of a Birrell ART has gone. Ewan Charman has switched into Hunter Motorsports, running the CS55 chassis for this weekend, and it's going pretty well for him at the moment, solidly in the top 10. Teddy Pritchard-Williams is on the scene as well, has got through past Ewan Charman for 7th place, now is defending to hold on to that position through turn number 1. Bradshaw's on the scene as well, Callum Bradshaw coming back through past Mark Kimber, now has got Jack Lilly in his sights, and a spot higher up in the top 10. Warning flag is out. Quite a few of them have been out in the early stages of this one. The latest one has gone to Jack Collins. Ewan Charman amongst those warned, and the number 17 is under investigation as well. That's Alex Duncan, a little bit further down the order.
Keep an eye out for the 53 of Mark Kimber. Well, let's have a look to see if he makes a move on Jack Lilly soonish, and I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to catch back up to Callum and helps him push his way back through the order. There's Callum there getting the move done on Ewan Charman. Jack Lilly there, see if he has a look. Ewan did lose a bit of momentum there through the first corner. Mark's right there in the fight as well, but as all of this is going on, Kai Hunter is pulling away really nicely. Fastest lap is there on the last lap for Macaulay Bishop, the DHR driver. Alex Duncan is under investigation, the number 17. He is, of course, Kai Hunter's teammate this year. He moved over to the Hunter Motorsport livery.
Penalty for Alex Adams-Acton, plus 5 seconds. Alex Adams-Acton a bit further down the order, came through from the repechage, of course. 7 3/4 minutes to go. Ewan Charman looking to keep those behind. Jack Lilly's going, no, I'm having some of that, thank you very much.
Nice
up
move
into
by
9th
Jack.
place. Mark Kimber gesturing there to say, come on, let's get on with this. And Angus Scrivener also coming into play. Angus Scrivener having a good weekend, is up to 12th place now. Gustav Uzakovs is in this group, Nicole. Now, Gustav Uzakovs had a bit of a disaster start to the weekend, but has got himself back into contention here. So up into the top 15, that's all getting a little bit busy. Jack Collins is in the middle of it all. As round goes one of the MLCs. Louis Weaver is out as well. Is that Tyler Harris off? Yes, it is. Tyler Harris out of contention from this one. Such a shame for Harris. Was up into the top 15, but will get back into the race, but is now down in 32nd place.
You notice as well the gaps between Kai Hunter and Cian Geraghty, from 1st to 7th, is all spread out a little bit more there, Andrew.
Yeah, it has a bit, as after that frenetic first third of this race, we're about halfway through the allocated time. As out of the race is Louis Weaver. Tyler Harris has also pulled into the pits. It doesn't take them long here at Kimbolton after they cross the finish line. They hold to driver's left, dive straight into the paddock. They'll lick their wounds and look to get a bit of an earlier start ahead of the final later on this afternoon. So here's your race leader, Kai Hunter, undefeated so far this weekend, fastest in qualifying, and then took 2 heat wins yesterday as well. The reigning champion looking to get his championship campaign back on track. He was pretty coy yesterday when we spoke to him during the paddock show about the how realistic a run at the championship is this year, but right now he's giving it his all. The question for me, Nicole, how has Hunter played things over the last 5 or 6 laps? Because Caden McQueen has caught him now. 40.46 last time around for Caden McQueen on lap number 9. Has Kai just almost been luring them in? Has he got enough now with the tyres, with the materials in the shape that they're in, to hit it hard now and start to just hold McQueen at that 0.4 second of gap?
Caden obviously has taken a bit of a chunk out of Kai. Don't know whether that's just on pure pace, that Caden is the faster driver, you know, he's in the toe of Kai Hunter, or if Kai has decided just to back off maybe slightly, preserve those tyres. Yeah. They were having a chat on the grid. I don't know if maybe they came up with a bit of a game plan. I don't know. But yeah, he is taking a chunk out of him. Keep an eye. I don't know if Caden would go in. I think Caden would kind of just prefer to guarantee that front row start for the final. I know Mark Kimber had made the move previously a couple of laps ago on Ewan Charman. He's now sitting in 10th. Yeah. But yeah, it's all. You said it was going to be a sizzling race. I think that has been what we've seen so far.
So 4.5 minutes remaining of this one. End of lap 11. Hunter still leads from McQueen. This is the fight for 4th place on your screens. Heading through the Willows now. Guy Cunnington ahead of Joshua Graham. Joshua Graham looking to get back in the major points. He's 8th in the championship overnight. He's got a bit of a deficit to find to catch up to Teddy Pritchard-Williams ahead in 7th place, but could be doing so with this performance. Pritchard-Williams, in fact, I say that, Teddy Pritchard-Williams has closed in behind Joshua Graham, so scratch that last comment. He is right there, is the Welshman, looking to pounce on any opportunities for these two. Another new fastest lap of the race from Caden McQueen. Hunter has responded. Hunter is now into the 40.4s himself. So it does look at the moment that Hunter is just again playing the game of tyre management and material management to keep McQueen at that gap where it just keeps in McQueen's mind that thought of like, don't do it here, too far back, don't go for the move now. He'll try and just hold him there again, try and win it as slowly as possible, save himself for the final later on today, knowing that he's got a good opportunity at taking a clean sweep at the moment, but he's still got another 3 minutes of holding Caden McQueen off if he's going to keep that hope alive. Macaulay Bishop's still there as well. Do not write him off. Remember, right back to the start of the season, in the final, in the O-Plate at Wilton Mill, he was down in around 10th place, and it's like decent effort for a first run in seniors. And then he pounced from a lot further back than he is now. Hunter checks over his shoulder just to assess how far away is Caden McQueen. He's too far back there. If McQueen wants to have a go into Kimbolton corner, he's got to be pretty much on the rear bumper of Kai Hunter heading into that turn. Same with turn 1. This, Nicole, is where Kai Hunter will be looking to use every ounce of experience that he's got over the years here in this senior Rotax category. Caden McQueen very experienced in his own right as well. This is going to be a really, really interesting fight to watch for these last 2 minutes. These are two drivers as well who have been at the front for years. Yep. You know, years and years. They've both been in kart since they were about 6. So they're mature enough and experienced enough to know the score. I know I can see out the window as well, these drivers are of course being signalled to by mechanics and team managers. So there is messaging going on for Kai and Caden to know, you know, Kai maybe pick the pace up a little bit. Let's keep Caden there. Caden will be signalled, maybe go in, maybe don't. So they both know what to do, but they're also being told what to do. There's a warning flag out there from the stewards for the 39 of Harry Hannum. Harry, of course, entered this round as a wild card, so he's not in any kind of championship battle or championship contention. There is Macaulay Bishop on your screen. I feel like, Andrew, in the past couple of laps, Macaulay's caught up to these two in the front quite quickly. He has. It's interesting to wonder how Bishop plays this, because he's got this healthy lead in the championship. I know he'll want to go in and win this race if he can, but at the same time, a third place in this pre-final, another 60 points on the scorecard, and a third place for the final as well. We shouldn't forget that these race positions carry over to the start of the main trophy race later on today, and it'll be another baseline for him to stick another load of points onto the tally. And again, not quite the same situation, because I wouldn't count out the likes of Hunter and McQueen from the title picture at this stage. When we were talking earlier, about drivers in third place, Austin Oman trying to, retain his championship lead, being ahead of his closest rivals. That is the same situation for Macaulay Bishop at the moment. Guy Cunnington is one place further back. Bradshaw, a little bit further back than that. It's got back up to 8th place. This is another very useful race for Macaulay Bishop as championship leader. Yeah,
definitely, and I think that 10-second penalty for Callum yesterday has wounded him a little bit going through the rest of this championship, and Macaulay and DHR are smart enough to then work out some tactics. You don't necessarily have to win always. Yep. Sometimes, just those podiums, those thirds, fourths, there's a potential move there. Joshua Graham, Teddy Pritchard Williams going defensive then into the first corner to try and hold off our camera. Kart, Josh through the willows trying to make it stick. Teddy keeps it there. There's a 5-second penalty there for the 42 of Ewan Charman. Still this fight is going on. Now Joshua Graham is having to worry about Jack Lilly slightly, giving Teddy a little bit of breathing room.
So here we go then, last lap. Kai Hunter has still got Caden McQueen for attention, but the experience of Kai Hunter is going to win out here. He's going to control this one to the checkered flag and take his third race victory of the weekend. Big result there for Kai Hunter. Caden McQueen in second place. Macaulay Bishop, as you say, Nicole, it's not a win, but it's a very useful haul of 60 championship points, with his closest contender, Guy Cunnington, across the line in 4th, Teddy Pritchard Williams 5th, Joshua Graham 6th, Jack Lilly 7th, Callum Bradshaw in 8th place. What that all means is that the drivers 2nd and 3rd in the championship at the start of today have lost a little bit more ground. Very small margins, but again, they've lost a bit more ground to Macaulay Bishop. Just to run through the rest of the order. Jack Lilly was 7th, Callum Bradshaw 8th, Cian Geraghty and Archie Walker in the top 10. Mark Kimber P11 ahead of Gustav Uzakov's. Great drive there from Uzakov's. Up 9. Wasn't quite the biggest mover in that race, but was pretty good nonetheless. Harry Hannum in 13th ahead of Ewan Charman and Angus Scrivener. That was the top 15. Pearson Bullock Carter P16 ahead of Tristan Rennie, Archie Buttle, and then you find your biggest mover in that race. In 19th place, Neo Clark up from the back of the grid, having made it through the repechage. 20th, Jack Collins, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort P21, David Al-Lejner in 22nd ahead of John Brown, Alex Duncan, Ralph Youngling. They're all in the top 25. Alex Adams-Acton P26 ahead of Luke Bate, Zach Heslop, Ethan Martin, Rachel Robertson, Jack Gillingham, the last of the 31 finishes in that one. 3 retirements, Tyler Harris, Louis Weaver and Deacon Russell. So we will see the final for Senior Rotax later on today. That will be at 3:15. One more pre-final to go before the lunch break. Junior Rotax coming up after we have a little bit of a word of something that you can get involved with later on when we have our season finale for Rotax at Wilton Mill.
Full weekend hospitality at Wilton Mill. Experience the final round of the Rotax British Kart Championship with VIP hospitality. Following feedback from competitors, teams and parents, Motorsport UK, in conjunction with Wilton Mill, are delighted to offer full weekend hospitality, including tea and coffee, soft drinks, breakfast and lunch, high-speed Wi-Fi and access to the live stream action. Limited availability, so get your tickets now.
£50 plus VAT for 2 loads of breakfast, 2 loads of lunch and a load of extras as well. That sounds like a cracking deal to me. Let's get ready for the next race, Nicole. Junior Rotax race number 19, pre-final, and Harry Bartle looking in very good form so far this weekend. Another opportunity of taking a race victory. Let's get ready for it. Junior Rotax pre-final is next. take you through the grid then for Junior Rotax in their pre-final. Harry Bartle, as mentioned, on pole position. Hugh Moulton alongside on the front row. Jack West and Lewis Goff on row 2. Charlie Neve, having a brilliant weekend, is on row 3 alongside Thomas Min-Spearing. Then on row 4, it's Joshua Turnbull and William Antrobus.
Alpine Academy's Lizzie Mentier and Finley Jones are on 5. 6 will be Noah Barham and Joshua Smith. Row number 7 is India's Ariman Bansal and William Archer. Row number 8 is Cole Denham and Owen Neve.
All KR Sport Affair on row 9. It's Vlad Tomanchuk and Thomas Behrman. Emily Cotty and Harrison Crowther complete the top 20. Charlie Cox and Victor Hansen go from row 11, and it's Charlie King and Finley Buck on row 12.
Row 13 is Albie Lapper and Cameron Nelson. 14 is Joe Anderson and Shane Shanjaria. 15 is Ryan Gandor and Zach McDonald. 16 is Joel Dixon Cohen and Henry Cameron. And rounding out our 34 kart grid is Adam Wooden and Kai Beach.
So there are your runners and riders for this pre-final in Junior Rotax. Harry Bartle has the championship lead by 15 points over William Antrobus. Can he extend it in this one? Lights are out. We're racing for the last pre-final here at Kimbolton before the lunch break, and it's a good start for Harry Bartle on the inside. It's getting a little bit busy in the second half of the field, but I think everybody has made it through the first couple of corners. There's one of the DHRs running a bit slowly.
Is that Lizzie Mentier?
Might be Lizzie Mentier. We'll catch that in a moment. I think it's Noah Barham. Noah Barham in the number 22 was going slowly outside of our commentary box window, heading out of the Willows. But no matter, for Harry Bartle, he leads from Hugh Moulton. Jack West there in third place. End of the first lap. Bartle leads by quarter of a second. Moulton defends to the inside. West is nearly out of control going into Stowe Corner. He was pointing left, then pointing right, then pointing left again. He somehow gets it stopped and keeps him in this battle for the top 4.
That has given Harry Bartle, though, again, early on, breathing room. I know Hugh Moulton will be on the chase, but Harry, he is having a cracking time this weekend. Oh, that's William Antrobus. William Antrobus is off. Who is that with Andrew?
I think that was Finley Jones, the number 28 of Finley Jones, but that is a big, big moment in the story of this year's Junior Rotax British Kart Championship, because the driver second in the standings heading into today is out of this one, and with it being a pre-final, he's going to have to start the final from the back. That is a bitter, bitter blow to William Antrobus. He's been in such good form the last few weeks. He took that big win at Lark Hall. He nearly had the win at Warden Law as well, but he is now staring at a big, big job ahead of him to keep himself in this battle with Harry Bartle.
Yeah, came off at the Dan Weldon corner. He has rejoined the circuit, though. Did come past the commentary box. He will be,
He won't be happy.
No.
He will not be happy at all, will William Antrobus.
Move into turn 1 there. Stowe, Thomas Min-Spearing has been passed by Joshua Turnbull, the DHR driver. Charlie King there, the number 78, he's got a warning flag.
9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. There is your fight between the number 27 of Turnbull and the 10 of Spearing. Argenti Motorsports not having everything their own way this weekend. Thomas Min-Spearing is the highest ranked of their drivers. Where is... now, I am going to note something here. I'll check on this news if you don't mind, Nicole, because I think we have got a notable absentee from this repechage. Yes, we have. Sorry, apologies everyone. This is news that's just reached us in the box that Harrison Whitcomb, who we saw first in the repechage, was disqualified for a non-compliance from that repechage, and that is why he's not in this final. That is another big runner in the championship who you could strike off, and I'll realistically say I think that's title hopes done for Harrison Whitcomb. He doesn't score well for the pre-final, with not getting through the repechage, and likewise for the final.
Yeah, and those heats as well obviously weren't good for him. That is why he found himself in the repechage. I think I think his championship fight, like you said, Andrew, is done.
And you can't drop a DQ.
No.
You cannot drop a DQ at the end of the season. So that is a developing news story as well here at Kimbolton. Meanwhile, Harry Bartle looking comfortable now. He'll be keeping all of those thoughts out of his mind about what's happening to his title rivals and just focusing on the job at hand, which is staying ahead of Hugh Moulton in this race. The gap is 0.5 of a second. It's quite spread out at the front of the order, which is good news for Harry Bartle. He's not having to worry about a chasing pack of 2 or 3 drivers pushing each other along, bump drafting a little bit and closing back in. He's pulled his lead up to 0.65 of a second.
Thomas Behrman making up some good ground then. I just saw him make a move on, I believe, Owen Neve into Stowe. He's up by 9 positions, so one of your bigger movers in this race. Harrison Crowther as well, making some good progress. He's up by 9. I think some big movers. Coincidentally, Andrew, they're all going up by 9 positions. So Crowther, Behrman, we've got Zach McDonald in there as well. Zach doing a good job. He had to fight his way out of the repechage to get into this pre-final. Of course, he's one of the... He's in a career similar to us, F1 Kids presenter.
Yes. He's going to be after our jobs in a couple of years, but never mind that. 7 minutes plus 1 lap to go then. Harry Bartle still leads this one. Change for 8th place, as you mentioned there. In fact, make that another change for Thomas Behrman, because Behrman's down the inside of Charlie Neve and is now up to 7th place. Really good stuff this from Thomas Behrman, who started on the 9th row of the grid. He's now up 11 positions in this race. 6.5 minutes remaining. Other changes out there. Finley Buck has added another position gain to his tally. He's up 9 spots now, past Joshua Smith for 15th place. Halfway through the time, the allocated time for this junior Rotax pre-final. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for you in this one. There is a quick sight of Zach McDonald. You mentioned him earlier, Nicole, and yeah, it's having a good scrap there with Joel Dixon-Cohen, 2 drivers who've both come through from the repechage there. So, into the second half of time here. William Archer and Charlie Cox have just swapped positions. Cameron Nelson has also gained a spot past Emily Cotty. That's all in the top 20. That run down from 16th place. Harrison Crowther having another good run here, Nicole. Is up 10 places, back up into the top 10. More good points potentially coming here for Coles Racing. Yeah, Cole's doing a really good job in these later stages of the season. Hugh obviously sitting in second. We've not really seen Hugh drop outside of the top 5 this weekend. I think he's come into his own a little bit in the past couple of weeks, maybe months. And particularly now with other drivers having troubles this weekend. Yeah, Hugh Moulton, Whitcomb being one of those. There's a distinct possibility here. I know, yes, there's still drop scores to come into play. That'll be something we're talking a lot about when we get to Wilton Mill in September. Hugh Moulton could be on for a top 5 position in the championship this year, which would be a magnificent effort. Another driver looking to get into that top 5 is Thomas Behrman. Another new fastest lap from the younger Behrman, of course. 41.32 seconds that last time round. Sorry, Andrew. Of course, going back to the Cole subject, they've had great success in the junior Rotax category before with the likes of James Lowther, Tom Adams, so they know the junior Rotax. It would be nice to see them, get some seeds at the end of the year, get drivers in the top 10 again. I say it's looking like a distinct possibility at the moment. As you say, it could be multiple drivers if the likes of Moulton and Crowther can continue their form. Warning from race control to Zach McDonald. A few drivers have had warnings in this one. This is a good scrap involving the number 29 there from Strawberry Racing. That was all around the Albi Lapa region, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So Albi Lapa, the number 29, Ryan Gandor, another one of the drivers through from the repechage, and Kai Veach. So Nana Babs will be enjoying that scrap there, seeing Albi Lapa having another good race here. Less than 4 minutes to go of this one. Bartle controlling it out front. Clear by nearly 7/10 of a second. Hugh Moulton and Jack West holding onto their positions. Jack West's a driver who's really impressed me with how he's turned his season around on a very difficult PF International round, Nicole. But got into his stride a little bit at Lark Hall. Didn't quite get the kind of result he would have wanted in the final. But he's struck back. He's had consistent scoring, had his best round of the season so far at Warden Law, and could be beating that again here if he can hold on to this third place.
Another driver that I think is starting to strike back a little bit is the number 82 of Cole Denham. Cole, he went out to Europe at the start of the year.
Yes, he did.
Returned to the Wera Rotax British Kart Championship. Had some really awful luck at the start of this year. You know, he's sitting in 12th at the minute, but it's good to see him, you know, he's in that fight again, you know, where he belongs in those scraps. And of course, he is by far the youngest driver on this grid. The smallest driver as well, when you see him in Parc Fermé stood next to the likes of, you know, Harrison Whitcomb, who is a taller driver. But yeah, it's good to see that Cole Denham, you know, is making his way back up the order.
And it's such a hard step. We often say that the biggest step in this current is the mini-max to junior Rotax jump.
Yeah.
It is a massive leap. And it does take a couple of drivers, you know, even the best drivers, a bit of time to get their heads around.
Yeah, definitely. That size difference in the 950 chassis compared to a junior kart is huge, and that's something that drivers, you know, it takes them a little while to get used to. It's not like when you go from juniors to seniors where there's not actually too much difference. It's the same size. You know, the only thing you're getting really used to from the junior to senior jump is that power valve, but
yeah,
that's only kind of a change that takes a couple of sessions to understand. The power valve on the tyre. But like you said, yeah, that jump to mini, from mini to junior, is quite significant.
90 seconds to go in this one. Bartle in full control. Has a 0.8 second lead now as we're looking at the fight in the sunlight. I think Finley Buck there. Yes, that was the battle between Cole Denham and Aaron Bansal. And Finley Buck, what a great race he's had for Ultimate R. And the number 31 is up 11 places now. Going through Lizzie Mentier with Joshua Smith, and there is the aforementioned Finley Buck. I won't call him the nickname. He'll spare him since there's Henry Baudet's in the Bahamas this weekend.
Bahamas Baudet.
Bahamas Baudet sort of gives up now. He's hard at work preparing the Team Bahamas for the FIA Motorsport Games later on in the year. Meanwhile, back here at Kimbolton, 45 seconds to go. Joel Dixon-Cohen continuing to improve. He's up into the top 20 now, just to report in on that for the number 97. William Antrobus is trying to strike back here. He's still running. You can understand why for Antrobus. He needs to get him. I know some people might be asking, well, what about the tyres? You talk about tyres all the time, Andrew. Surely Antrobus will be trying to save his tyres now. But the thing is, because this race sets the grid directly for the final, you know, it's that trade-off of, would he rather be on the 12th row of the grid with slightly older tyres, or, you know, slightly younger tyres and having to start from row 17? Well, it's quite clear what his answer is. He's trying to get himself as high up the grid as possible to give himself a shot at maybe getting back into the top 10 once we get to the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I think if he was that bothered about the tyre as well, he was so far back. If he was thinking about it that much, he would have just pulled in to save them completely, which he hasn't done. You know, I think he's got some fire in his belly after that incident, and he will be trying to claw his way back up.
Time is up then. Final lap board is going to be coming out in a short while, and for Harry Bartle, this could yet be another victory. And he's just looked so calm this weekend, has Harry Bartle. And in a race where some of his close title rivals have not shone. You look at those drivers in the top 5 with him at the start of the day. The highest ranked of them is Thomas Behrman, who in this race is 5th, and he is the 5th driver in that in those driver standings. So, no offence to Behrman, he's probably not Bartle's biggest worry right now. This is going to be a big, big race win for Harry Bartle. He's going to extend his championship lead by quite some margin. Bartle out of the final quarter, wins the pre-final, has pole position for the final later on today. Hugh Moulton continue this great form that he and Coles Racing are in this weekend, takes P2. Jack West, P3. Brilliant stuff from Jack West, and he has the opportunity to right the wrongs from Lark Hall. Another chance for him to have a good final from the front of the grid. Lewis Goff as well comes home in 4th place. All of the top 4 ran home in the same positions they started the race in. Thomas Behrman, brilliant race for Thomas Behrman, keeping himself in there. And yeah, he's going to have lost out to Harry Barton in terms of points, but he he will have got ahead of Harrison Whitcomb for 4th place. He's closed in on Thomas Minspearing and William Antrobus as well. Brilliant drive from Behrman, up 13 positions. Joshua Turnbull P6, Thomas Minspearing P7. Another driver gaining lots of positions in that race was Harrison Crowther, who was up 12 places to 8th. Owen Neve in 9th, and Charlie Neve in the top 10 again. Bansal, Denham, Mentia, Buck and Joshua Smith take us down to 15th place. William Archer, Vlad Tomanchuk, Cameron Nelson, Charlie Cox and Joel Dixon Cohen take us to 20th. Emily Cotty, Zach McDonald, Kai Veach, Ryan Gandor and Joe Anderson in the top 25 as well. A number of good drives there from people who got through from the repechage, we should note as well. William Antrobus, big moment. How costly could that be in his title bid? He did recover back to P26. That is where he will start the final from, at least provisionally, of course. 27th for Shane Chandaria, 28th for Finley Jones, 29th for Adam Wooden, and Albie Lapper completes the top 30. Also getting home, Charlie King, Henry Cameron, and Victor Hansen. One retirement from that race right at the very start was Noah Barham. Well, there we go. All pre-finals have been completed. That's not the end of racing here today, though, of course, because we'll head into lunch break and then have our 5 finals later on this afternoon. They will kick off at 1:45, starting with the Minimax 950 final, 2:15 for the Micromax final, 2:45 for KZ2, then back to the Rotax classes, with 3:15 being the time we can see Senior Rotax begin. And Junior Rotax, who we've just seen there in their pre-final, will be back at 3:45. Don't go anywhere, though, because we've got more action, more content for you here on your live broadcast, brought to you by Alpha Live on the Karting UK, the Motorsport UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. It will be time for the paddock show through the lunch break. We hope you enjoyed that, and we'll be back with you with more racing here at Kimbolton from 1:45.
Bit. We've got a What's in the Box challenge for the Friday. Drivers and people from around the paddock will be invited into the Motorsport UK tent to try and work out what is in here. The first victim of our challenge today is drama McQueen, Caden McQueen. Hands in the side of the box. What is in there?
A transponder holder. Nailed it.
Jack Collins, what's in the box?
There's nothing in the box. There's literally nothing in the box.
Hunter Motorsports, Max Jolly, what's in the box?
Okay. Is it like a camera stick thing?
No.
Oh.
Your mechanic wears one.
Oh, thing on the, what is it called? Walkie-talkie thing, yeah. I heard you.
Championship leader, Albie Friend, what's in the box?
There's nothing in there.
What's actually in the box?
Is it like the, I know it's a Wera tools, like the ones that you tighten stuff up with.
Do you know any examples of tools?
Yeah.
It's a spanner.
Yeah.
You've got another chance.
Okay. All right. Oh, it's for the airbox. It's like the, what do they call them? Trumpets. Trumpets for the airbox.
Can you give us a trumpet impression?
Do, 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 do.
Finley, what's in the box?
Do I want to put my hand in?
Yeah, I'm not expecting you to just know.
Where's the... That's an Allen key.
Very good.
This can be a complete guess. Can I feel a number?
I'll give you a clue between 1 and 10.
1 in 10.
So you've got 1 in 10 chances.
I reckon 9.
8. Oh. Ben, what's in the box?
Well, it's some crisps of some sort, I think. Some crisps. What specific crisp? Yeah, can I open it? Yeah. Sorry, Michelle. They are, I don't actually know, some round ones. That's all you're getting. Some round crisps. Salt and vinegar.
Dan, on 3, what's in the box? Hands in. 1, 2, 3.
Banana. I think. I hope. Hey! Thanks.
1, 2, 3.
What am I saying? Oh, right. A screw.
I thought you were supposed to be like quite good at kart stuff.
I am good. Good at everything. Helmet, a screw. Clutch drum. Holder. Clutch tool.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Emerson, hands in the box. No, you can't look, you can't look. Right, what's in there?
What is that?
You should know this.
Is it Lego?
Yeah.
That was surprisingly easy.
Jensen Chalk, what is in the box?
It's a ball. It's a squishy ball.
I think that must be our quickest answer of the day.
Yeah, I'm just too good.
Right, Harris, you can turn around. Oh, I think he's too small. Can he reach? What's in the box?
Banana.
You've just beat Jensen, I think, for the quickest answer of the day.
Good.
Right, ready? Go.
Where is it?
Attempt number 2, go.
It's like a sponge. It's like a donut.
I'll give you that. It is a sponge and it is a donut, so it's for your hair. This is hard, but I feel like you will get it. Ready? Go.
Okay. Is it like the thing that like connects the fuel to the? It's like it hangs onto your fuel pipe, your fuel tank. Yeah, I'm trying, mate. Fuel. Oh, filter.
Yeah, there we go. Claudia, you might find this one really difficult. Really difficult.
I can't reach.
It's just short. Get it?
A mechanic's pass.
Yep. My Race Lab very own Andy. Andy, what's in the box?
I dread to think. Let's see.
It's nice.
It's not. They always say that until you touch it, feel it. That feels like a sticker.
What kind of sticker?
Would it be a My Race Lab sticker?
Yeah. You have to get this spot on to the very last detail.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Mullet Man, what is in the box?
Whoa. That's a tyre.
What kind of tyre?
Vega.
Is it a Vega or it's a small kart one?
It is a Vega.
Okay.
Theo, what's in the box?
Oh, that's a transponder.
Why do you sound disgusted? Oh, that's a transponder. Hands in the box. Let me not smack you in the face with the flag. What's in there?
Some sort of cream or something.
I'm not very good at knowing my creams.
What are you rubbing it into though?
My hands.
So it's
Cream.
Kai Hunter, what is in the box, or more like who is in the box?
How many people's done this?
Just the one, just you.
I feel like pulling his ears off.
Who is it? Somebody you know well.
Someone I know well.
Put your hands in the box, you've got one.
This feels really, really weird. I couldn't tell you. I mean, an awful hairline. Beard, like Dan Ashton.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have got an awful hairline. Thanks.
Lewis Goff, what is in the box?
I don't know. Is it one of them paper?
Paper.
Stapler. The things what make holes in the paper.
Hole punch.
Hole punch.
Well, that is Lewis Goff, and that is all we've got time for today's What's in the Box challenge.
Here we are, Kimbolton paddock show on the Saturday night for Rotax event number 7 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Nicole, quite a spectacular day of racing for, you know, given that it was heats, no pre-finals or finals until as we're recording this tomorrow. It got spicy out there.
Yeah, penultimate round, I think you can definitely tell. Bit of a different atmosphere within the paddock. The conversations you're hearing as well between the drivers. Drivers in the top 5 of each class, I've kind of noticed, are talking amongst themselves. Oh, he's on this and he's on that. So, you know, the pressure is on. You know, I don't think pressure's just for tyres in this paddock. It's for drivers as well. But, yeah, paddock show set up today then. No Henry this weekend, Andrew and I. Bahamas Bodette is jet setting. He's off in Nassau doing some other commitments, but we've got a Henry Hoover, if that counts.
We have, and I would say I think we've exchanged the weather because it's beautiful conditions here at Kimbolton, and
it's raining in the Bahamas.
Bodette's taking the Cardiff weather with him. So there we go. Let's get on into the paddock.
They have quite. ProTrain had quite a good day.
Had a very good day. Let's head on in. I want to see if we can find Jack Collins in here and have a chat to him because he had a tremendous run through things. We're going to have a chat. How's the Jack Collins number 12 train got on today from your perspective?
Not too bad, I don't think. I think it's been all right. Not being where we want to be, but we're still not been terrible. We've been better than what we've been all season, so it's been our best Saturday this year, so got to take it as is.
What's made the difference today? Do you think it's just a bit of a breakthrough on setup? Is Jack preferring this circuit?
I think Jack likes the circuit more. I think it's his local track, so I think he's a bit more confident here. And I think he's just a bit more happier.
Aim for tomorrow?
Top 15 will be nice. I'll be happy with that. I think it's doable. We'll just have, you know what racing's like. Can't always say as it is.
And what's between now and Sunday's racing look like for you? What, obviously cleaning the kart down. What goes into preparing the kart and keeping the performance going?
Make sure there's nothing that seems out of place, so any cracks or anything seems loose. Obviously, nice prep to make it look all nice and shiny on the track, and then just make sure everything's up to date, up to speed, nothing seems wrong, and just make sure the drivers have a nice evening as well. The most important bit.
Good stuff. Well, we'll leave you to it, and well done once again. I say Jack having some really good runs today. This was actually my first time because I was late. Well, not late, just planned arrival only on Saturday morning for this weekend. So this is my first proper walk around the paddock here at Kimbolton. Let's have a little pop into Synergy. Bit of an up and down day for Synergy. In fact, I'm being told to head this way. What have we got over here, Nicole?
Were you going to go to Synergy first?
I was going to go to Synergy,
Let's
but
go to
we can
Synergy
plan.
first.
We are going to go to Synergy first. A good day, I would say, for Synergy. Tough at times. Finley Lyons had some problems on his first heat, but all in all, pace seems to be there for them. Would you say?
I think definitely, but knowing, getting to know Finley this year, I know he won't be happy with that.
Yeah.
But after that bad result, just every time that something like that happens to him, he doesn't even claw it back. He just goes in and kind of wipes the floor and, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Every time he has a bit of an issue, the next race, he's back up on that top spot.
There's no drivers in here, so we'll quickly move on because we want to find some pilots.
To be honest, from what I saw before we started the paddock show, they're off somewhere having a water fight. Couldn't talk to that driver.
Never mind.
That's okay.
We'll head on further in to see who we can find, who might still be. I mean, normally on these Saturday evening paddock shows, we interrupt some kind of sporting festival. Whether that be, we've had cricket matches, football matches.
We've got Ella Stevens' cart
Ella
there.
Stevens' cart is over
Ella's
here.
not over there. I can see Max Littlewood, who is, of course, Marcus Littlewood's brother.
Yes.
Marcus was racing at Kartmasters last weekend. Disappeared from karting for a little bit, but one of those drivers that you see kind of appear every so often and come back into things.
DHR look all very, very wrapped up for tonight. Hunter Motorsport might be open.
I can see Kai Hunter.
I can see Kai in the distance. Kyle definitely have a chat to yourself, Nicole.
Kyle talk to anybody.
Yes, well, and a brilliant day. This has felt to me like
he's back.
He's back. It's been. I wouldn't say out of sorts. I think he's just not had any luck so far this season. But
it's not been him. That's the problem. It's not that he's ever come into a weekend and qualified poorly or had an actual issue with his driving whatsoever. It's that he's had.
We've got two drivers here because we've got Guy Cunnington in as well. I'm going to let you head on in, Nicole.
Hi, Kai.
Hiya.
How's your day been?
Yeah, great. Oh my god. Yeah, successful.
Why?
I won both heats. Yes. And it was great.
I think it'd be fair to say you've had a few teething issues so far this year, but we were just saying you're back in action this week. Definitely seeing some more of what we normally see from you. Championship still in contention for that, do you think?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I think the teething bit means, I think you mean like getting driven over. I think that's what you would call it. So, yeah, it's been a hard year. Not the greatest of years, but we're plodding on. We're getting there.
Plodding on?
Yeah.
Is that what you call 2 heat wins by like seconds?
Yeah, we're going in the right direction.
And Guy, up at the front, championship contention, thoughts about the championship and this weekend at Kimbolton?
It's definitely getting interesting now with the 4 of us, Kai, Callum and Macaulay. Yeah, I think it's going to get interesting. I don't think many people are going to be letting a certain driver get away easily.
Right.
Is my opinion, but we'll see what comes out. But I think, yeah, I'm not going to get myself into trouble right now, so.
And then as for Rachel, who's racing in Guy Cunnington this weekend, she had a really good quali, and then we saw have a few issues. But that progress that we've kind of seen from a couple of months ago to now, what have you done for her?
Yeah, Rachel's doing really, really good job at the minute. She's only started karting, I think it was 2 years ago to like last weekend or something. So she's got no seat time compared to us, sort of like to me and Kai and that have been racing 10, 15 years plus. So she's doing really well. We've done a lot of obviously just like the data and the GoPro stuff and the testing that to get her up there. But she's done really well in the last few races, and she's really starting to become a complete driver now.
Yeah, nice to hear. I think one of the Motorsport UK staff can't actually reverse their car there. I was getting a bit distracted. Minna couldn't reverse the car out. Can you not reverse, Minna? She's only just taken the L plates off.
But there we go.
Andrew, then, who's up next?
I think we're going to head down. I can see a KZ down here. Well, I think I can see a KZ. My eyes might be a little bit deceiving me, but I think we'll also see if we can head down to Thule Motorsport as well and see what we can find out. I say we want drivers. Mechanics, they're always very much like, yeah, it's a good day, yeah, it's happy, yeah, it's fine. Have we got a driver around here at all? Yes. Come on, step in. How's the day been?
Productive day on Friday. We was quite quick. Unfortunately, when the racing started, we had a plug cap come off, so not a great start. Heat 2 was quite a bit better. We was with the front pack. Pace is there. We just need to get through in the pre-final now to have a good chance in the final.
A few more of the KZ2s out there as well. Is that a bit more enjoyable, having some more karts on circuit?
Yeah, definitely. The more the merrier, to be fair. It's obviously you can gain more points if there's more karts on the grid. So yeah, for us, the more people in it, the better.
And is this circuit quite a tricky one for KZ2? Because it's not the longest of circuits.
It's a great track. I really love Kimbolton. I think it's a good KZ track. It's hard when you've got a lot of drivers that are within like a couple of attempts because there's very limited overtaking opportunities. So you've sort of got like the last corner and the first corner. But yeah, it's all about getting off that last corner and getting a good run down into the first.
Hopes for tomorrow?
The times are quick. If we can get through the traffic, then we'll have a good chance. But hopefully we can get on the podium if we have a good pre-final.
Good stuff. Thanks for taking the time to have a chat with us. Are Thule open? They look pretty. Well, they might be closed.
Closed,
possibly.
I would have thought. We have got a privateer driver, the 83 Junior Max, and I can see a driver as well.
Excellent. Let's head on in.
We can ambush somebody, Andrew.
And surprise them with an evening visit for paddock show purposes. We're gonna have a chat. You're gonna need to remind me of your name. Who are you? Introduce yourself for the paddock show.
Samir Paul.
Samir, talk us through your day. Good day, bad day, bit of the middle.
Bad day, I think.
Why was it a bad day?
First heat we missed, and then second heat, or third heat basically. I got 2 penalties, 1 10 second, 1 5 second. So not that good day.
Not that good a day. You're a privateer, if I'm correct in saying. How much prep do you do ahead of it, and what's it like competing as a privateer?
It's really hard. Like it's really tough because you've got no teammates to like work with on track or anything, or no data to share between teammates and everything.
But you got some engine support because you got some BLT. How key is their support?
Good. They do quite a good job for us. Yeah.
And this circuit, is it one you enjoy?
Yeah, good. It's a nice, fun track.
What is it? Is it specific corners that you particularly like about it?
Just the whole track.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Hopes for tomorrow, what are we aiming for?
At least get into the pre-final from the back, and then get into the pre-final and A-final and everything, and do good in both of them as well.
Good stuff. Well, good to chat with you, Samir. Keep pushing on, and wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Let's head on round. Have we got any more tents that are open down here?
There is. Thule is still open. See if Max Gilman is in there, because Max, one of the drivers that has come into this championship, not seen too much of him, but one of those ones that every weekend we kind of see him coming back up through the order further and further. Had a bit of bad luck today, unfortunately. Yes. Not in there, but Kart
But there's a driver here who's an absolute trooper. I think you need to go and have a talk to, Nicole.
Is it Annika? Annika, you had to miss the first heat. We were gutted to see that, because I know that have you come over from Australia? Yeah. What have you thought of British karting so far? And you can tell me a little bit about yourself.
British karting is really, really clean. Like, I really enjoy it. It's really, I don't know, it's just nice vibes over here. Yeah. So.
And how long have you been racing for?
This is my start of my 4th year.
Okay. And how much do you do over in Australia? What's the racing like there? And what do you think of the mini and micro classes?
The racing over in Australia is pretty good. It's just not as high of a level as over here. Yeah. What was the other question?
So the mini and micro classes, are they tough, do you think?
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
Yeah. Are you enjoying it though? And how are you enjoying Thule first weekend with them?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's a nice team and tent to be under and stuff, so yeah.
And are we going to see more of you in the British Kart Championships, or is this just a one-off?
Hopefully we're going to be seeing me, so I'm hoping to come back soon. So.
For a full year or just a one-off, do you reckon?
Hopefully a full year if we can.
Nice. Any tracks in particular in the UK that you'd like to visit?
No, not really.
No? Any?
Yeah.
Nice. And then I can see maybe a little bit of an injury. Put you off for tomorrow, or are you feeling good?
It's a bit sore, but it'll be fine. I'll be able to do it.
Well, good luck, and looking forward to seeing how you get on tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good to
stuff.
see. We've got quite a few girls out this weekend.
Yes.
Then
yeah, it's really good to see.
Annika.
And new drivers as well. It's good to see new people coming in. And as I say, Annika was one of the first drivers I saw when I got here earlier on, and it was a bit like, oh, is that the end of the weekend or not? But she's been to hospital, no broken bones, a little bit sore, and yeah, absolutely sterling effort, and was moving forward in the second heat as well. So obviously missed the first one.
Yeah.
So imagine that you're having your debut in a very competitive championship. You can't take part in the first race. Everybody's then up to speed and has kind of got to grips with what the circuit's doing, and then you've got to then go through that phase. That must be really tough as a driver.
Playing catch up almost. I think I have to move this way
We're
so we don't get run over.
by Range Rover Sports.
By Richard.
That takes me back to my old days. But
I wonder then, Andrew, if Sam Pollitt is still open, if we can go this way.
Yes, let's have a look. Let's have a look to see if SPR are open. It's already been an absolutely tremendous season for Sam Pollitt Racing. They've hit heights that they've never hit before, and we'll see. I think there's another team that I want to have a little chat with later on. George Whitbread Racing, which is new. Shall we knock on the door? Are we allowed in? Oh, they're playing music. So that's
not allowed.
We're not going to get copyright struck there. Let's have a look at a new team, I think, for the grid for the first time this weekend. George Whitbread Racing, Joel Dixon Cohen teared through the field in at least one of the races, if I seem to remember correctly. Have we got any drivers around, or have they all hiding away? We've got a driver there. Come on in, introduce yourself for the Paddock Show. How's your day been?
I'm Joel Dixon Cohen, Junior Rotax. It's not been the best of days, to be honest. We didn't finish qualifying, and then got caught up in we got 2 bumpers in our heats. We had a 27th in the first one, and then a 19th with both penalties. So.
The race pace seems to be there. I say unfortunate with the nose cones, but you were really coming through the field.
Yeah, yesterday in one of the practice sessions we topped the board. So, and today in the races we've been half a tenth off. So, it's there. We just need to put it all together.
And I think, am I right in saying it's a relatively new team? How did the effort for this weekend come about?
The team started last year, and then it was sort of mainly just me last year, and then this year we've sort of grown. We got the awning, and then this weekend we decided to come here as a guest. We did O-plate, did alright there, got a bit unlucky in the final, but yeah.
Hopes for tomorrow? What would you like to achieve?
Well, I think we'll be in a repechage, but hopefully we get through that and then just make as many positions in the finals.
Good stuff. Well, I'll leave you to the hard work. Great to see another team on the grid, and best of luck for tomorrow, Joel. So there might be a repechage, but I think that's the kart that we've seen in the hands of Joel that's got some pace.
As well, I think Joel spoke to him at the O-plate earlier on in the season.
Yes.
He's one of the drivers in the paddock as well that's really hard working when it comes to the sponsorship side of things.
Yeah.
I think he has a few partners, and that's one of those things that he's really focused on, which is really good to see. Being a driver, there's different elements that go into things. Finance is one of those, and to see somebody really young, going after it themselves is really good to see.
It's a thing that I think we really like to encourage. I know last time when we were for event 6 at Shannington, we were talking to Aaron Brown, who serves a position of both being a race driver but also an engine tuner at the same time.
As well, I think it kind of translates when these drivers go into maybe careers in cars.
Yes.
Because that's a really critical thing. Even if you can afford to race a car, you still have partners for tooling, tyres, fuel, all that kind of thing. So it's all like those transferable skills. I think people learn lots of things in karting. There's Logan Rolfe going past there in the van giving us a wave.
One of our younger drivers. I want to see, is there anyone at Team GMS around? Maybe Chloe McGill as well.
Is Chloe over there? Because she had some good heats earlier on, made up some places, picked some people off.
A bit of a difficult qualifying, but in a way that's always the spirit that I've seen from Chloe, is that she's another driver, like we were saying with Finley Lines, has that bounce back ability, and it was looking really good. She's not around. That's okay. We'll talk to Chloe again in a future event. Let's carry on down. Let's get into, so we've got about 5 minutes to go.
Whilst we're talking then, Andrew, what's been the highlight of your weekend so far?
do you know what? I'm going to say race starts. I really like race starts around this place.
The KZs?
The KZs are always good, but for me, you go to so many, when you do this as regularly as I do, you go to a lot of circuits, and they mostly are clockwise, and you go...
I found a driver, by the way.
You've say, driver, come on in whilst we finish this point. You start third and it's better than second place, and it's like, here we go, yeah, the guys on the outside, the guys and girls on the outside are going to get nowhere. I love that round here you can slingshot it round the outside. It adds something to the racing that is really good, really exciting, and we don't often see elsewhere.
Yeah. Who have we got here then? I know who you are, but...
Max Jolly.
Max, right, let's talk through it. First race, what happened?
Something was wrong with my car. The fuel was coming out the top, so yeah.
But you bounced back well. You raced well in the second one. Are you happy with how the recovery went?
Ish. I could have done better on my racing part. I'll try next tomorrow.
Am I right that I think you've learnt a lot so far in this season? We've still got 1.5 rounds to go. What's been, say, the biggest thing that you think you've learnt this year?
Learning from other drivers, trying to race a bit better.
And tomorrow, what are we thinking? I mean, obviously with that first result, you'll be starting a little bit further back in the pre-final. Do you think you've got the pace to race through and get in the top 10 or even more?
I've got the pace to win it. I just need to race harder and harder.
And avoid any moments along the way.
Yeah.
Who would you like to thank for getting you here this weekend?
My dad, my mum, Jordan, Reese, Kai, and all the team.
Good stuff. Best of luck, Max, for tomorrow. Always good to have a chat with Max.
Carb issues then, he said, fuel coming out the top. I've had that happen before.
Yeah.
Not in the minis, but in junior and senior. Sometimes it's a bit of a needle issue. I think when you're not in karting, if you've not mechanicked or raced, it's really hard to understand how technical these things actually are. They're small machines, but there's a lot of tiny little elements that go into them. And it's different from the car because everything is I can see Henry Gregory over there laughing.
We found a driver, someone who I want to speak to.
All the components.
Miles,
Very
Miles,
detailed.
I have one question. That first race start, how did you do it?
Cheated.
Are you happy with it? It seems to be like you're back. You're back in terms of form, good pace today?
Don't know, wouldn't say so. If you'd asked everyone else in the audience, probably yesterday and this morning, they'd probably say something different. But there's a third or fourth dummies gone this weekend on it or something like that. What do you reckon, Sam? How many dummies do you reckon?
We're into double figures.
It's gone past the moon. I forgot we're live. I can't swear, can I?
No, you can't. You'll give everything jobs to the guys. But yeah, a really good team performance as well. I think you've constantly had you guys in the team, and Josh, I think you had a 1, 2, 3, 4 at one stage during the heats. It looks like more racing are really on top form this weekend.
Yeah, Jake's been absolutely rapid all weekend. Fair play to him. I just put a foot wrong. Got very unlucky in Heat 1 not to win that. Obviously benefited me, but he still had enough pace in hand to be fourth in that. Josh as well, still championship lead, which is good. I think he's starting in fourth tomorrow. And then we'll just play by that to see what to get the best team result at the end of the day.
Good stuff. I'll leave you to it. Cheers, Miles. Thanks for your time. And it's like his BUKC days when he used to come flying past me. Henry, coming in. You're skulking around. You on spanners this weekend?
No, just a bit of data and coaching this weekend for the MLC team around Kimbolton. Ended up on the spanners for last heat, but it is what it is. It's been a half decent day really overall. Few people struggling, but it's what it is. Yeah.
Do you enjoy it being on the spanners, or would you rather be out there racing against these guys?
Oh, definitely racing. Definitely a lot more, how would I say, enjoyable when you're behind the wheel. But a lot of hard work definitely goes behind on the tools, and I think some of the drivers don't actually realise how much effort the mechanics put in. But me personally, I enjoy both, so I don't mind also watching the racing, all the chaos going on out on track. So it's definitely a different perspective.
But a decent day for the team. I know Alex Goodson, I think I'm right in saying, had a really strong second heat after a bit of trouble in Heat 1. That must have felt good.
Yeah, he had a quite difficult heat one, a few issues, but decent comeback into heat two, making our way through the pack. I think he was like P14 in the end from the back, but definitely an improvement from where we were this morning.
Good stuff. I'll leave you to it, and I think we're probably going to be wrapping up there for.
I think that's
for
actually all we've got time for.
Track
yeah.
walk. William Antrobus, the fastest mullet in Cambridgeshire this weekend, running on by there. Thank you very much for watching. It's been a quieter, let's say, with Henry not here. He will be back, more relaxed, less chaos. But do hope you've enjoyed it. Keep it locked here on Karting UK and on the Alpha Live channel, because we've got lots more racing to come here this afternoon at Kimbolton.
Full weekend hospitality at Wilton Mill. Experience the final round of the Rotax British Kart Championship with VIP hospitality. Following feedback from competitors, teams and parents, Motorsport UK in conjunction with Wilton Mill are delighted to offer full weekend hospitality, including tea and coffee, soft drinks, breakfast and lunch, high-speed Wi-Fi and access to the live stream action. Limited availability, so get your tickets now.
For our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from all of the biggest brands in the game. We're so much more than that. So if you're looking for kart parts, then we've got you there. Come and have a look. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashes, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. Oh, and if you're looking to hone your skills away from the track, then we've got everything that you're going to need to build the ultimate sim rig. So whether it's karting, sim, or motorsport in general, it's safe to say we've got everything that you're going to need.
Here they come then, your army of mini-maxes walking down the grid. Behind me we can see Albert Friend coming up alongside Emerson McAndrew Uren. Of course, Albie, I have been told, this isn't official, that if he wins this final, it could be potentially championship done and dusted, and he would take that mini-max win and around early. Of course, he would still have to be at Wilton Mill for the last round, but that's what I've been told. So I think that's going to mix things up and put some pressure on. But of course, pressure makes diamonds, and I think Albie Friend is one of those. There we can see then he's about to put his kart on the grid, the pre-grid. The black and orange helmet glistening in the sun. Sun has come out then very nicely for this Sunday. Emerson over here as well. Whilst Albie puts the kart down on the track, I'll try not to knock into anybody. I'm going to talk to Emerson really quickly. You've had a really good weekend so far. This is a penultimate round, I think, but you're coming into your own in this grid after moving up from minis. How are you feeling going up against Albie?
Yeah, he's obviously a really good driver since he's had experience in this class for another year against good drivers. So it's going to be tough, but hopefully we can come out with the win.
And from what I've been watching as well, you drive this track really nice, really smooth. You know, you carry a lot of momentum. How much do you enjoy Kimbolton, and what do you think it takes to be fast around here?
I think you need good momentum around this track. Momentum's always important, and just really like getting the lines right and not clipping any curbs, which you're not supposed to.
And is there anything you'd like to add before you go out for this? Is anybody at home watching you?
Yeah, my grandparents and my family's here coming to watch.
Good luck, Em.
Thank you.
We'll head to Harry Taylor then, who will be starting behind Emerson, of course, their teammates. Harry, caught up with you earlier on in the weekend. We spoke about the Rotax Grand Festival, which you're going to be at, so that's a big race. You do a lot of really high-profile races, but how are you feeling ahead of this one?
I'm feeling confident. I definitely think I can win, which is always good.
And obviously, you and Emerson are teammates, both in DHR. Is there going to be any team tactics, or is it every man for themselves?
There will be a few, definitely, but when it comes to the final few laps, it's every man for himself.
And you've got Dave Wooder on the tools for you. He's your coach and mechanic. What's Dave said to you ahead of this race?
Not much, really. Just be confident and don't miss any corners.
Nice. We'll then go speak to Albert Friend. Albert, like I said, could potentially take that championship win through this race around early. Albie, you've been unbelievably strong this weekend. What have you done that set you apart from everybody else on this grid?
Well, the cart's been set up really well and the engine's been very good as well, so I just had to drive my best and then we could win.
And it's got really hot all of a sudden here on the Sunday. Is there anything that you have to think about differently because it's a lot warmer?
Just don't be too aggressive on the tyres and wear them out.
Best of luck to you, Albie. Hopefully we'll see you clutch that championship win.
Yeah.
The bell has gone then and the mechanics are heading back down the track. I've still got some more time though. Let's talk to Finley Lyons. So Finley had some really bad luck with a mechanical gremlin earlier on. How confident are you feeling, Finn, that you can actually get a win in here?
Well, I've been quick all weekend, just haven't had the best luck like in Heat 1 with the choke on. And then at the start of the pre-final I've had the best luck. But I know I have the pace now, I know I'm quicker than most of the drivers on this grid, so hopefully I can bring it home.
Fighting talk then from the O-Plate. Let's throw back up to Andrew to introduce us to this Minimax race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Let's take you through the grid then for what could be a key race in the story of this year's Minimax 950 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Albie Friend has pole position alongside on the front row as Emerson McAndrew Uren. Finley Lyons and Harry Taylor go from row number 2. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Oliver Spencer start on the third row of the grid. Josh Cormack and Theo Bradshaw, they go from row number 4. Joshua Griffin and Riley Morrow start on row 5 ahead of Edward Haynes and Max Wheatley on row number 6. On the 7th row of the grid, Leo Livings and Devin Taylor. Row 8, Jensen Chalk and Louis Radcliffe. In the middle of the pack, row 9 is an all-English affair with Tom Reed and Max Gilman. Alex Goodson and Fraser Anderson complete the top 20. On row 11, Sebastian Clark goes alongside Archie Rogers-Tyler. Jacob Jack and Annika Hurd start on row 12. Alfie Ward takes no further part in this weekend's action, so it'll be 24 drivers in this one. The championship scenarios, we should stress, these are provisional ones, but essentially the job for Albie Friend is to accumulate a number of points at the end of this weekend that cannot be beaten by any of the others, even taking drop scores into account, which will come into play when we get to Wilton Mill. It is the best 12 scores from 15 opportunities that count towards a driver's final tally. For any driver who has been at every single round, they will hit that 12 score mark here today. The job at Wilton Mill is then to improve on what they've already got. So that's where the drop scores will come into play. But this is the situation that Albie Friend could mathematically be on a tally that nobody else could beat. The slight asterisk is that, yes, he would still need to go to Wilton Mill to take part in the final round. You get a bonus 20 points for being present at every single race meeting. That could just be that very, very unlikely scenario in the championship points that could mean it's not quite official today. But for Albie Friend, he will be focused right now on getting the best possible start in this final. Into the tram lines, away we go then for 15 minutes plus 1 lap for the first time this weekend. Albie Friend defends to the inside. Finley Lines is trying to open the door there from the second row of the grid, and Finley Lines has got ahead of Friend. Brilliant stuff from Finley Lines. That is the kind of start he needed. He knows that if he can win this race, he potentially could take the title battle on to Wilton Mill. That was a super run from Finley Lines. He kept it tight through the exit of turn number 1 and has got the advantage now. But it's a long race. As I say, 15 minutes plus 1 lap as round goes Harry Taylor. Taylor off. Oh, we saw it happen to Joshua Griffin earlier on in the pre-final. Harry Taylor's made the same mistake. Old school circuit, old school mistakes. A cool one for Harry Taylor. I'm sure we'll get a look at that on a replay, but it looked to me he just positioned the kart a little bit too far to driver's right. Broke on the grass. Let's have a look at it again. Watch the rear right. Yes, the rear right of Harry Taylor was on the grass. Split Mew scenario across the axle. Round went Harry Taylor, and all the hard work from Taylor to start on the second row of the grid in this final is gone. End of lap number 2 then, or coming to the end of lap number 2. Line still leads. Good move there. I think that was Luca Holmes-Ballock down the inside of Joshua Griffin. Didn't quite make that one work. So if Albie Friend was to go home with second place in this round, he would have, by, should stress, provisional calculations here in the box, a guaranteed 748 championship points. That would be even if he wasn't present at Wilton Mill. Finley Lines with a win here would leave with 718, but with the max possible of 768. The difference would be those 20 championship points for attending every single round. We'll keep you up to date with that situation as and when we get that more of that information. But right now it is Albie Friend versus the world, it would seem. 12 3/4 minutes of this one to go. Lines and Friend pushing away from the rest of the pack. All 24 drivers are still running in this one as Josh Cormack's trying to make a move there on Joshua Griffin for 5th place. Getting very congested in the mid-pack there. Leo Livings with the bright blue and yellow helmet, kart number 177, making his way up the order. Having a good scrap there as, out is one of the synergies. That's Luca Holmes-Ballock. Luca Holmes-Ballock thumps the power in disgust, it would seem. Well, he stumped it back into life, whatever he did. It's worked, but Luca Holmes-Ballock, who was in 7th place in this race, is now another one of the big hitters, same as Harry Taylor, out of contention. Big lap there from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. That was a huge lap, 43.71. He's trying to chase across the gap now to join Friend and Lines in the battle at the very front. Emerson McAndrew-Uren has had to do a lot of hard work this weekend on the outside of rows. He's often started these races in second. He's often had to wait and bide his time before coming into these races. 11.5 minutes remaining in this one. Who else is coming through the field? Joshua Griffin is up 5 places to 4th. Also on the move, Riley Morrow is up 4 places. Into turn 1, it's a group of 3 clear at the front of the field by 2 seconds. These 3 drivers really have been, in terms of pace, ahead of the rest so far this weekend. The only reason Finley Lines is a little bit less on the scores so far this weekend was the technical issue that he had at the very start of the first heat. There are your live championship scores. So Albie Friend on 748, Finley Lines on 718. That's all drivers having got 12 scores so far this season. So remember, for the likes of Lines, Griffin, McAndrew-Uren, the others, when they go to Wilton Mill, they'll be looking to improve on what they've already got. It won't necessarily be, oh, down the inside goes Friend. Friend's got the move done. Emerson McAndrew-Uren's in there as well. He's on the outside. Friend takes the lead, and it could be A move that puts him into a touching distance away from the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championships Mini Max title. The good news for him as well, that with it being Emerson McAndrew-Uren behind him, his closest title rival Finley Lyons is going to be losing even more points here in this scenario. Over the line to complete lap number 7. Lyons looks to the outside. Friends defensive. Is there going to be a move down the inside? Possibly 3 wide into the willows. Oh my goodness me. That was mighty close between the 3 leaders. Friend holds on to the advantage though. Is this going to play into the hands of the others? The likes of Joshua Griffin there, you just see him flash through with the yellow helmet. The number 5 for Strawberry Racing has taken a lot of time out of the race leaders the last lap and a half. That could be good news for Albie Friend if he could get a teammate in there to mix it up. There's a plus 5 second penalty for Josh Cormack, so that's one of the runners in the top 10 being affected by that. 9 minutes to go, end of lap number 8. Albie Friend knowing that if he can win this race, it would take him to a tally that, bar him not being present at the last round of Wilton Miller, not picking up the 20 bonus championship points, could not be beaten by the rest of the competition. Emerson McAndrew-Uren's looking for a little move as they come towards the Dan Weldon corner. Not this time for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who, remember, last time in one of these finals was a retirement at Warden Law. Is over the line though for Finley Lyons. Lyons has gone down the inside through Kimbolton. That was a slight error from Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who was trying to take a wider line to get a good run down the pit straight. But Finley Lyons said, yep, I'll have some of that. I'll step back into second place. Very good reading of the race conditions from Finley Lyons. But Finley Lyons knows he's got to find a way past Albie Friend. If he wants to be Minimax 950 champion this year, he has got to beat Albie Friend 1v1 and take the race victory to reduce the number of points that Albie Friend will be guaranteed at the end of this weekend. Tom Reed's having a great race. He's up 12 positions so far in this one. That means it's 3 Strawberry Racing runners in the top 5 as things stand. Max Gilman's recovering as well. Is up 6 places to 12th. Sebastian Clark's just made the move past Devin Taylor for 16th, but understandably we are staying with this duel at the front of Minimax 950. Albie Friend starting to break away now from the rest of the order. His run of results from Warden Law onwards has been first at the 3 championship scoring stages at Warden Law. First and first again so far this weekend at Kimbolton. Can he make it 2 perfect weekends in a row in Minimax 950? And the scary thing is, he's still got drop scores to come into play. It was Lark Hall that was his weaker round, where he was 8th, 7th and 5th, but he started PF with a 2nd, a 1st and a 1st. That is why we are talking at the moment that potentially Albie Friend could be wrapping up the title today. That looked like Archie Rogers-Tyler retiring from this race. Real shame for Archie there in the KR Sport 187. But Finley Lyons is digging deep now. Finley Lyons is not letting Albie Friend have this one his own way. We're into the second half of this one now, there or thereabouts. 6 minutes are remaining. Joshua Griffin has just set the fastest lap of the final so far, 43.56, and Friend is starting to feel the need to defend. This is going to bring others into play. Finley Lyons, who started the year with that dominant victory in the O-Plate at Wilton Mill, and the question was, would anybody be able to take him on? Well, the answer was, if your name was Albie Friend, the answer was yes. He's laid the groundwork for this title bid, which could be secured here today. Joshua Griffin is right there. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 battle now at the front of the order. Friend defends. He needs to be careful. He needs to be careful. We have seen warnings for over-defensive driving in the last couple of weeks. Not saying that that's what he was doing there, but if the race officials feel there's too much blocking going on, the warning flag could come out. You can understand Albie Friend's reasoning for keeping himself at the front of the order and making it as hard as it can be for Finlay Lines to get through into Kimbolton corner. Emerson McAndrew looking to the inside. Joshua Griffin right there. That is good news for Albie Friend to have a teammate up at the front of the order. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Emerson McAndrew looking down the inside. Big move from the DHR winner of Micromax last year. That's Emerson McAndrew back up to second place. That is more good news for Albie Friend, because remember, every time Finlay Lines loses a position, that just opens the door a little bit more for Albie Friend to take the title today. The max possible score before the 20-point bonuses come into play for attendance right now for Finlay Lines would be 743. Albie Friend would be leaving Kimbolton at the moment, as things stand, with 751. Yes, he would still have to turn up to Wilton Mill, take part in the event, get those extra 20 points to cover off the 20 bonus points of Finlay Lines. But there's no reasonable expectation that that wouldn't be the case. Just seen there has been a warning flag to Albie Friend. So from what we've seen so far, that is a warning flag for blocking, we'd imagine, here in the comms box. It's 2 warnings and then potentially a 5-second in-race penalty. We have seen races decided by that in recent weeks. So Albie Friend will know the tactics here. He's not blocking right now. He's not blocking right now. He's got his head down, has started to edge out a gap over McAndrew. Lines is back down the inside. Lines has retaken second place. And this is all good news for Albie Friend, because he continues to extend his lead. No need to defend thin air right now. A little bit further down the order there, you can see Riley Murrow has got up to 7th place, has got past Ollie Spencer for that one. Edward Haynes and Max Gilman, the 2 runners for Thule Motorsports, are on the move as well. They're up to 10th and 11th places respectively. Max Wheatley, great run for Max Wheatley this weekend, we've got to say. We've not seen Max since the O-Plate and has done very, very well indeed. Is there in 12th place. 2.5 minutes to go. End of lap 17. They go by very quickly here at Kimbolton. But it's a busy circuit for the drivers. It's not like a PF International or a Warden Law where you've got some decent long straights to relax. It's more like what we had at Lark Hall. It's corner after corner after corner. And you've got to keep your concentration up. It's harder at this time of the year as well. The drivers will be feeling tired after 3 long days of racing, particularly today on Sunday. The temperatures have risen. Temperature is in the air 24 degrees Celsius right now. Warning to Alex Goodson. Alex Goodson currently in 18th place, a little bit further down the order. What is the pace like at this stage? Well, all the front 4, the front 5, in fact, make it the top 6, are all on a 43.6 right now. Finlay Lines has got to find something massive right now if he's A, going to catch Albie Friend, and B, then overtake him. Because Albie Friend is now in the sort of rhythm and routine we have seen for the very much the majority of this season. Remember, he's been in the top 8 of the championship scoring stages at every single one, from PF International through to Lark Hall, through to Warden Law, to here at Kimbolton. And Albie Friend is 60 seconds away from pending attendance at the final round of the season at Wilton Mill, becoming Mini Max champion. Looks over the shoulder, sees that Finlay Lines did take a little bit of time out of Friend that last lap, 400ths. But Lines needs more. Lines is, of course, further solidifying his position second in the championship stakes. Very much so ahead of Joshua Griffin. Joshua Griffin's done a brilliant job to fight back here into 4th place. coming over to start lap number 21, the penultimate lap of this race. Albie Friend has done the work so far. He's had to do it the hard way. He lost the lead. He's got it back. Can he make it a second perfect round in a row? Lines is right there, though. Lines is not giving this up, as Finlay Lines has shown from every single race across his very busy 2024 season. He is not going to give this one up. He knows he needs to get ahead into Kimbolton corner. Middle of the road for Albie Friend. You've got to think for Finlay Lines, turn one could be crucial. Turn one, we've seen a lot of overtakes so far this weekend. Friend's going to defend around the inside. Lines is going to have to throw it around the outside. Is there enough grip for him? Can he get underneath and do the same as what he did earlier? No, not this time. The corners are ticking by for Albie Friend. He won the GP plate last week at PF International. Is he going to move himself to within a touching distance of becoming British champion in Minimax 950? Down towards Kestrel corner, in towards Kimbolton corner. This is the last opportunity, you'd think, for Finlay Lines. He can't find a way through. Albie Friend wins again. He wins at Kimbolton and does the job. He puts himself in a scoring position where he just has to attend the final round, and he is British champion. What a drive from Albie Friend under extreme pressure in this heat here at Kimbolton. He has done it again. That is 6 perfect scores across the course of the last 6 opportunities. It's his 8th in 12. It's his 3rd finals victory of the season, adding to the ones he had at Warden Law and PF International. What a season. It's not officially done, but in terms of what's happened out on track, Albie Friend has done the business, and he will be relieved to have got that one in the history books, because my, oh my, he had to fight for it. Finlay Lines joins him on the podium. Joshua Griffin, what a drive that is, back to 3rd. Tom Reed makes it 3 Strawberry Racing drivers in the top 4. A gain of 13. Magnificent stuff from Tom Reed. 5th place for Josh Cormack. 6th for Emerson McAndrew Uren, who will move himself up a long way in the championship and has still got drop scores to come into play. He'll be looking to get rid of some of the bad luck he's had earlier in the season. Maybe even make it into the top 3 of the championship at Wilton Mill. Riley Murrow P7, Oliver Spencer P8. Louis Radcliffe, what a brilliant job by Louis Radcliffe this weekend. Gets a top 10 in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. A top 10 completed by Jensen Chalk. Edward Haynes, Max Gilman, Max Wheatley, Theo Bradshaw and Sebastian Clark take us to 15th. Let's head down to Nicole in a few moments' time. Leo Livings, Devin Taylor, Alex Goodson, Jacob Jack and Fraser Anderson. Let's have a look at some of the highlights first of that race. The race start was always going to be key. And the question of, could Lines get ahead? And the answer was yes, through taking that slightly tighter line through the early stages. That's how we lost Harry Taylor. A spin on lap 1, Taylor would recover to P21 in the final. Luca Holmes-Ballack would have technical problems as well. He would get going again, but be classified in 23rd place only. We'd also lose Archie Rogers-Tyler from the early stages, or in the first half of the race. And then the attention onto the championship bid. Albie Friend knowing that that move down the inside is what did the business, got him ahead of Finlay Lines, and then he controlled it from there on in. Good scrap between Lines and Emerson McAndrew Uren. Both of them wanted to take second place. Both of them wanted to keep themselves with a chance of winning the championship. But it was the second half of the race where Albie Friend got into his stride. Lines went down the inside of the DHR 133 once more. That got him back up to second place. It was a tight finish, a really, really tight finish. By 1/10 of a second, Albie Friend does it and puts himself onto 751 points. That is a tally greater than the max possible for any of the other drivers, even if they have a perfect run through Wilton Mill. He still has to turn up to Wilton Mill, of course, to get those extra 20 points, just get him over the line. But for all said and done, Albie Friend is pretty much there, your British champion in Minimax 950. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
I'm with Albie then. Albie, I think you've pretty much got the championship sorted after that performance. How do you feel?
So proud of myself, and I just drove so hard and I just wanted it so bad.
And obviously we will still see you at Wilton Mill regardless of that result, but what other big events have you got your eyes focused on now?
Obviously I want to win the European Championship as well, and also the World Finals.
And for all of this hard work, you know you've been absolutely amazing all season and this weekend. Who have you got to thank?
Nathan, Mark, my dad, all my family for coming here, Strawberry and Cream Engines, and my mechanic Lee Taylor.
Congratulations, Albie. In one word, how do you feel?
Happy.
That's Albert Friend, everyone. Then your Kimbolton Event 7 Minimax winner. We'll head back up to hear some words from our partners, and then I'll meet you on the grid. Full weekend hospitality at Wilton Mill. Experience the final round of the Rotax British Kart Championship with VIP hospitality. Following feedback from competitors, teams and parents, Motorsport UK in conjunction with Wilton Mill are delighted to offer full weekend hospitality, including tea and coffee, soft drinks, breakfast and lunch, high-speed Wi-Fi and access to the live stream action. Limited availability, so get your tickets now. We're walking up the grid then ahead of our Rotax Micro Max final. We've had absolutely ballistic performances for so many of these drivers in this category. You know, the winners of each heat and the pre-final, there's been some different names in there. We've got Joss Hushka. He's having a great weekend. Joss is somebody who throughout this season has had, you know, picked up the pace in performance. We've had great performances from Austin Oman, who is Joss's, of course, teammate in the Sam Pollitt racing team. Austin Oman coming into this weekend was your championship leader. People who are also fighting for your championship lead, of course, is Sebastian Behrman, who, much like Joss Hushka, has picked up the pace within this championship as the rounds have been going on. We saw an absolutely fantastic performance from him last time in Warden Law, since he's won the GP plate at PFI. Lucian Smith, of course, previous Sebastian Behrman teammate, he's got the Jax Motorsport suit on, but he is now with KR and he's going to try and give Sebastian a run for his money. Let's see which drivers we can try and catch up with ahead of this race. There is Joss. I'll try not to get run over and I'll skip between some of these carts. Sorry. Joss, last time I spoke to you, we were at Kart Masters. I know how much you wanted that win, but you start this race on pole. Do you reckon a win could be in store for you?
I mean, yeah, I won the pre-final. I know I've got the pace to win, so yeah, could probably get a win in this.
And I just told the audience, you know, you've made great progress this season, and you know now you're finding yourself winning pre-finals, heats, really far up the order. What have you done to achieve that?
Just been consistently trying my hardest, improving braking points and trying to get the line to perfection.
And I spoke to your mum a couple of weeks ago. She said, you know, maybe when that big win comes in, you might get a new painted helmet. Do you reckon that could be this weekend? Could be that weekend?
Well, if I get a podium or like just first in general, it's going to be amazing. So a new painted helmet would be a big gift.
Well, we'll see if you get that gift at the end of this weekend then, Joss. Good luck.
Thank you.
We'll head next to Joss to Lucien Smith, of course. Lucien with the KR Motorsport team. Lucien, how are you feeling ahead of this final?
Confident. We've had loads of pace over the weekend. Sometimes we haven't been able to extract it all, but I think we've got a good chance to hopefully win, and it's going to be a good race.
And some of the overtakes I've seen from you this weekend have been really ambitious. You know, you've been sending it in from quite far back. What helps you to do that? How do you have the confidence?
Just if you want the position, then you need to go in, and if you want to get it straight away, and it helps you in the long term to get good positions for the pre-final and then the final, then you just have to be really confident.
And around Kimbolton then, when you're leading the pack, is there anything that makes it difficult? How do you make sure you keep your head?
Make sure no one behind you is just to be really calm and collective with how you're driving, make no mistakes, and hopefully that will make them feel like we can push away and hopefully get a secure result for us at the front.
Well, let's watch if you can secure that then, Lucien. We've got more time to keep heading down this grid of Micro Maxes. Austin Oman there, the Sam Pollitt driver, will be starting behind his teammate, Jos Hoschke. I'm sure there will be some teammate antics going on. We've got Maximilian Eberhardt. Maximilian, how are you feeling ahead of this race? Confident?
Yeah.
And this weekend, I believe you're running as a privateer. Is that, you know, you maybe don't have any teammates within this race, but do you still think you can push ahead by yourself and get some places?
Hopefully, yeah.
Great to speak to you there, Max. We've also got Arthur Farrow then next to us. Arthur, of course, won the round at PFI after having a DNF in one of the races. Try not to get run over here. Next to me is Joshua Cook. Josh, spoke to you a couple of times this season. Every time you tell me that you're really confident. Is that the same case for this race?
Yeah.
And then KR, what have they said to you ahead of this race to make sure that you can make up some positions?
Work with your teammates and just get to the front.
Good luck then, Josh. We've got Joss on pole. We've got Josh Cook there. Max Jolly then here. Max, obviously Hunter Motorsport driver. We've seen Hunter have had some great success this weekend. Kai Hunter, clean sweep so far. How are you feeling, Max?
Really excited.
Why is that? Like, obviously I've raced, so I know, but what makes it exciting?
Overtaking people and winning it.
Do you reckon you could win it?
Try.
We'll watch you try then, Max. That's it then to speak to these Micro Maxes. Let's head off.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Getting ready for race number 21, the Micromax UK final, the fourth one of the season, the 32nd board in the air there. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Jos Hoschke on pole position. Brilliant weekend for Jos so far. He's joined by Lucien Smith on the front row. Championship leader Austin Oman on row 2. Sebastian Behrman alongside on brilliant form at the moment. Can he repeat his win from 1 week ago at Kart Masters? George Swire and Maximilian Eberhardt, they form up the third row of the grid. Keep an eye on Joshua Cook. This is the similar kind of position he started to when he won the O place. He starts on row 4, another alongside another winner from earlier in the year, Arthur Farrow. Max Jolly and Dian Pahal on row 5. Can Dian Pahal get a first podium this season in this race? George Climo and Alfie Garrett, they go from row number 6. Alfie Mayer and Albert Farrow start on row number 7. They're ahead of Luke Millward, who needs a big race here to rejuvenate the championship campaign there for KR Sports. Starting on row 8 alongside Chloe McGill. Rest of the order, Harry Radcliffe and Ava Lawrence on row 9. Harris Barber and Logan Rolfe on row 10. James Devereaux and Kuyo Koyatake on row 11. James Roots and Charlie Page on row 12. Buddy Hugo and Ansel Murray on row 13. It's a 28-strong field completed by Oliver Dawson and Benedictas Masiokas. Nice and straightforward in the championship stakes, folks. It's too tight. I don't think this one is going to be decided here. This one is going to go on to Wilton Mill. Doesn't reduce the importance of this race, though. Austin Oman has a lead of 11 points over Sebastian Behrman in the championship. A further 10 back is Josh Cook. How's it going to change here? We're going to go round for another formation lap. Bit more time for us to go through how the championship is looking at this stage. Big thanks to Ian Rogers and the whole motorsport timing.uk team downstairs in timing and scoring for providing us with these updated numbers. So Austin Oman leads the championship on 646. Sebastian Behrman on 635. Joshua Cook on 625. Luke Millward on 624. So very close there between the two KR drivers. Alfie Mayer is 5th on 613. Maximilian Eberhardt on 600. That is your top 6. For Austin Oman, though, starting this race on the second row of the grid. I actually think it's one of the better, yes it is, the best starting position for Austin Oman so far this season for a final. He has been very strong in particular in these races, these 15 minutes plus 1 lap spectacles to end the weekend for Micromax UK. All 28 drivers ready, present to go racing. Eyes on those lights. Oh, we're going to go around for another formation lap. The formation, I think, in the second half of the field, not quite to the standards that Nigel Edwards, race director, requires. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting and where you're watching from, whether that be here at the circuit or around the world. Hello to Matt Copsey. Hello to Marcus04. Plenty of discussion going on in the chat. Drivers will know they need to get this one right, though, because that's 2 extra formation laps they've had now at the discretion of the race officials. If they have another false start, there may be a little bit of what I like to call re-education coming, but I'm sure that won't be the case. Beautiful conditions here at Kimbolton, halfway between Cambridge and Northampton. The pace being slowed down now by Josh Hushka. Got to think, might be a little bit of nerves there in that number 55. Josh Hushka has not been in this position so far this season. Are we ready to go racing? Yes, we are. Lights are out. 15 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Good start for both drivers on the front row of the grid, but it is going to be advantage Hushka through turn 1. Oh, there's a bit of a melee in the second half of the field. Everyone's managed to get pointing in the right direction and going again, but a number of drivers delayed in all of that. And I think there's been a second moment going through this first lap. So some drivers, their finals are pretty much done. That is the number 93. That's Kuryo Kiyotake, the wild card from Japan, who is not unfortunately going to be getting a good result in this race. Through into the last couple of corners on this first lap then. Josh Hushka leads, and it's Austin Oman, his teammate, in second place. What a season it has been for Sam Pollitt Racing. They took their first win of the season at Lark Hall. First win ever, of course, in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. That was courtesy of the driver in second place, Austin Oman, who has had a brilliant season. They've now set their sights on race wins are not enough. They want championships, and Austin Oman is their best positioned hope across these Rotax categories. There's Dean Pahal. Dean Pahal's had a good start, is up to 8th place. Dean Pahal, this could just be the kind of race for Dean Pahal, because we've seen Dean Pahal have some really good runs through the heats and the pre-finals and start towards the front for a final, and it just not quite happened. Could be very much well be the other way round today here at Kimbolton. There is a move down the inside. That is Arthur Farrow getting by past Maximilian Eberhardt. That is for 6th place. How's Sebastian Behrman getting on? Was in a fight with George Swire right now. Dean Pahal down the inside of Maximilian Eberhardt. Similar pieces of machinery in. Pahal out onto the grass. He's going to have to find a way, a long way back from the grass there. And unfortunately for Dean Pahal, it's just not happening again in one of these finals. There's Luke Millward Need to keep an eye on Luke Millward in this race. Has slipped to 4th place in the championship standings now, with 2 point scoring stages of the weekend complete, but still very much has an opportunity here in this one. And again, with it being a longer race, you never know what could happen in the last 5 minutes, especially as drivers and materials start to tire at the end of a long competitive weekend. Just over 12 minutes of this race to go. We're on lap number 4. Who's made the most progress in the early stage? So Charlie Page is doing all right out there. He's up 9 places. Charlie up into the top 15. Also with good gains in the first few laps. Alfie Garrett up 5 places to 7th. James Devereaux as well, another one of the new drivers for a new team, GW Racing, is up 5 places, is there in 16th. Ansel Murray, Oliver Dawson, Benedictus Masiokas are also gaining. Drivers to confirm who were involved in problems early on: Albert Farrow, Chloe McGill, Harry Radcliffe, Buddy Hugo and Kirio Koyotake. Meanwhile, fight for 3rd place that the GP plate has won out. Good stuff there from Sebastian Behrman. This is the stage of a title battle that can be very telling for any drivers of any age. And Sebastian Behrman, who took the race win last time out at Warden Law, followed it up with a fantastic win, fantastic performance last weekend, 7 days ago at the Kart Masters Motorsport UK British Grand Prix. Has already got some good scores on the board this weekend, was the best driver through yesterday's heats. Needs to score again here in a manner that keeps the pressure on Austin Oman and maybe even closes that lead of what at the moment, well, at the start of this race was 11 points. At the moment, in terms of live scores, big thanks to the guys and girls in timing and scoring for this, is 13 points. So that's what we're saying in this one. This one is very tight, very close, and barring some quite remarkable results between now and about 11 minutes time, will go on to Wilton Mill. May well be decided midway through the Wilton Mill meeting, which will be on the 2nd weekend of September, the weekend of the 6th to the 8th. It is going to be going a long way, this Micromax UK title campaign, for all of our front runners. George Swire, whose fastest lap of the race so far, is there in 4th place, a gain of 1 so far for George Swire. It's a big opportunity for George Swire, who's another driver who's performed well in these longer races. I think back to the drive he had at Lark Hall, flying through the field back up towards the top 10. This is an opportunity for him, doesn't need to do that today, having started far up the order. Can he get a podium? That would be a great result for George Swire here. 9.5 minutes to go. Drivers into a nice rhythm now. Joshua Cook has got a move done on this lap. Has got past Arthur Farrow so far in this race. So he's up to 6th place now. Pressure being applied down up on the Sam Pollitt Racing top 2 by the chasing pack led by Sebastian Behrman. This is going to be a key phase to see how Huska and Owen can deal with this now. Behrman full of confidence, of course. George Swire in this group as well. Hasn't had this opportunity before. As down the inside goes Behrman. Behrman gets the move done on Austin Oman. 2nd place at the moment then for Sebastian Behrman. And get the abacus out, because that means that the title picture closes that little bit more. Instead of a 2-point swing into the advantage of Oman, it's a 2-point swing to Behrman now. It would mean 9 points between the two of them heading into the final round, with a lot of racing still to go when we head to Wilton Mill. Joshua Cook is still there as well, as here comes George Swire having a little look down the inside of Austin Oman. This is the point for Austin Oman where he's just got to keep calm, just got to keep it steady, trust in the skills that he's shown across the course of the season so far to put himself in this position of leading the championship. There's still more than halfway of this race to go. best part of 8 minutes, but Behrman on the attack, down the inside for the lead of the race. Huschka on the outside, holding it in there, and can't hold the lead. Instead, it's Oman who hops up into second place. But Sebastian Behrman has once again shown this grit and determination that we've seen this past 4 or 5 weeks. The kind of grit and determination that made him a round winner for Jack's Motorsport at Warden Law, that gave him the GP plate 7 days ago. And now he leads again here at Kimbolton. George Swire down the inside for third place. Go for it. He hasn't had this kind of result so far this season. That's a great move by George Swire. Huschka now fighting back. Huschka, who hasn't had this opportunity in a final before, and fights back down the inside to retake third place. And then through there, Lucian Smith trying to get involved. But it's these top two now, Behrman and Oman, breaking away from the rest in what has been a fantastically competitive Micromax field so far in 2024. Are they going to emerge as the two out front, clear and gone, and go into that title decider at Wilton Mill, head and shoulders above the rest of the order? We've just got over 6 minutes of this one remaining. Behrman looking to make it 2 wins from the last 2 rounds. Austin Oman also looking to make it 2 wins so far this season. Hasn't been off the podium so far this year in finals, has Austin Oman. Hasn't been outside the top 2, in fact, in the finals at PF, Larkhall and Warden Law that we've seen so far this season. These drivers here, Huschka, Smith and Swire, well, best result so far this season in a final for Smith. I think it's been a 10th place back last time out at Warden Law. So Lucian Smith hasn't had a podium so far in 2024. Neither has Josh Huschka that we mentioned earlier. And neither has George Swire. So that's going to be a competitive race. And I tell you what, it's not just for third place right now, because that was a big lap from Huschka, Smith and Swire. By not fighting too hard and working together, they've been able to reel Oman and Behrman back in. Just over 5 minutes of this one to go. A few moves further down the order. Dean Pahal and Luke Millwood have both got past Maximilian Aberhart. It's not been the best of races, unfortunately, for Aberhart. Aberhart down 7 places in this one, is now in 13th place. Harris Barber, let's say look out for Harris Barber. He's had a good day's work. Started at the very back of the pre-final, is now back up into the top 15 in this trophy race, ahead of James Roots. Now, James Roots has also had a good return so far. He's up 7 places. 4.5 minutes remaining. No one making their move yet, which is understandable, because one mistake will throw, for any of these drivers, them completely out of the picture for the podium. They've got a good gap over Joshua Cook. There, Joshua Cook is in the background of your shot, about 2 seconds further back, trying to work with Arthur Farrow and Alfie Garrett, Max Jolly in that group as well. Through Dan Weldon corner once again. Bit of news from race control. Investigation underway into something that's occurred with the number 12 of Harris Barber. I think as well for the number 23 of Dean Pahal. Bit of a different shape to the line there through Kimbolton corner for Austin Oman. And now looking down the inside is Austin Oman to take the lead. And the big thing is, 3 other drivers follow through. Well, if that was tactically played in the mind of Austin Oman to try and keep it tight, to get down the inside and capitalise on the close proximity of their rivals, that was brilliantly done by Austin Oman. And now it's Sebastian Behrman who's in the position of must not panic through the early, well, as we saw with Oman in the early stages, now with Behrman in the latter stages. He's still there, still part of this pack, and has still got enough time to pull this one back and get into the podium positions once more. Oman leads, Smith and Huschka second and third. Lucian Smith, though, wants a race victory, and Lucian Smith sweeps down the inside for KR Sport to take the lead with 3 minutes remaining. What a weekend this has been for Lucian Smith. What a turnaround for the rookie. Could be on for a first victory of the season. Behrman's fighting back. Behrman's got back into third place. Is ahead of Hushka now. And keep an eye on Josh Cook. I wouldn't completely rule Josh Cook out of this one yet. He is closing in with Arthur Farrow there in support. This is the classic thing with Micromax Racing. As defensive now, the work from Lucian Smith. And Behrman's down the inside of Oman, has got second place. And now it's Oman on the defensive march, trying to hold in there. Gets back into line in fourth place. Hushka back into the podium positions. And all the while, Joshua Cook continuing to close in. Behrman down the inside into the down Weldon corner, has got it through past Lucian Smith. Another lead change in this amazing final, of fourth of the year for Micromax UK. Keep an eye on that chase pack. They are charging. They are coming, because the battle is well and truly on now at the front of the field. It's fantastic entertainment, but it's not the quickest way of getting round this Kimbolton circuit. Oman back down the inside of his teammate Hushka, takes third place. George Swire is going to try and fight in there as well. Joshua Cook took 4/10. Oh, that's down the inside goes Smith. Behrman's on the grass, returns back to the circuit, still in first position. But that was a big attack from Lucian Smith, and he's got down the inside again into Dan Weldon corner. Smith back to the front. What a race this has been. We have been treated to some fantastic scraps in Micromax UK in 2024. This might be the best yet. Back down the inside goes Oman through Kimbolton corner. Gets ahead of his championship rival Behrman. Once again, there's an investigation for the number 42 of Albert Farrow. We've got 2 more laps to go. The top 8 are covered by less than 2 seconds. Here in the sunshine in Cambridgeshire, Lucian Smith holding on to the lead now. Josh Hushka trying to look round the outside of George Swire for 4th place. And still Joshua Cook, Arthur Farrow and Alpha Garrett are continuing to push on. They've got to believe that there's going to be another opportunity for them to get in and amongst the battle here for the top 3. It's not decided by any means. Into Kimbolton corner for the penultimate time. Behrman looks to the inside on Oman to take second place. They're side by side as they come towards the pit straight. They touch as they come over the start finish. Oh, and round goes Behrman. Behrman spins. Behrman's out of contention onto the final lap. Lucian Smith has the advantage now. There's a right old battle going on for second place that George Swire is... No, George Swire hasn't got the advantage in. Josh Hushka's in there now. Josh Cook is trying to get in there. Austin Oman's holding in third place. Josh Cook fighting with George Swire and Arthur Farrow and Max Jolly and Alfie Garrett. Behrman has fallen all the way outside of the top 20. Is Lucian Smith going to take a first victory in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships? Yes, he is. Lucian Smith wins at Kimbolton. Josh Hushka is on the podium for the first time in this season. Austin Oman in third. He will be your championship leader heading towards the finale at Wilton Mill. George Swire and Arthur Farrow in the top 5 as well. What a race. Such drama. I lost count how many lead changes we had there, and that's just the official ones on a lap chart. But Lucian Smith, stepping into KR Sport, is a winner. What a race. Got a feel for George Swire. He's looking a bit disappointed. He was that close to a first podium, and it's still not over. We should stress these are provisional results, of course. But my oh my, there's not many races that leave me nearly speechless, but that was one of them. Lucian Smith wins it by 0.73 seconds. Not the closest race result that we've had today, but the sheer drama on those last two laps. Smith from Hushka Oman, Swire, Farah, that's your top 5. Joshua Cook, P6, more useful points, keeps himself in the title equation, but he's got to have a big weekend at Wilton, and we've got to see the same kind of performance we saw at the O-Plate from Cook if he's going to be champion. Alfie Garrett in 7th, Max Jolly in the top 10 again, the top 10 completed by George Clymer and Luke Millward. Not the greatest of weekends for Luke Millward, but you never know how important those points could be. Dian Pahal in 11th. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, and there were a lot of them in that Micromax UK final. This was the start, and it wasn't calm. A number of drivers having moments. That was Chloe McGill having a bit of a scary time up on 2 wheels. Chloe McGill would recover to P21. Get everybody's, if you're watching with a family, get everybody's hands out to count the number of overtakes for the lead in this race. That was one of them from Behrman. Oman got back to the front. This was Lucian Smith going down the inside midway through the race. You've got to give it to Lucian Smith. He didn't worry that there was a championship battle going on around him. He was all about trying to take this race victory here today. Behrman had a go down the inside to take the lead. That was one of the flashpoints, though. This was with about 2-3 laps to go. Smith and Behrman through Derek's corner, and then again through Dan Weldon corner. That's where Smith got the lead, but it was this moment here. A little bit of a touch there between the top 2 in the championship, and then something happens there with Sebastian Behrman. I think Josh Husker was also involved in what happened at that point. That gave the gap for Lucian Smith, who only needed to drive 1 lap in the lead without a defensive line, and that was the all-important one at the final there. What a performance from Lucian Smith. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland whilst I get my breath back. Nicole, over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. Lucian Smith, Lucian, you have been on fire this weekend. Would you agree?
Yeah, it was just really nice to get that first win.
And I believe this is only your 2nd weekend with KR. Yeah. Do you think they're going to be pretty happy with that?
Definitely. After Kart Masters, we had a strong result at Kart Masters that put us in a good mood for this weekend. So hopefully we get many more in the future.
And some of those moves you were making were pretty special. Can you tell me a little bit about them?
Yeah, I thought for one of them we weren't going to make the corner, but you just have to believe that you're going to get them, and then you probably will. It was just really nice to be at the front in a final and to bring it home.
Congratulations, Lucian. Who have you got to thank?
KR, Toby, George, Connor, the engines, also my dad and everyone else in the team, because they've really supported me and pushed me and urged me on.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you on the podium. Big congratulations to Lucian Smith on his maiden win then in this championship. We'll head up and hear a word from our partners, and then once again I'll meet you over on the grid. Charlie Turner then. I'm a bit out of breath because I just sprinted up the track, so you might have to bear with. How are you feeling ahead of this?
Yeah, really confident. Obviously it's very hot. 15 minutes is a long race, so it's just about being consistent, but we'll see how it goes.
And in that pre-final then, you pulled a pretty big gap. Teammate James Glenister did catch up, but do you think, because you're in that title contention, do you trust that James is going to work with you?
Well, I don't really look at the points at the moment. I'm just more sort of thinking about time management, but obviously now it's the final, just go out for it and see what happens.
So no tyre management then in this final, it's just all guns blazing?
No, definitely not. It's wheel to wheel between me and James.
We'll go and speak to James then, see if he agrees with the wheel-to-wheel comment. James, do you reckon a bit of teammate rivalry, some feisty racing between you and Charlie then?
To be honest, me and Charlie, we've known each other for quite a long time now in KZ. We know how each other races, and it's always been clean. So, yeah, I'm not worried about anything with him.
And then, you know, he's in contention for a title win. Is that going to affect what you do slightly, or is it just, you know, every man for themselves?
Maybe in the later stage, maybe. Yeah, I'm not going to do any stupid moves. Just because obviously Brian, who puts the owner of the team for Rush Performance, he puts a hell of a lot of work into this. And if we were to like take each other out, say on the last 2 or 3 laps, it would just be like pretty much a disgrace. So yeah, I don't want to go down that route, and I wouldn't even want to go back to the awning. So
hang your head in shame and just leave.
yeah, basically, yeah.
Well, thanks, James. Good to catch up with you.
You too.
We'll head down the grid there. There's Ella Stevens in the Birrell. Ella, good to see her on the second row. I wonder if I can find Josh Price, who came into this weekend as our championship leader. Obviously, Josh previously has been in touring cars and very experienced within this KZ grid as well. Josh, you championship leader, how are you feeling ahead of this?
I'm not sure really. I mean, the last one wasn't great.
Why?
I'm not sure. It just lacked a lot of pace, so we've changed pretty much everything for this one just to try and work it out. But we'll try and do as best we can and damage limitation really for the championship.
I've not done too much around Kimbolton myself. I've never sat in a KZ. You know, is this one of the tracks where it's harder to find a good setup?
I think we struggle more on us personally, kart-wise and size and so on. But I mean, it's no different to the rest. But we'll see how we go. Hopefully, it's sorted out for this one.
Good luck then, Josh. Daniel Sabula is starting there in the number 27 kart. Daniel, this is your first year in a KZ. You've previously raced in Rotax. You did a fair bit in the junior category. Do you find the KZ challenging?
There is definitely an element of challenge in there. It's definitely very different to anything that I've driven before, and you know, I think it's a really good challenge to going into this year, and you know, hopefully we can get some points with it.
Great to speak to you, Daniel. Obviously, these KZs are push-start karts, so the mechanics will be pushing the drivers off. We'll head up then to Andrew in the box. This is the KZs.
Here we go then. For the 4th time this season, KZ2 are ready for their final, and it's got Charlie Turner on the front row of the grid. An all Rush Performance front row is joined by winner last time out, James Glenister. Jake Weston on super form this weekend. Starts on row 2 alongside Ella Stevens, who won the E-Plate 3 weeks ago. Miles Murphy and Derek Morgan form up the 3rd row of the grid. And on row 4, we find championship leader Josh Price. He's joined by one of his teammates for this weekend, Sam Ward. Row 5, Ashley Lewis alongside Daniel Sabula. We just heard from Daniel there. Ryan Green and Bryn Kinch on the 6th row of the grid. 14 runners in total in this one, completed by row number 7. Lee Ward and George Barker. Byron Kittle does not start. And are there problems already for one of the drivers there? In fact, a number of the drivers. One of them is the number 42 of Bryn Kinch, and I think George Barker is out of this. Oh, that's a major problem for Bryn Kinch. No front left wheel. It's gone before it's even got going. Well, that is truly bizarre. I'm not quite sure how that was. Whilst we were reading the grid out, I can see George Barker's number 63 is also stranded at the side of the road. And, well, that is 2 drivers out of the race before it's even begun. That is a real shame for both Kinch and for Barker. They will watch this race from the sidelines. That is truly a strange moment on the formation lap. I'm trying to see if there's any kind of further damage, whether those are 2 drivers who've had 2 separate incidents both at the same time, or whether it was one conglomeration of an incident, if you catch my drift. Either way, they are out of the race. No, just hearing in my ear that yes, the wheel fell off. The wheel came loose from wagon for Bryn Kinch, and for George Barker, he didn't take part in the pre-final. I wonder if that's a separate issue that's been plaguing the number 63. Right then, championship can't be decided in this race, ladies and gentlemen, because we've still got another double header to go for these drivers. That will be at Three Sisters later in the year, and let me tell you, that is going to be spectacular to watch. But before we go to Lancashire, we have this final here at Kimbolton. 15 minutes in the blistering sun here in Cambridgeshire. Lights are on, lights are out, and away we go. Very good start for Glenister. Glenister challenging for the lead into turn one against his teammate, trying to hold it round the outside. Who's going to emerge in the lead? It is going to be James Glenister. So Glenister said in the early stages that he would battle with his teammate, and then if it was like this towards the end, that's when they'll make it nice and calm. But Glenister is straight away asserted that he wants to win his third final of the season in a row. Great start for Derek Morgan as well. You can see there the helmet with the shades of Senna and the Union flag on the front as well. Morgan is up to third place. This is quite the turnaround after Derek's difficult start in the first heat earlier on in the weekend, which I had to talk to him about during the paddock show earlier. Miles Murphy's had a decent start as well, has gone from 5th on the grid to 4th. Ella Stevens, again, it just does not go right. If these races were decided by lap 2 to the end of the checkered flag, I've no doubt she'd probably be in title contention, but unfortunately the race starts plaguing Ella Stevens once more. She lost 7 places on that first lap, is already making places back through the field, but is in 11th place. It's not the only... Oh, a style moment there! Morgan, Murphy and Glenister all getting together. Charlie Turner takes the lead of the race. Well, it can get a bit tight there into Stowe, and somehow all 3 of them have kept running in this race, because if you do come to a halt in KZ, it is an absolute disaster. But that was a very close moment indeed. Lee Ward's having a bright start to this race. He's had a torrid weekend so far, but has got past Miles Murphy and is up into 6th place. So new race leader, Charlie Turner, has it from Sam Ward. Sam Ward, who we've not seen so far this season, so he is effectively he is a wild card here. In second, Josh Price. Spoke to him on the grid with Nicole. Has changed everything on the setup for his number 2 car, and right now it's paying off because he's in 3rd place and he's the fastest driver in the field. 12.5 minutes to go then, only on lap number 4. Plenty more laps to go. If the result was to go this way, the gap would be 5 points heading towards the doubleheader season finale for KZ2 at Three Sisters. Ella Stevens is not having a happy time here. This is not true pace that we've seen from Ella Stevens across the course of the 2024 season. I wonder, are there more technical issues for the E-plated kart there? Because normally this is the phase of the race where we start to see Ella get that momentum going and come forward, and it's not happening right now. She's just trying to hold on to positions ahead. James Glenister is out. James Glenister is out of the race. I've just seen on our notifications, James Glenister will not continue the final winning streak that he had from Shennington. That is a real shame. I imagine it's something to do with what happened there down at turn 1 a few laps ago. Will still score points for 12th place, of course, but for James Glenister, that is not the way he would have wanted to end this final. There you can see the number 37 out of the race. And that also potentially changes things for Charlie Turner, because Charlie Turner now does not have, well, at least in the top 3, any assistance from teammates. Ashley Lewis has made some good progress in this race. Was up in 5th place, but has just lost that to Miles Murphy, and it's only 2.37 seconds behind the race leader. But this could be a bit of a moment now for Charlie Turner if the 2 more racing entries of Ward and Price get closer. And Price is going to go down the inside of the wild card in number 9 and take 2nd place. This is quite a turn of fortunes for Josh Price. He's going to hold on to the inside line there just to solidify this position. Derek Morgan's back down the inside and is back up to 3rd place. Derek Morgan very much could be having the best privateer run of the weekend here at Kimbolton. Into Dan Weldon corner once again. Miles Murphy still there as well in the number 4. Been a much stronger weekend for Miles Murphy here in Cambridgeshire. Had that an amazing start if you were with us yesterday. from the 4th row of the grid, as here goes Morgan down the inside of Price. Brilliant move from Derek Morgan. And that is the number 7 privateer up into 2nd place. This is good though for Charlie Turner, because like we saw in the pre-final, he's got a lead now in excess of 1.5, now 2 full seconds. So no need to do any time management. There's no race for these Lecan compound tyres after this race. You all get a fresh set of boots for Three Sisters in round number 5. At least in terms of taking care of the materials, he can just ease it up now. He doesn't need to run at 100%. Derek Morgan, this could well be his best result of the season so far. Hasn't had a result in the top 3. Oh, Josh Price has a little look there through the kink through Derek's. Remember, it's a different format for the KZ2s. They don't take the left then the right that we've seen for the Rotax classes. Oh, Murphy has a think of going down the inside on his teammate. Thinks better of it. Leans fully on the front axle there to get that one stopped, but Miles Murphy looking aggressive, looking like he wants to pounce once again here in KZ2. Was a little bit of now I think there's a bit more than a little bit of damage on Miles Murphy's front fairing. That looked like it had a bit of a wobble, which normally is an indication that the bumper is down. We'd of course have to wait to the end of the race. Just look, once a little bit of the aero load comes onto the number 4, onto the front fairing, particularly when he jumps out from behind a slipstream, that's having a little bit of a wobble. We'll have to keep an eye on that in the final results. Ella Stevens is coming back. So whatever the gremlins were for the E-plate earlier on in this race, they've seemed to have gone now. Oh yes, that is most definitely wobbling. That might be quite off-putting for Miles Murphy as well, sensing that at the front of the kart. But so much experience in the helmets of Miles Murphy. He'll keep pushing on. If he suspects and knows that there may well be a 5-second time penalty coming, he will look to just run this as a time trial. Well, there is a 5-second penalty if it's coming from Miles Murphy, but it's an in-race one. That has just popped up on our screens. He was under investigation for something earlier in the race. Well, the job has got even harder now for Miles Murphy. That 5-second penalty at the moment for the in-race jurisdiction would put him all the way down to 11th place. And as I say, if the bumper has dropped, and it does look like it has dropped, given the fact that it's got some degrees of freedom that it shouldn't have, it's going to affect him even more. Now he's going to go down the inside of Josh Price and take 3rd place. That's quite sensible from Josh Price, because now he has someone to punch a bit of air in front. Maybe work with his teammates and get back towards Derek Morgan, because he knows that Murphy has a 5-second penalty. He knows if he sits on the bumper with the rear of the number 4 that he's going to get the position back once the penalty is applied. So good bit of teamwork there from Moore Racing, given the situation. They've got 4 drivers in the top 6 right now. The trouble is, it's 3rd through 6th place. Charlie Turner continuing to lap in the 35.7s. Still has a 2-second lead, but Derek Morgan's giving this a go. That was the fastest lap of the race for Derek Morgan last time around. Fastest lap of any of them overall is Jake Weston, who did a 35.42 some laps ago. So right now in the title picture, this would be getting things really, really close. It would be 2 points between Price and Turner going into the final round. But remember, once that 5-second penalty is applied to Miles Murphy, give another point to Josh Price for 3rd versus 4th. But still be 3 points out of the odd 600 points that have been accumulated so far by these drivers. After 4 rounds of competition. That is very, very close indeed. It's the difference, quite simply, between a 1st and a 2nd place in the final. It is beautifully crescendoing this KZ2 season. We had to wait, of course, for it to get going. They had a later start as, through goes Weston. Miles Murphy going backwards now, it would seem. Ella Stevens is now coming forward. Sam Ward is improving all the time. And I've got to say, that front bumper could be getting even worse, you know, oscillating wildly in front of Miles Murphy's feet. Say, actually, I don't think we're done for the race win yet, because Derek Morgan is really pushing along here. A lap ago, the gap was 2 seconds. It's now 1.5. You can hear, in fact, just on the straight, you can hear the front bumper of Miles Murphy scattering across the ground there. Josh Price now has a bit of support in the shape of Sam Ward. I'm sure that the instructions will have been given to Sam Ward to say there's a team job to be played here to keep Josh Price in as strong a position as possible. Clearly got more pace than he had in the pre-final earlier on today. It was a really tough pre-final for Josh Price. In the end, he was classified in 7th place. Especially with the championship picture this time, every position counts in every single race between now and the end of the season. Into Dan Weldon once again. Turner has stemmed the attack, it would seem, of Derek Morgan. The gap has stabilised at 1.5 seconds. And the other thing for these drivers to think about is quite the task ahead of Ella Stevens as Weston goes down the inside of Ward. Nice move. Yeah, he's got it done for 4th place. And Weston, who was the pole position driver yesterday from time of qualifying in KZ2. Today's been a little bit more difficult for Jake. Started on the 2nd row of the grid for this one and is now back up to 4th place. And Jake Weston looking like he could be in 3rd place in the championship, leaving Kimbolton. Beyond 574 points. It's a little bit further back versus Price and Turner, but should anything dramatic happen to those two, Weston would be right there to pick up the pieces if he can continue this form into Three Sisters. Change further down the order as well. Ryan Green has got past Lee Ward. That is the battle for 8th place, which Ashley Lewis is not too far behind also. But back to this quintet. Ella Stevens at the back of it. Ella Stevens, not quite able to draw alongside Miles Murphy there into the braking zone of the Kimbolton corner. I think that's, in a strange way, the biggest threat to Josh Price right now is Ella Stevens. Because we know that Ella Stevens' pace in the latter stages of this race tends to be pretty strong. The trouble is, for her, there's 3 of Price's teammates in between her and that final spot on the podium. 2 minutes to go. Lead gap going back up. Charlie Turner now 1.7 seconds ahead of Derek Morgan. And the triple rear gunner show being done here to keep Josh Price on the podium. Ella Stevens hasn't been able to find an opportunity to start picking these opponents off. Ashley Lewis has got ahead of Lee Ward now. That's a change for 9th place. Lee Ward, it's been a tough weekend. He's going to slip from 3rd place in the standings at the start of event 7 all the way down to 8th place, unfortunately. Can still be very proud. He's in the top 3 of the privateers in this category. 2nd of them being Ryan Green, the 1st of them being Derek Morgan. As here goes Weston. Now that's interesting. Weston down the inside of Price, and they're going to have a bit of a squabble here. Well, I suppose the argument is that Jake Weston, given the form that we've seen this weekend, is not out of this title picture. There's still 2 rounds of this championship to go. Jake Weston has now got onto the podium with that 3rd place. The curious thing is if there's some really good pace in Jake Weston's machine, could he have done with being let go a little bit earlier to maybe get up the road and chase down Derek Morgan and Charlie Turner? All speculative now, of course. For Jake Weston, this has been a huge step forward this weekend. Best result in the final so far in 2024. was 5th last time out at Warden Law. He's looking at a first podium of the season. Sorry, not at Warden Law, that was earlier on in the season, of course. It was Shennington where he achieved that top 5. But Charlie Turner is on the final lap now. This has been quite the performance. It's not quite going to give him the championship lead, but it's going to close the gap to 2 points. And if he can win all the races at Three Sisters, he would be champion. The destiny of the British title in KZ2 is back in his hands. Charlie Turner from pole position wins at Kimbolton. Another brilliant result for Rush Performance. Their 4th final victory of the season. 2 for Turner, 2 for Glenister. And Charlie Turner will head to the final double-header weekend of the season, knowing that he can become British champion in 2024. There is the celebration. P1 for the 2nd time this year for Charlie Turner. A first podium of the year for Derek Morgan. What a drive from Derek Morgan after the difficulties of yesterday. He finished it with the fastest lap as well. Derek Morgan, at the moment, is your top privateer of the weekend as well. What a job by Derek Morgan in 2nd place there. And Jake Weston is on the podium for the first time this season as well with 3rd place. A brilliant performance from him. 4th place for Josh Price. Still holds on to the championship lead, but it is now only 2 points, 610 points to 608. 5th place for Miles Murphy. He does have a 5-second penalty in race and may also have a front fairing penalty as well. So unfortunately Murphy will drop all the way down to 11th. That will promote Sam Ward, Ella Stevens, Ryan Green, Ashley Lewis, Lee Ward and Daniel Cibula. They'll all be in the top 10. Few retirements in that race. James Glenister on lap 5. And Bryn Kinch and George Barker on the formation lap. Byron Kittle was a did not start. Well, the next time we will see KZ2 in action will be the weekend of the 27th to the 29th of September, heading up to Three Sisters for the finale. And I tell you what I'm looking forward to particularly at Three Sisters, that big, long, straight out of Moon Corner up towards the top of the hill. That's going to be spectacular. Let's have a look at what we saw in that final, though. Very dramatic start. James Glenister taking it toe-to-toe with his teammate Charlie Turner. Glenister looking to make it 3 wins on the trot, but there will be drama a couple of laps later that would put pay to any opportunities for Glenister. Then it was a focus to see, could Josh Price get up the order? We saw a hand signal there. That was a let through there for Sam Ward, allowing his teammate through. Sam Ward is a wild card this weekend, remember, so he's not part of the championship prize. He's not scoring points either. Got into the rhythm of the race. Derek Morgan made his way up to 2nd place. It's the ever-impressive Jake Weston. He's had a brilliant weekend. Moved past Sam Ward up to 4th place. Ella Stevens, plagued by problems on lap 1, could not find a way through past this quartet of more racing karts. There would be the change there. Jake Weston would go through into 3rd place and get his first podium of the year. But it's Charlie Turner's day and Rush Performance's day as well. They would have loved to have had a 1-2. Of course, unfortunate that James Glenister wasn't able to make it to the end of the race. But Charlie Turner does it again. He said he'd have this, in control, that he'd take it through and that it would be a long race. It's his 2nd race win of the year, adding to the one that he got at Warden Law. Let's hear from him. He's downstairs with Nicole.
Charlie, got your shopping there and checked out, didn't you?
Yeah, it's just been a fantastic weekend. Winning the pre-final and final. I can't ask for more anything for this weekend, to be honest.
And how hard actually was it out there? It's really warm. What were the conditions like?
Yeah, it was very, very hot and very hard, obviously, when I'm leading at the front. And it was quite windy as well, so to try and manage the gap. And I saw at one point there it was catching me, and my team told me to speed up and try and pick up the pace. And I did that, and I managed to control the gap and bring home the win. So I can't ask for more, really.
Yeah, definitely showed your experience then. Have you got anybody in particular to thank for this weekend?
Of course, everyone at Rush Performance, Brian Rush team manager, Ollie Caping, a fantastic mechanical weekend, and my dad for a great off-track support weekend.
And heading into the rest of the championship then, title fight is definitely on. How are you feeling about that?
We're just got to go open mind and do exactly what we've done for the last pretty much all year, really, and see what goes from there. If we win, we win. We lose, we lose. We get everything this year.
Congratulations, Charlie. We'll see you on the podium.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
That's Charlie Turner then, everyone, your KZ2 champion this weekend. We'll head up and hear from our partners, and then I'll be over on the grid for Senior Rotax. Here they are then, your Senior Rotax. Caden McQueen giving us a big hi. Since he's the first one to talk to me, I'm going to go and have a chat with him. Come on, Caden, cart down. Drummer McQueen, Caden McQueen. Caden, how are you feeling? Front row, you've been on fire this weekend, I think.
Yeah, we've been fast. I think, we've probably got a little bit more of an advantage to others. I think others are more fighting on the championship, whereas due to the first half of the season, I can't really get the top spot. The two alongside me here, obviously fighting for the win and fighting for the championship. So hopefully just manage to get in front at the start and let them have a little bit of a scrap.
So you actually reckon then, because you've got less to lose, you're in a better position?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, we'll see how you get on, Caden. I want to talk to Kai Hunter, wherever he's disappeared off to. You can see his mechanic there, Alfie. Before we speak to Kai then, let's speak to Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay, haven't spoke to you this weekend. How have you been getting on?
All right, yeah, qualified, not very good. Yeah, it was a good 1 lap pace, but 3 laps was very good. Won the first heat, second in the second heat, started second for the pre-final, but yeah, just didn't quite have enough to catch the front two. But also I'm starting third now. Good championship points, so I'm just going to try and build it from there.
And you're definitely in that championship contention. Pressure, or are you feeling all right?
Nah, I think I'm fast enough to get a top 3, probably to win, but I think it'll be all right if I just don't do anything stupid.
Oh. Good luck then, Macaulay. Kai has arrived then, here he is. Kai?
Yes.
It's nice to see you, getting some wins in this weekend. I'd say winning Kai Hunter is definitely back. You reckon a clean sweep throughout this weekend then?
I'm going to give it a good go. I feel like we've got some fast people behind us, but yeah, I don't come here to come second, so we'll see how we get on.
And despite some bad luck, earlier on in the season, you're still up there potentially to take the number 1 at the end of the year. How do you deal with that pressure as somebody who has won this championship before?
No, I feel like now, well, a lot's happened this year, so I've got to look at it from a different perspective. Like, you can't take anything for granted, and people are out to get you. So I feel like you got to give it everything and not let anything slip.
Oh, good luck, Kai.
Thank you very much.
We'll head down the grid then. We've got a sea of karts over here, I don't envy these drivers at all. The pressure is definitely on, especially considering how close that championship fight is going to be. Let's talk to Jack Lilly then. Jack, the only SBR car up in this end of the field. Jack, how you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good for the final.
And then, this season you've been up against some drivers that have won this championship. They've won the Euros, the Worlds. How do you manage that mentally as somebody who, you're up the front but a bit newer to being up the front?
Yeah, obviously, loads of these have had loads more experience than me, so it's just always learning and keep progressing. So then I can just keep fighting at the front and obviously go and win it.
Good luck then, Jack.
Thank you.
Cian Garrity is here as well. Cian obviously is our camera cart for this race, so we will be seeing, you know, Cian going through those corners. You going to miss any apexes for us?
I'll see what I can do. I'll try and make it interesting for you.
And how interesting do you actually think this race is going to be? You know, you're actually in a, you know, here you've got two teammates right up beside you. Pressure more so because they're next to you?
No, it just doesn't change it really. I'll just race like I always race. The racing's been a bit boring this weekend, but final now, so I guess it could change. We'll see.
What do you think has actually made it boring for you?
It's just been quite spread out.
Do you think that's because of the nature of the track or just the way people have been racing?
Probably the nature of the track, and then a bit as well, just the fact that it's getting to the end of the championship now, everyone's starting to calm down.
Anything else then to say, Cian, before this race?
Not a lot. I'll try and get a few moves for the camera.
Well, we'll see how he gets on. I do like that onboard camera footage. It's quite interesting, especially as somebody who has raced, you know, the way they are approaching these corners. There's Gustav Uzukovs, despite his suit says Hunter. That is not Kai, that is Gustav. You know, Gustav had a really tough qualifying, but he's made up some positions here. Dan Ashton then is flying the 32nd board, so I need to clear the grid. Good luck to all these senior Rotaxes. We'll see who the winner is shortly.
We will see indeed, because it's time for the final. Race number 23 of our weekend here at Kimbolton, the Senior Rotax final, with Kai Hunter on pole position, looking to make it a clean sweep of results here this weekend. He's joined on the front row by number 47, Caden McQueen. Macaulay Bishop, championship leader, starts on the inside of row 2, is joined by Teddy Pritchard-Williams. On row 3, Joshua Graham, looking to repeat his victory from 2 rounds ago, is joined by Jack Lilly. Callum Bradshaw and Cian Garrity form up an all-strawberry row 4. They're ahead of another one of the strawberry runners returning to the championship. Mark Kimber starts on row 5 alongside Gustav Uzukovs. Guy Cunnington and Archie Walker go from row 6. Harry Hannum, brilliant weekend so far from Hannum, is on the 7th row of the grid alongside Angus Scrivener. Pearson Bullock Carter and Archie Bottle start on row number 8. Neil Clark and Jack Collins go from row 9. They're ahead of Brandon Klein Nagelvort and David Al-Lechner on row number 10. Alex Duncan and John Brown, an all-Scottish row 11 there, ahead of Luke Bates and Ewan Charman. Charman, who's switched to Hunter Motorsport for this weekend. Row 13, Ethan Martin and Tristan Rennie, as there's problems immediately for David Al-Lechner. Row 14 for Ralph Youngling, and also on that one, Jack Gillingham, Zach Heslop and Rachel Robertson on row 15, Alex Adams-Acton and Tyler Harris on row 30, on row 16, 31st and 32nd. Row 17, Louis Weaver and Deacon Russell. Well, we've already lost one driver. David Al-Lechner is out of this race. Wasn't able to get going, and that's a real shame for the Polish driver, who was due to start on the 10th row of the grid. Are we good for a start? Yes, we are. Away we go for the final. It's Hunter versus Bishop versus McQueen. It's all gone wrong immediately for a number of drivers. It's a real mess in the second half of the field, but Kai Hunter was not expecting a thing to see Macaulay Bishop down the inside. But there was things going on as well from the middle of the pack. And it has emerged with Macaulay Bishop, who, similar to what we saw with Albie Friend, can put himself in terms of race points in an unassailable position across this race. He needs a bit more to happen generally to some of his rivals out there. And of course, he's still got to turn and attend the Wilton Mill round to get those 20 championship points. But Bishop leads again. Strange to say that Bishop has only had one win so far this season in terms of the championship of senior Rotax. Of course, he had that amazing victory earlier on in the season at the O-Plate. But it's the consistency that has put Bishop in this top of the league position right now. The trouble for him, though, in terms of wrapping it up today, is Callum Bradshaw, one of the drivers who mathematically can still be in it even if Bishop wins this race, is right there in second place. For Bishop to win the title today, in effect, he'd need the likes of Bishop He would obviously need the likes of Bishop to win. He'd need the likes of Bradshaw to fall back. He'd need the likes of Hunter to fall back as well. But if he can win this race, he will take a lot of drivers out of contention for the British title. Macaulay Bishop, who took the double last year in the junior ranks. An amazing 2023 across all of his racing in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Just the fact that we're talking about Macaulay Bishop at the top of the standings in the seniors in his first season is testament to just how talented this young man is. End of lap number 3. Bishop leads from Bradshaw. We saw those two go wheel to wheel at PF International. Caden McQueen is coming back through the field, as is Pritchard Williams. Teddy Pritchard Williams, I think that was both of them getting past Jack Lilly there. Warning flag for the number 56 of Rachel Robertson. So McQueen and Hunter still in this, I would say, with 12.5 minutes to go. They're still there in the top 10. Mark Kimber has had a really good start as well, and that is music to the ears of Callum Bradshaw to know that he's got his teammate right there, Mark Kimber, who has returned to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, of course, to try and win as many races for himself as he can, because he's Mark Kimber. He is a very competitive driver and a champion in his own right. But the main job this weekend for Kimber has got to be to support the championship hopes, the likes of Callum Bradshaw and Teddy Pritchard Williams, and right now he is doing that, just sitting behind Callum Bradshaw, giving him that protection. Archie Walker there in 4th place. But the driver's had a bit of a flip-flop weekend. You know, last time out at Warden Law, he had a great run through the heats and through the pre-final. It just didn't quite go for his way when it got to the trophy race. You know, he was looking at trying to take race victory. Still got a decent haul of points in that final, 58 of them. This weekend it's been the other way around, as Gustav Uzakovs loses out there to Guy Cunnington, and Neo Clark was getting involved as well. What a run for Neo Clark this weekend. Through from the repechage, is now up into the top 15. 11 minutes to go in this one. A bit further down the order, Harry Hannum's had a difficult start to this final. Is down to 19th place. Has just lost out to Ewan Charman, Angus Scrivener and Alex Duncan. Well, we heard from Cian Geraghty before this race that he thought, this race has been fairly boring, I think was the word he used. It's not been boring from our perspective at all here in the box. It's been pulsating all the way. It's doing so again here. As we get to that run-in, we get to these final stages of the season. You can see the drivers trying to do the mathematical chess in their minds of how do they tackle these races. I think the other question right now is, how do Bradshaw and Kimber tackle the pace of Bishop? Because Bishop just seems to be running away with this as Walker goes down the inside of Kimber to take 3rd place. Great stuff from Archie Walker. Caden McQueen and Teddy Pritchard Williams on the scene. Down the inside, McQueen holds on for 5th place. Kai Hunter has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 40.68. Trouble is, stuck down in 7th place now, and these are quality drivers that he's got to find his way by. Teddy Pritchard Williams currently trying to get up from 6th place in the championship. Caden McQueen is the driver immediately ahead of him. Caden McQueen is the driver going down the inside of Mark Kimber. Mark Kimber slips down to 5th place. Teddy Pritchard Williams may well be through. Yes, he is. And now Mark Kimber will again go into perhaps a rear gunner role and defend his own track position to keep Kai Hunter behind. Jack Lilly's still there. Joshua Graham, who remember took a victory at Lock Hall earlier in the season, also running in the top 10. Got to give it to Pearson Bullock Carter. Great first third of this race for Pearson Bullock Carter. More good points for Jack's Motorsport. They continue to grow and grow and grow in confidence across the course this season. Bullock Carter, the number 9 seed from 2023's championship, is back into the top 10 and is now going down the inside of Jack Lilly for 9th place, side by side with Lilly there. Graham is through and into 8th place on that last lap. What is the gap looking like? He's going out. Macaulay Bishop has just put in a 40.66, new fastest lap of the race, and is now 1.8 seconds out front. The concern I would have, though, is Bishop pushing too hard on the tyres. It is very warm here today. Air temperature now 27 degrees. I know in European racing that these drivers will have seen those kind of temperatures, but not so far this year. The Wera Tools British Kart Championships for the Rotax categories have we seen that kind of air temperature and also track temperature. The track temperature will have gone up by quite a few degrees. As the sun's been beating down on it, nowhere near as much cloud cover as we had yesterday, and of course more rubber's been laid down across the course of the weekend. There is the point from Joshua Graham there forward to Kai Hunter to say, let's keep pushing on, let's keep going forward. They've managed to get past Mark Kimber, so Hunter now up to 6th place. What would that do in terms of the championship? Would just wonder. Well, at the moment, Kai Hunter is staring elimination from the championship stakes. And remember, again, because drop scores are yet to come into play, it's the best 12 scores from 15 across the course of the season. Everybody who's competed in every single event will have 12 scores by the end of this weekend. And then again, Wilton Mill will all be about the drivers improving on their worst 3 from the season so far, beating them to add further points to their tally by the end of the season. And for Macaulay Bishop, he is looking to have a set of 12 scores that is mathematically beyond what as many of the other drivers in this championship could do. A lot of pressure on the back of Callum Bradshaw, and Bradshaw is out. McQueen is out. Archie Walker has gone as well. And we were just saying about the drivers who could still have an opportunity of beating Macaulay Bishop at Wilton Mill. Well, there's one of them gone out of this race. Archie Walker, I don't think that's a congratulatory clap there from Archie Walker. Callum Bradshaw, that could be the end of his British Championship bid. He was in a spot that would have taken his title challenge onto Wilton Mill, but with Macaulay Bishop winning this race, that is serious jeopardy now for Callum Bradshaw. The former world champion will leave Kimbolton a max possible score of 736. Macaulay Bishop could be on to 737 already if he could stay in the lead of this race. The beneficiary is mainly Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter now up to 3rd place. That puts him back within striking distance, back within range of what Bishop is already achieving and what Hunter can achieve between now and the end of the season. So Bishop is not in championship winning position at the moment, but one of his big rivals is gone. Archie Walker is gone. Archie Walker is also under investigation. Well, the incident will be reviewed, of course, that took McQueen, Bradshaw and Walker out of this race. Cian Geraghty's, we should mention, if you're wondering why we haven't seen any shots from the camera car, unfortunately Cian Geraghty is out of this race. But what a moment here at Kimbolton. It was looking good for Callum Bradshaw to have a chance of becoming British champion again, as he was in 2022. If he could take it forward to Wilton Mill, that opportunity is gone now. There's damage on the front of Teddy Pritchard-Williams' kart as well there, we should note. Joshua Graham has got through into 3rd place. Now that is quite key for Macaulay Bishop, because that's a point lost now for Kai Hunter. But I'm keeping an eye. Look, that NASA panel has definitely been dislodged. Now the question is, it's the front fairing. Has the front fairing been dislodged? Looks okay to me, but the ultimate test will be when they get into Park Fermby later on and see if the phone of doom comes out to take any shots at the front bumper of the number 5. Into turn 1. Go those in the top 10. What's Guy Cunnington doing to keep his championship bid alive? Well, 8th place at the moment again wouldn't be enough. Would not be enough. The gap that Bishop would have here at the end of the Kimbolton round would mean that even if Guy Cunnington went first, won the heats, won the pre-final, won the final, Obviously got the 20 bonus points for attending every single meeting. It would not be enough for Guy Cunnington to overhaul a bad weekend for Macaulay Bishop. 3¼ minutes to go. Macaulay Bishop's lead is now 4.2 seconds to the nearest 10th. Archie Walker has had a 5-second penalty. That's fairly academic in the grand scheme of things because Walker is out of this race. But by my reading of the news that we've seen on the screen there, I think that means that Walker has been attributed to be the party most at fault for the incident that we saw down at Kimbolton Corner. The really dramatic moment of this race that saw, pending Macaulay Bishop remaining in the lead for the laps still to go in this one, the end of Callum Bradshaw's British title bid, the end of Caden McQueen's as well. Caden McQueen is still running, by the way. Let's see if we can have a look at that replay, by the way, of the incident down at Kimbolton. So Bradshaw leading into and through Cashel. Oh, maybe just catches a bit of curb there. Bit of a touch. Rear wheel up in the air for Bradshaw. Out on the curb. Bradshaw still on the inside. And then does it come a little bit from further back? I think that was the lap. Ah, okay, so that's what the cause of it was. So McQueen catching the rear bumper of Bradshaw. Okay, it may not have, it may have been a separate thing for Archie Walker. The +5-second penalty. I think Archie Walker will argue that he's been an innocent bystander in all of that. But either way, all three drivers are out of main contention in this one now. And with the time ticking on by, Macaulay Bishop is on his way to a second round victory in a row. He was second in the final at PF International, losing out in that battle, that mano v mano battle with Callum Bradshaw. He was third on the podium at Lark Hall when Joshua Graham came through to take race victory. And Kai Hunter was on the podium as well. Warden Law, he finally got that round victory to add to the list of plaudits that he's had in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, the first one at a senior level. This could be his second, but more importantly, it could be the one that puts him on the brink of yet another British Championship. The biggest question involved in that now is, can Kai Hunter get up from 4th place and back onto the podium? Right now, 4th place would leave Kai Hunter with a maximum 737 points. That's if he went and won the heats, the pre-final and the final at the last round of the season. He would then go to a tie-break scenario, possibly with Macaulay Bishop, if Macaulay Bishop effectively zero-scored through the course of the weekend. 20 seconds to go. Teddy Pritchard-Williams holding on here to his position. Sorry, no, that's not Teddy Pritchard-Williams. That, of course, is Mark Kimber. Mark Kimber in the number 53 ahead of Pearson Bullock-Carter. Guy Cunnington in there as well. Guy Cunnington still going to be holding on to second place in the standings with this result, ahead of Kai Hunter and ahead of Callum Bradshaw. Teddy Pritchard-Williams will be moving up to 5th in the championship tonight. Time is up. Penultimate lap of the race then for our senior Rotax drivers. And it's been another hard, fierce race in this category, which has delivered drama, shocks, retirements, victories from the very start of the British racing season back at Wilton Mill for the O-Plate. And of course it's Wilton Mill where we'll head for the season finale, with things still to be decided. Macaulay Bishop is taking a huge stride towards adding the senior Rotax championship title to the junior Rotax British Championship that he won in 2023, along with many, many other plaudits. He's been one of the best overtakers in the world in 2024. He hasn't really needed to show those skills today, but he has shown a performance of absolute domination. Macaulay Bishop wins at Kimbolton, his second win of the season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Teddy Pritchard-Williams is on the podium. Second place for Pritchard-Williams. It's the first time he's been on the podium this season. Joshua Graham makes a return to the rostrum as well with third place, the first time he's been there since Lark Hall. Kai Hunter in fourth, and it may well be that it's Bishop and Hunter, the last two remaining, who can win the British title when we go to Wilton Mill, but it's going to need a mighty, mighty performance from the reigning champion if he's going to retain that number one plate. Jack Lilly in fifth place, another brilliant drive for Jack Lilly. Really has put on a show in 2024 so far. Sixth for the returning Mark Kimber, seventh for Pearson Bullock Carter, up 8 places in that race. Biggest mover within the top 10. Ninth for Archie Buttle, 10th for Neo Clark. Gustav Uzakrovs from the back of the grid in the heats gets a top 15. Also in the top 15 with Jack Collins, Angus Scrivener, Luke Bates. Great drive there from Luke Bates, up 9 spots into the top 15. That was completed by Alex Duncan. Harry Hannam, P16, ahead of Ewan Charman, John Brown, Tristan Rennie, and Tyler Harris, the first of a trio of drivers who tore their way through the lower third of the grid. Harris gaining 12, Deacon Russell in 21st, gaining 13 positions. Good drive there for Deacon Russell. Louis Weaver, the last of that trio, gaining more than 10 places, 11 for Louis Weaver. Caden McQueen would recover back to 23rd, but that incident earlier on in the race really putting pay to any chance that he had of winning it. Let's take a look at the start. There was drama already in the middle of the pack, as a number of drivers having very compromised starts. Amazingly, we didn't actually lose that many drivers from that one. It's just Cian Geraghty who retired on lap number 2. But it gave Macaulay Bishop the lead, and the bad news to the rest of the senior Rotax group is Bishop then just took off. He absolutely took off up the road, and there was no stopping him here today at Kimbolton. Bradshaw held on to second place. This was the flashpoint. McQueen, Walker, Bradshaw, all out of contention there at Kimbolton corner. Let's have a look at it again. There was a touch there between Bradshaw and Walker, but there was the more significant one between McQueen and Bradshaw. Academic for their races either way. Who's at fault, because at the end of the day they were all out of being on the podium today. There you saw McQueen rejoin the race. He would be P23 in the end, and not too happy scenes there between Bradshaw and Walker, but no bother for Macaulay Bishop. His list of victories continues to grow, and he will know that he can head to Wilton Mill knowing he is within touching distance of winning the senior Rotax title. Let's hear from him. He's downstairs with Nicole Sutherland.
With Macaulay then, Macaulay over a 4-second win. What have you got to say about that?
It's pretty nice. I started third going into the first corner, got a nice little run on Kai. And I don't know what he was doing, but he just didn't defend, so I went up the inside of him. And then there must have been a crash behind. I got a nice little gap, and then, just managed it really. I didn't really see what went on, but I just got a nice gap, and then went over the line with like loads of seconds to go.
And as always in seniors, the championship battle is getting pretty feisty. One of your championship competitors, Callum Bradshaw, didn't finish. Were you aware of that when you were driving around?
Yeah, I mean, I was just cruising around. I saw him on the sidelines of the last corner. So, that's obviously not done his championship anywhere, is it?
And then going into the last round at Wilton Mill, we know you're strong at Wilton. You have been since pretty much you were a bambino. And we've seen you do some outrageous moves like at the O-Plate, that went pretty viral. How are you feeling going into that round?
Confident. I probably went around there the most out of all the UK tracks. So I know I'll be fast, but just going to be about not crashing really. Done a good job at it in the final, just nice easy win, but it might be a bit more hard in the last round.
Have you got anybody you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Dan and Brother on the tools, all of Dan Holland for the support, Time Racing Engines, and especially Dan, obviously in the pre-final we didn't quite have enough, but we made some changes on the car and it made it so much better, so I just want to thank him especially for that.
Congratulations, Macaulay. That's Macaulay Bishop, everybody, your senior winner for today. Let's hear from our partners, and then I'll head over to talk to the junior Rotax. Back on the grid then for the last race of the day, and Hugh Moulton is sat next to me. Hugh, how are you feeling ahead of the last race?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I felt like we had a good pre-final and hopefully we can win the final.
And this weekend at Kimbolton, it's the penultimate round. Does that affect anything? Sorry, does that affect the way you race this final? Is the pressure on a little bit more?
I don't think really for me. I'm just got to try win it really.
Good luck then, Hugh.
Thank you.
I do want to talk to Harry Bartle as well. Harry, over here in the strawberry livery. Harry, you've been pretty unstoppable this weekend. We've seen a similar thing from your teammate Albie Frand, who picked up the final win in minis. But how are you feeling?
Very confident. Pace has been amazing, so hopefully we can pull it off and extend the championship lead.
And do you think the pace then, is that because of the car, the way you're driving it? What different elements has gone into that?
Combination of the two, really. Team's done a great job setting up the car, I always will do. And it's helped a lot.
And round this track then, Kimbolton, what do you think of the racing? Is it easy to pull away? We've seen it from you before, but actually how challenging is it?
Depends on, it being really hot, the engines can get warm, so see how it goes.
Well, we'll see how it goes then for you, Harry. We'll head back down then. We've got Jack West behind him. Jack, we've seen you have a really strong weekend so far at Kimbolton. You reckon you can continue that into the final?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've been quite decent on the pace and quite decent with keeping our position. So yeah, definitely.
And racing around Kimbolton then, are there any unique challenges that this track have compared to some of the others around the UK?
With this track, it's a massive heat train. So you find most of the time, once the race settles down, it kind of stays that way because everyone's turning the same times.
Good luck then, Jack. Great to hear from you. I'll head over to talk to the DHR driver of Joshua Turnbull. Josh having a great weekend so far. We've seen him making some fantastic passes on both other competitors and teammates, which is something we don't usually see too much of until later in the season. Josh, how are you feeling ahead of this?
Very confident. We had very good pace in the heats in the pre-final. I think we can just get to the front and see what happens there.
And with the juniors, we commonly see, a lot of fighting, but Harry Bartle has been very fast and has been pulling away. Do you think it's going to be scrappy, or do you reckon it will spread out a little bit?
I think it's going to be a really scrappy race, lots of defending and lots of moves to be made.
Great to hear from you then, Josh. We'll see if there's lots of moves to be made. We'll head back down then. There's Coles racing driver behind me. Already spoke to Hugh Moulton, who is in Coles, but Harrison Crowther. Harrison, we've seen you have a bit of bad luck this weekend because of various things, but you find yourself on the sharp end of the field. You feeling good?
Yeah, considering we've come from last overall at the end of qualifying, I think we've done a very good job. And I think as I'm starting in the top 8, I think it's all to play for. Anyone here can win.
And managing to get yourself literally from dead last back up this grid, what's helped you to do that specifically?
It's been a bit of work with, of course, Adrian Coles getting the kart set up right. But we've also had a few bumps. We had an in-race penalty in Heat 2, which kind of screwed us over a bit. But it's all to play for in the final, obviously.
Yep, I definitely agree. That's it then. What we've got time for the junior Rotaxes. They'll be heading off. Last race of the day here then at Kimbolton. Let's see how they get on.
Last race of the weekend then of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships event number 7 here at Kimbolton. It is the junior Rotax final, and it's another one where we could very much be looking at someone making a championship earning drive, because your pole sitter Harry Bartle has a healthy lead in the championship. His closest rival William Andrews is much further down the order, having had some bad luck during the pre-final. And of course, you've got the likes of Thomas Minspearing, Hugh Moulton not too far behind as well. But it very much is at this stage Harry Bartle's to lose. And he's been in magnificent form so far this weekend. Waiting for the instruction, 30-second board in the air there from Dan Ashton Clark, of course, here the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Here is your grid for the final. Harry Bartle on pole position. Hugh Moulton alongside on the front row for Coles Racing. Jack West and Lewis Goff looking to get their best results of the season so far on row 2. Thomas Barron and Joshua Turnbull on row 3. Thomas Minspearing and Harrison Crowther on row number 4. Owen Neve and Charlie Neve on row 5. Ayman Bansal and Cole Denham start on row number 6. Lizzie Mentier and Finley Buck start on row 7. Ahead of Joshua Smith and William Archer, that's your top 16. Vlad Tomajuk and Cameron Nelson, they start on row 9, ahead of Charlie Cox and Joel Dixon Cohen. Has had a great weekend. They're on row 10. Emily Cotty and Zach McDonald start on row 11. They're ahead of Kai Veach and Ryan Gandor. Gandor who's come through from the repechage. Joe Anderson and Shane Chandaria start on row 13. William Antrobus has a lot of work to do. Starts on the 14th row of the grid and is joined by Adam Wooden. Row 15, Charlie King and Henry Cameron. Finley Jones and Victor Hansen form up the penultimate row of the grid on row 16. And row 17, Albie Lapper and Noah Barham. So, just the small matter of 15 minutes plus 1 lap for Harry Bartle to negotiate, to hold the position that he's had throughout the course of the weekend so far, and very much move himself into championship winning position here in Junior Rotax. Lights are out. We're racing for the final time here this weekend. It's already kicking off in the second half of the field. Can Bartle hold on to the lead as one of the SPRs has taken to the runoff on the inside of turn 1? But apart from that, everybody is through. It's not been a good start at all for Lewis Goff, who I believe was the may well have been the SPR taking to the runoff there, and I think he's dropped to around 6th place. Finley Buck there in the number 31. Now we're going to be keeping an eye on where can William Antrobus get to in this race, because if he can get back up to maybe top 5, there's a possibility that he can take the title picture on to Wilton Mill, even with a win for Harry Bartle. End of lap number 1, Bartle from Moulton. Thomas Behrman's had a good start. Up 2 places to 3rd, Jack West 4th and Lewis Goff 5th. Joshua Turnbull, Thomas Minspearing, Harrison Crowther, Cole Denham and Owen Neve wrapping out the top 10. Where is William Antrobus? He's up 3 spots to 24th. Adam Wooden's the big move on that first lap. He's up to 18th, the gain of 10. An absolutely tremendous start for Adam Wooden. Cameron Nelson having a look there at gaining position in the number 41 for Dan Holland Racing. So, Harry Bartle, if he wins this race, will move up to 742 points. Locked in, guaranteed, irrespective of what happens at Wilton Mill. So anyone with 741 on their max possible or less is out of the championship bid. Whoa, there's a bit of a moment there for one of the KRs. I think that was Ryan Gandor in the number 71 running wide. It was. Gandor, who's had a quick start, is was up to 15th place. A little bit of a hop, skip and a jump across the grass there. This is not the triple jump in the athletics. This is kart racing of the fiercest order in Junior Rotax. Bartle leads, end of lap number 3. Moulton right there, as he has been pretty much throughout the course of this weekend. I think it's Thomas Behrman these drivers need to be most conscious of, because this is the first time that we've really seen Thomas Behrman in the front pack, the very big battle for first place. There's more drivers running wide out of the Willows. And he's had some really good race pace today, is Thomas Behrman. Into Kestrel Corner once again. Still a long way to go in this one. Lewis Goff seems to have got his rhythm back. He's there with Jack West. Both of them started on the second row of the grid. Finley Buck is up into the top 10. Make that 9th place now. I think there's problems for Joel Dixon Cohen. Looking a bit slow there. Heading away from Dan Weldon Corner. I think the rear bumper was dislodged there as well for the number 97. Pomps as well out there in the early stages. Charlie King, Henry Cameron, Joe Anderson and Charlie Cox are all off the back of the main pack, according to the information that we've got here in the box. Back at the front of the order though, Bartle, Moulton, Behrman keeping things nice and steady at the moment, not letting themselves get drawn back into the squabbles involving Lewis Goff and Jack West. They similarly wanted to work together. They're about 9/10 of a second off the back of the main 3, so that's not enough of a battle buffer. And in fact, Moulton's gone down the inside and taken the lead away from Harry Bartle. So he's not waiting around, is Harry Moulton. Maybe Moulton at this stage thinking Bartle hasn't quite got the pace, and he can sense that Goff and West and Turnbull and Spearing are edging ever closer. So Hugh Moulton takes the lead in this one. Coles Racing, rich history of course in the British Championships. Nearly 3 wide, heading into turn 1 now. Well, Goff and West didn't have to wait too long to rejoin the pack. I'm a bit surprised that the top 3 have started fighting this early. But fighting they have, and it's going to bring company because Goff, West, Turnbull have caught them now. And it's going to be a 6-way battle for the lead. But maybe Hugh Moulton's just thinking that he'd quite like to have a few more competitors in this fight. Bartle's going to go down the inside for the lead of the race and take it. Side by side, Behrman's going to step through into second place. Shrewd reading of the race there from Thomas Behrman. This is a key lap now. This is a big lap for Harry Bartle, because whilst Behrman's defending to solidify that second place on the road, Bartle's got to go now. And he's been such a master of this across the course of 2024 to sense the moment where the rest of the pack are arguing amongst themselves as to who's going to be the leader to chase down Harry Bartle, and Harry Bartle can take these opportunities. He's not quite broken away fully yet. He's at about 0.6 of a second for the gap, and if this chase group of 6 can get themselves organised, they will pull Harry Bartle back. As good as a driver Harry Bartle is, the championship leader looking to get himself within touching distance of the British title. Fending off 6 karts working together round a circuit like this is very hard indeed, particularly on those long runs towards Derrick's corner and towards the first corner. But Moulton's gone back down the inside and taken second place away from Thomas Behrman. William Antrobus has just set the fastest lap of the race. The trouble for Antrobus though, he's down in 25th place. Is the chance of a British title for Antrobus fading? It may well be, because you've got to remember that Harry Bartle has not been any lower than 8th so far this year at a championship points awarding stage. He's already accumulated, remember it's the best 5 results, sorry, it's the best 12 results that count, but 5 of them for Harry Bartle are already maximum scores. He's already got a couple of seconds in there and a 3rd. And if you could add a 6th here, with Antrobus all the way down the order in 25th, it would put Antrobus mathematically out of the title picture. Eight minutes remaining in this race then. Bartle still leads, but Moulton is coming back. Moulton is coming back, is at 0.5 of a second. Andrews is now up to P23. But realistically, I mean, he needs to be up in, even to start improving that max possible score, he needs to be up in, realistically, like the top 5. It is a long, long, long way to go. It was going to need to be a Herculean effort from William Antrobus, with Bartle winning, to keep his championship bid alive, but it's fading right now. Investigation involving the number 15 of Joshua Smith. May well be something coming there for Joshua Smith, who's currently 9th on the road. Down the inside, Behrman goes for second place again, has just done the fastest lap of the race. The trouble is, the more times they do this, they're running the clock down to catch up to Harry Bartle. 7 minutes to go, still very much in their hands, still plenty of time, but I would say you want to start pulling Bartle back in the next minute or two. You don't want to let him relax. I mean, he's looking pretty relaxed, to be honest, Harry Bartle, at the wheel of his Oplazer Strawberry Racing machine. But this is a big challenge now for Behrman, Moulton, Goff, for them to close down and catch up to Harry Bartle. Because Harry Bartle has done this job many, many times. He's comfortable in this position. He's one of those drivers who quite likes leading from the front, just keeping it calm, doesn't get flustered by the gravity of the position that he's in. They have a quick look at the number 92 of Jack West. Got to think it's going to be 3 from this 7 who are going to take the podium spots today, because the second group of Harrison Crowler, Joshua Smith and others is just a little bit too far back. Plus 5 second penalty for Noah Barham there. Pace last time around 41.59 for Behrman, 41.65 for Bartle. That was Bartle's fastest lap of the race so far. It just feels to me at the moment that Bartle's holding a little bit in reserve, and if Behrman and Moulton were to close in, that Bartle's still got something behind the wheel of his Strawberry Racing machine to just kick again, to just go again. Behrman and Moulton are keeping him honest, but I wouldn't say they're closing in right now. And whilst that's happening, Harry Bartle is moving lap by lap closer to being in the same position we were talking about earlier with his teammate Albie Friend in Minimax. He would still need to go to Wilton Mill, of course. That is the key thing here. He'd still need to go, attend the round, compete in the round, earn the 20 bonus points for being at every single championship event for the Rotax season. But in terms of the racing on the circuit, this could be it. This could be championship winning position for Harry Bartle. This is a good lap so far though for Behrman and Moulton. Gap was 0.46 last time around. What is it now? Again, Bartle's very strong in the latter stage of the lap. And in terms of how this race is going and how we've seen the races go across the course of the weekend, how many overtakes, for example, have we seen down into Stowe Corner? Being strong in Sector 3, but just having that performance in reserve to kick again, to make sure there's no risk of Thomas Behrman or any of the other drivers flying down the inside and taking his lead away into turn 1. It again has been one of the things that's thoroughly impressed me with Harry Bartle's performance across the course of 2024. His reading of these races has always been calm, has always been professional, has always been on point. Less than 4 minutes to go. Can they make the breakthrough? Can Behrman and Moulton find something in maybe the 41.4s to start to reel Bartle in at a critical rate? Moulton's just done a new personal best, but it's a 41.5. Changed for 12th place, by the way. Cameron Nelson has got past Charlie Neve. Again, it shows the pace at the front of this field. It's quite a drawn-out run order from first down to 33rd. We've only had one retirement in this race, and that was Joel Dixon-Cohen, who we saw earlier. That was a big lap, though, from Thomas Behrman. That's what he needs. 41.5. New fastest lap of the race by anybody. closed in the gap to Harry Bartle, down to 0.35 of a second. Warning flag out to the number 80 of Zach McDonald. Thomas Behrman looking to get back on the podium. Results for Behrman so far this season. He's had a smattering of top threes in terms of championship scoring stages, had some good results in pre-finals. Hasn't been on the podium actually yet so far this season in a final. So Thomas Behrman looking to get his best result of the season so far. So nearly came to that kind of result at Warden Law. Had a very strong weekend at Karting North East, 3rd, 2nd and 4th across the 3 stages. So had to fight back in this one. Had a difficult day yesterday in the heats. Did make it through straight into the top 28 and automatically qualified into the final. But had to start the pre-final stage 18th on the grid. Fought himself back up to 5th place. And that would be the question now as well. Has Thomas Behrman, just in terms of the materials, the tyres, how the chassis is feeling, everything, has he got anything more to give at the end of what's been a hard weekend? The gap is down to 0.33 of a second now at the end of lap 19. Warning for Charlie King. A couple of changes further down the order. Finley Jones has got past William Archer for 19th place. Noah Barham trying to get up from the back of the field is up to 22nd, but remember he does have a 5-second penalty to be applied. Albie Lapper also gaining positions out there. Just got past Victor Hansen for 25th. 1 minute to go then. 3 more laps for Harry Bartle to take another victory. Was 2nd in the final at PF International, was only 8th in the final at Lark Hall, and I think there were some question marks having had the O-Plate win earlier in the season. And could Bartle hit that same kind of form? But he did at Warden Law. Didn't win the final at Warden Law, was 3rd in that one. So remarkable. This could actually be the first time that Harry Bartle has taken a win in a final. But his scoring through the heats and the pre-finals has been very, very strong, particularly across the last 2 rounds. 15 seconds to go, but Behrman is challenging now. Maybe Behrman has got something left in the tank. Bartle shuts the door as they run into the willows. That was a huge attack from Thomas Behrman. Point forward there from Moulton to Behrman to say, you've got an opportunity. You can open the door. But Bartle has got the lead in terms of a gap back in his favour. Did Thomas Behrman show his cards a little bit too early there? Bartle has now got his laser focus on hitting every single apex between now and the checkered flag. Behrman slightly defensive. That's good news for Bartle. I think Thomas Behrman felt he had one chance there. Threw his hat into the ring. Onto the final lap now. The gap is 0.43 of a second. Bartle ticking down the corners now, knowing that he could put himself in an unassailable lead in terms of the championship. 742 points on the cards for Bartle. His nearest challenger would still be William Antrobus on 678. A mammoth score. Yes, he would still need to go to Wilton Mill and pick up those 20 bonus points. But in terms of the on-track performance, Harry Bartle, has he got the win though? Here, back comes Behrman towards the very end. Bartle holds on. Bartle holds on, wins by a 1/10.5. What a dramatic finish. That may well be the result that gives Harry Bartle the British Championship. But my oh my, what happened there? He was 0.4, 0.5 ahead in the last couple of corners. Thomas Behrman, if he had another 100 metres down the straight, may well have had that. Behrman is on the podium for the first time this season. Hugh Moulton is 3rd. Lewis Goff there in the top 5 again. A top 5 completed by Joshua Turnbull. Thomas Spearing 6th. Jack West 7th. Joshua Smith 8th. Finley Buck 9th. And Cole Denham 10th. We'll wait for the results to be confirmed, of course. But with William Antrobus in 18th place, that may well mean that Harry Bartle has done enough in terms of the on-track performance to be British champion. It's pending attendance at the final round, of course, that would just tip him over the max possible score that William Antwerp would get, or could get, with a perfect weekend at Wilton Mill. But there is your result. It was a tense race. It wasn't the most dramatic one in terms of overtake after overtake and lead change after lead change, but the pressure that Harry Bartle was under every single lap, he was no more than 6 or 7 tenths clear of the pack throughout the entirety of that race. But Harry Bartle has done what he needed to do. And the remarkable thing, it feels strange saying this, it's his first final win of the season in terms of the Wera Tours British Kart Championships. It goes onto his tally, of course, with the Oak Plate win in that single event earlier on in the season. Let's have a look at how he did it. Start was always going to be key. It's a little bit further back. I think it was. It might have been Jacob Woods. No, it wasn't Jacob Woods who was taking to the runoff in the early stage of that one. It's another one of the Sam Pollitt racing karts. This was the early stage where we saw Moulton go down the inside, and I was very impressed with Bartle's response. Again, he likes leading these races from the front and just having clear road ahead of him and that ability to control his pace and his destiny. And his response to get back down the inside of Moulton and retake that lead was very, very good indeed. How key was this battle? Moulton versus Behrman. They traded positions back and forth multiple times. And I just wonder whether that was the right thing to do. Was that the difference between them beating Harry Bartle today or not? Because whilst they did catch Harry Bartle, they only had 2 laps to do it. That was a good defensive move from Harry Bartle, just holding the inside line, allowing Behrman the room to get round the corner but not get off the corner quickly. And right at the end here, Bartle, don't know whether he had a problem or something of that nature, but Behrman was very, very close to stealing that victory away from him. Let's head down to Nicole, and I believe she's got our race winner.
Harry, dominant weekend then from you. How are you feeling?
Feels great. Come so close all this year to finally win. It's amazing.
And, you know, like you said, it's a big one for you. How are you going to celebrate?
Probably some food tonight, and then, don't know.
That championship lead then, you know, you're up there. It's looking likely. How are you feeling going into the last round at Wilton?
Wilton's a very strong track for me. Won a lot of races there. So hopefully we can keep the championship lead and eventually win.
And who have you got to thank then for this weekend? You know, I think you've got an army of people behind you, but who would you like to say thank you to?
All of Strawberry, some great help all year. And Cream for the amazing motors. Big Stu on the spanners, always does a great job. And all my family that are watching, all my sponsors, and yeah.
Congratulations, Harry. We'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
That's everything then from our Event 7 here at Kimbolton. Fantastic racing from all of our Rotax classes. Of course, though, that's not all we're going to see from Rotax in the UK this year. Going into the last round of the Wera Tours British Kart Championship at Wilton Mill is going to be very, very exciting. That weekend as well, Motorsport UK will be hosting a hospitality awning. Tickets are available for those spaces. They're going to sell out quickly, so make sure you get your entries in for that one. Rotax also as well, at the end of the year, will be hosting the Grand Festival at Warden Law. Entries for that event are open as well. I'm looking forward to going to Wilton Mill in just over a month's time. Andrew Mather in the comms box. Thank you to all championship partners, My Race Lab, Kart Sim, Demon Tweaks, Wera Tools, Alpha Live, of course, on the production. All of the team here at Kimbolton, Motorsport UK. Andrew, I'm Nicole Sutherland. It's great to be here. See you next time.